every student who put their heart upon this institution and walk into this campus showing us their dreams, demonstrating honesty and maintaining integrity are transformed. And we at Christ push every single day that they are here in becoming better individuals. They have to have the ambition, they have to have humility, they have to have self-belief that they can achieve amazing things.
Education prepares one to face the challenges of life by bringing out the best in them. It should be relevant to the needs of the time and address the problems of the day. Christ University is a nurturing ground for an individual's holistic development to make an effective contribution to the society in a dynamic environment. We are now 5 campuses across India.
In its quest for achieving world-class university standards, Christ strives to identify, adapt, and put into effect the best educational and administrative practices. It has signed more than 90 MOUs with foreign universities for the exchange of students and teachers, conducting joint research and publication programs.
Education at Christ is a multicultural experience with pan-India students and students from over 60 countries across the globe. The students' exposure to versatile and diverse cultures molds their global view and generates excellent virtues.
Christ University, World of Excellence and Service.
Alvin Toffler once said, and I quote, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be someone who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." Good morning and welcome to Day 2 of Media Meet 2020. We will begin with the college anthem.
We walk the wheel of time.
Thank you for joining us today. We are proud to announce that this year we are collaborating with prestigious academic institutions such as Griffith University, Australia, and Florida State University, USA. As our supporting partners, we have the UNESCO led Global Alliance for Partnerships in Media and Information Literacy and the People's Archive of Rural India. Our youth partner is Under 25 Christ University, India's largest youth community. We have received an overwhelming response, engagement, and encouragement from all our partners to host this virtual international conference. We will now have the promo for the panel discussion. The TV show Mad Men encapsulates the early days of advertising as an industry. A team of clever people in a swanky advertising agency plan creative campaigns for TV and magazines to build brand awareness. Today, while those agencies still exist, the ecosystem of brand messaging has changed dramatically. Brand messages are no longer controlled by the brand owner. Today's technology allows consumers to communicate their views of these brands. Welcome to our panel on trends in consumer generated advertising. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Embassy Lobe. Dr. Embassy is an assistant professor with the Department of Media Studies at Christ deemed to be University. Her main area of research is conflict and communication, conflict reporting, and media and human rights. She teaches media literacy, sports journalism, intercultural communication, communication advocacy, and media and human rights. Dr. Embassy was a journalist with News 18 for almost 3 years before she joined the Christ family. She is passionate about music, sports, and fitness, among others. Over to you, ma'am, to take over the panel discussion and to introduce our panelists for today.
Thank you, Dia. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session. Thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful day. My name is Embassy Lobe, and I will be a moderator for this session. And today we will be talking about trends in user-generated advertising. And we have with us three very distinct guests with vast knowledge on advertising and digital marketing. And I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists today. We have Prakash Raghupati, an accomplished copywriter, author, and entrepreneur. Prakash Raghupati is the Associate Creative Director at Connect, one of India's largest digital marketing agencies, a recipient of more than 20 awards, including the Young Achiever of the Year in Advertising and Marketing Communications. Prakash is the epitome of all things creative. He has a never say die spirit and has more than 10 years of work experience in the fields of advertising, branding, and print journalism. Having worked in top leadership roles, Prakash has a grasp of business to business and business to communication, consumer communication, news reporting, editing, script writing, and songwriting. With immense experience in advertising, interlaced with a strategic approach, Prakash has gained recognition as a copywriter in numerous award-winning internal and external communication campaigns. Prakash is also the author of the book, The Armchair Anthology. He has also conducted enthralling workshops on advertising and other communication strategies for the young entrepreneurs out there. We are honored to have you here, Prakash, and welcome.
Thank you, MC, so much. Good to be here.
Yes, thank you. Our next guest is Mr. Vibhav Tiwanji, an Indian marketing communications researcher and practitioner with over 10 years of experience in new media technology, enabled and user-led communications and advertising. He also has an established track record of developing and directing strategic communication initiatives for brands and business from all over the world. He's currently pursuing his PhD in communications at Florida State University. And Mr. Vibhav also has a detailed understanding of human technology interactions and their implications on individuals, organizations, and brands as a scholar practitioner. And being passionate about user generational instructional designs for brand communication studies, Mr. Vibhav has taught subjects such as new media technologies, advertising, diffusion of innovative communication strategies, and multimedia designing. We welcome you, Vibhav.
Good morning, Embassy. Thank you so much.
And I'm also happy to introduce you to Ms. Archana Vasudev, the founder of Talkative, which specializes in a broad range of disciplines from communication, trend analysis, planning and management to people relations. They support artists, entertainers, and producers manage their brand and function as their trusted liaison in communicating with individuals and groups. I briefly work with Archana at BGR campus, and she's someone who finds inspiration on people who told her she cannot do it. And that's exactly what pushed her to start Talkative. She's somebody who emphasizes on finding a space for oneself, which I do agree. And the idea of Talkative sprouted when she decided to create a space for herself in the industry and explore the endless possibilities. She also was the head of faculty at Center for Management Studies, Jain University. And before that, she also worked at Google as account associate for upwards for almost 2 years. Thank you for joining us, Archana.
Thank you so much, Embassy. Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Well, you'll be hearing from all our guests today on this very important topic. But before we go ahead and start it, I wanted to take a few moments of your time and talk briefly about the theme, trends in user-generated advertising. So advertising has evolved and changed from pre-internet era to digital era tremendously. And internet has really changed the way advertisers and marketers reach their customers. And with the advent of social media, advertisers focus more on personalization and uses new methods to create bonds with their customers, which also led to the rise of user-generated content. And today, consumers have become a part of advertising rather than just passive onlookers, and they are at the center. And brands have realized that the more people don't see their ads as, their content as just ads, the more they can create relationships. And in order to do so, they have started slowly moving towards the influencers and, take contents that are being shared by the users. So along with this growth of user-generated content advertisement, concerns also arises on the issues of access, opportunities, and ethics, which I hope our panelists will address today. And we will also focus on the evolving advertising trend that the pandemic has brought in. And on this note, I would like to invite Prakash Raghupati to share his thoughts. And I would also request all our panelists to keep your opening statement for about 7 to 8 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Prakash.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me over. Firstly, I'd like to say, we were introduced with a mention, the panel was introduced with a mention of Mad Men. All I'd like to say at the very beginning is that if you're ever going to watch the series or read about Mad Men of the past, the only takeaway for you should be the ideas that they work on and nothing else. Advertising has changed a lot over the years, and certainly for the better if you look at it in the last couple of years. Speaking about consumer-generated advertising, it's only befitting to say that everything is Binod now. Everything is Binod, everything is Rashi, and the user, in a sense, in the past couple of months at least, has taken center stage when it comes to creation of good advertising. When I say that, what I mean is that there were certain templates that advertisers used to follow for the longest period of time. Uh, and user generated content was essentially a yardstick by which brands were measuring brand love. But over a period of time, especially since we entered the COVID world, it has become an essential currency for each and every brand. Now, if I were to just widen the definition of user generated advertising, I'd say that it's not just limited to the content that is produced by consumers or users or fans or followers, but it's also the kind of conversations that they want to engage in right now, which is feeding into the ideas and stories that advertisers are trying to say. And why did this happen? Basically, when COVID-19 hit us, right, we were all of a sudden clueless as to what exactly should we tell people, right? Image banks were full of images showing people coming together. Image banks were full of videos of people shaking hands, meeting, celebrating. And all of a sudden, advertisers realized that nobody wanted to stand out. Everybody wanted to come together. Everybody wanted to help each other. And being remotely situated, so distant from everyone, it was very hard to predict as to what is the right thing to say to the people, or what are the right kind of situations or circumstances that you could piggyback on in order to promote your brand or further your brand's cause. And that is when user generated content came to fore. The moment people started seeing consumers creating videos creatively, that became like an insight saying that this is the kind of mood or this is the kind of story that a brand should piggyback on. All of a sudden, users weren't endorsing what influencers were saying. Influencers started endorsing what the users were saying. Conversations weren't about singling people out for fame or for glory. It was more about community and help. And we've got dozens of examples if you see during the pandemic situation itself, starting from a Kellogg's onwards to an Uber, uh, to a KFC for that matter. Each and every one has piggybacked on user-generated content, and none of this content has actually been incentivized. None of this content has actually been rewarded for the purpose of creation, unlike before. So just to give you a simple example, typically what brands would do is throw out a challenge, throw out a contest, ask people to do something in order to make them either buy stuff for discounted prices or give them certain rewards. But uh, everything changed in the sense that now the incentive was that this brand is giving me a chance to do something while I am locked down. It's giving me a chance to showcase my talent when there is already so much clutter in terms of the content that's being created, not just by brands, but also by people. And this, as far as I can see, is the most significant trend that is shaping advertising right now. This has spawned the rise of a lot of innovation in advertising, starting from augmented reality filters, starting from the fact that people are not looking at an opportunity to meet a celebrity in person, but just to talk to them via an Insta Live. It has led to innovation in terms of the ads that are deployed. YouTube pre-rolls are now being replaced by Vogons that basically study user behavior or the kind of content that a user consumes. And our content now, therefore, dovetails into the tonality and in the kind of language that the user speaks, and it's not the other way around. And therefore, as I see it, it's an exciting time for creators per se, for the simple reason that we are challenged in terms of our production abilities, not because of anything, but because of the guidelines and safety precautions that we need to follow. Secondly, people are looking for empathy and relatability more than ever, which means that how you position a brand has also changed. It's not now about being premium. It's not about being a luxury brand or identifying your position in terms of how you define the brand persona, but it's It's more about identifying a position in a collective of people who would echo your brand voice. And that in itself is a big win for the customer, I'd say. And it's also a big win for the creator in the sense that, I mean, of course, now we know that TikTok is banned, but it was one of the primary driving forces in terms of user generated advertising. There were a few campaigns that we've done in the past, for example, for Tide and for Honda, which were which were primarily driven by users. And I'll just give you a simple example of the shift. When we were working for TVS, for the longest period of time, motorcycles were either seen as a symbol of status, symbol of achievement, or a classic representation of what your personality is. But during the pandemic situation, they became instruments of mobility. So all of a sudden, MS Dhoni wasn't your brand ambassador, but the essential worker who was taking the TVS to the hospital became the brand ambassador uh, for the company and the bike itself. So as you can see, there's been a seismic shift in terms of how brands are viewing user-generated content. And like I said, it's not just about the comments that come by virtue of what you post. It's not just about the social conversations that you would typically have with the consumer, which constituted as user-generated content, but also it's more about the the kind of language, the kind of sentiment that the user is experiencing or wants to kind of relate to on a day-to-day basis that is feeding into the advertising ecosystem. And that's where I see trends coming in. That's where I see the evolution of advertising going from here on. Yeah, over to you, MC.
Thank you, Prakash. Thank you so much for giving us insights into the pre-pandemic advertising trend to what it is now today. It's still, things are still uncertain, and I think advertisers are also looking for opportunities. I would like to come back to you on that later on. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Webab to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Embassy. Firstly, I'd like to say that we couldn't have a better start to this panel discussion than what Prakash just summarized the entire discussion for us. So thank you so much, Prakash, for that beautiful summary of the current scenario of advertising industry per se, and not just user-generated content. Also, I agree with Prakash that in saying that Dia gave us a really great head start saying, referring to Mad Men, because obviously we started, advertising industry started with the whole Mad Men era, but we've come a long way from there now. To be more precise, I mean, yes, the web changed things. I'll address the pre and post COVID later on, but let's talk about how industry evolved over time, right? So the web definitely changed how advertising industry is. We had Web 1.0, which was mostly offline. Then we had Web 2.0, which was a little bit of introduction of user interaction. We had Web 3.0, which was semantic user interaction with the use of collective user intelligence, such as Wikinomics or Producage. Whereas what I'd say currently in terms of the advertising industry scenario would be Web 4.0, which is a seamless integration between online and offline worlds. They're integrated so well that it's hard to tell the difference between what's offline and what's online. And that's where, that has put marketers and advertisers into a very beautiful and creative conundrum. And I would explain how so is because it's given them an opposing tendency of a situation. And here's how. On one side, like Prakash rightly mentioned, the brands are losing their authenticity because the advertisements are getting more and more interruptive, they're getting more and more disruptive, right? Consumers are hating ads or blocking ads more and more. On the other hand, though, consumers are gaining more and more power. So with this contrasting scenario, it's important for marketers and advertisers to adapt to this changing shift in the behavior of consumers. Let me address the COVID situation specifically right now. It's a given that the entire world right now has been effectively put into lockdown, right? So what that has done is that it's made people more online than they were ever before. What that has done in turn is that consumers now consume more content. And as a result, on one side, although the consumer pockets are shrinking, obviously due to the economic downturn, as well as the other implications of the pandemic on the society at large and also on the culture. However, at the consumer level, they're consuming more and more content. The confusion or the problem on the brand side right now, as Prakash also identified, is that brands, to be more precise, and Prakash can put more word in for me over here right now, is that brands pre-COVID had a slated in timetable for their campaigns to run throughout the year. What pandemic did is that it disturbed everything for the brand in terms of what to put next. They obviously cannot go ahead with their traditional calendar for this year, because if they do, they come across as tone deaf, because consumers are probably wanting something more than just one-way push sort of advertisement, right? And that's exactly where consumer generated or user generated advertising comes into picture. Consumers, and in terms of two important factors that COVID has brought into perspective in the advertising industry, and more specifically for user generated content, are trust and human connectedness. Trust, because consumers no longer trust brand created or brand originated communication as they would pre-COVID. Now they want to hear more from other consumers. Post-COVID, what has also changed is that the emphasis more on human connection in the communication about brands, in the advertisements, right? So they want to see more human stories, more real stories, and that's where, again, consumer generated advertising comes into picture as well. There are plenty of examples. Prakash gave us so many examples. I could give you probably a few more. For example, IKEA is running a hashtag called Show Your Inner Shelf, which is a global campaign, right? BWW, which is Buffalo Wild Wing, is also running Keep Sports On, or if I talk specifically about India, Prakash touched upon it, but brands, and this is very recent, this is this week or last week to say, brands are jumping on the bandwagon to take the pun on Rashi, to take the pun on the empty cooker, and to take the pun on who really was in the kitchen, right? So that shows us the growing importance of consumer generated advertising in the current scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you so much, Vaibhav, for sharing that. And I think most important thing you talk about is that, that consumers have power now. And as consumers, as audience, as students, we have so much access to a lot of, advertising. And I think this is where media literacy is really important. And you also touch upon authenticity, which I would like to come back later on and discuss more on, especially with social media advertising, because a lot of brands are using influencers now, because that is how we kind of seek authenticity through influencers. But the question here is it really authentic? So with that, I would like to invite Archana to share your thoughts. And I think Archana has also, created some content for Flinterbox with her son. So if you could shed some more lights on that. Archana, over to you.
Thank you, Amy. So I usually don't like to talk the last in the panel. I mean, part of the panel, and first two panelists would already give you everything. So all the points that I had prepared, it's already gone. So I was actually wondering, okay, what would I talk about? Because the audience already know about the user-generated content, what's happening right now, what's the situation. So thank you for giving me pointers that I talk about the other side of the story. As a user who created content for a brand. So maybe I'll start with that and then give you a couple of extra points that the other analysts maybe talk about later. I would try to talk about those 2 points also, that I have anything else other than what the other two panelists spoke. So this happened a couple of years back when I you tweet about certain things. I live as a mother with Arav, so he was just a couple of months old then. So I used to frequently post things on social media, tweet on different things that you do with my son. So I think Flintobox happened to see some of my tweets on that, and they asked me if I can create content, something similar to a testimonial where I'm using particular pets. So Flintobox, if you don't know about it, it's like a packaged kit that get, and it have instructions, it will have a couple of toys, it will have tools for you to teach your kid how to use them. So this is specifically the target audience of Flintobox is primarily parents and their kids who are confined to apartments and flats, who don't really get to go out and make kids play and engage with nature. It's like amalgamation of all that. So I wasn't using Flintobox then, and I think I just tweeted once about Flintobox. I got a free subscription as a gift from Arab's uncle. So I wasn't very sure how it is, and I am actually not a person who care much about all these packaged goods that come in hand and then you just do whatever you want with it as per the instructions. No. So I thought, okay, why not? Because I was also staying in an apartment then and we didn't have many options going to the park, etc. So I exposed these things to us and they wanted me to create content which look very authentic. And also I would to talk about it as a testimonial. So I tried doing that and I sent it to them, wanted a couple of pictures. So I wasn't very sure about what user-generated content, how would they promote it. It was just big. I mean, in India specifically, we were just getting used to that norm of user-generated content, Insta feeds, influencers, etc. So I wasn't very sure about it. So I didn't make any demand. I just sent them a video testimonial selfie with that I shot at home with Arv and a couple of things that I found useful. So they kept coming back to me and saying, you add some more, can you give me a couple of pictures? So I did that, okay. And I didn't demand anything. So I just gave them whatever they wanted. And because I was too camera shy, I think I could speak fluently about the pros and not the cons. They did not tell me to talk about it. So I just talked about how good it is, why you should be using it, keep using it, etc. And all of them, I think 8% of it, whatever I said was true too. So I went to them and they started promoting it. They said thank you. So I was, and they all sent me a couple of another 3 months of subscription free for Flintobox. I got more gifts. Ara was happy. So that's how we started. So even now I see a lot of the same content that I created a couple of years back running on social media, not just on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. So I see people, friends and others, coming back to me again and again and asking me, do you recommend Flintobox? Because I have a 1.5-year-old kid at home and you have promoted, you just saw a video on Facebook saying that it's very good and it's very useful. So do you think I should get? So now I kind of understand what done, even though it was for 3.5 years back, without much knowledge or much about giving thought into it and say like, this is it, we are helping a brand grow. So that's the intention. And now I'm not sure what it is about and what they're doing. Maybe they're doing a very good job, not sure. Arav has grown up and he's still shown as that small kid in the end. So there was no contract, there was no agreement. So it kept going on. And it also now that I work, I have talked to them and then I also promote brands and try to work with advertisers, try to get the right user, create content and all that. This keeps coming to me and saying people even notice. I think in the PlayStation last year, someone asked me, do you promote Flintobox, right? Like, I don't really promote Flintobox. It just happened. I just talked about it. And so that's the kind of impact user-generated content has on brands. So like the other two panels were saying, it gives you a better read of the product, and it's feel like a see for this in particular case, someone is talking about it and live examples and say it helped me much. It saves me a lot of time because he's become independent youth into box. And so I do my stuff when he is busy doing, playing, all those stuff that this does. And it also helps improve your intelligence as a kid, all that. So better reach product when compared to someone else, celebrity endorse it. Influences by decision, that's another thing, because like people ask me because they kind of relate to me, right? So that is the important thing here. So I'm talking about it. I am not a celebrity. I'm just talking about it as another person. So they kind of relate to it, and this influences their buying decision faster. Of course, when you talk about in the technical term, it kind of it helps the brand improve their search engine optimization rankings eventually. Also gain in audience insights faster. Also trust, very, very important, especially when it comes to these kind of dicey things or very, very sensitive things, especially when it comes to kids. Trust is very important. So when a mother talks about it and the mother isn't a celebrity, then it is very important. It's easy for the audience to connect and then build that kind of trust. So the amalgamation of local content with global reach, because I am local, I'm talking about something which is national, and I'm trying to give it to the global audience. So it's kind of an amalgamation of the whole content. So again, it isn't viral way of marketing, but when you do something, you see that is user generated content and you kind of promote it, it has the potential to go well. And that is the whole intention of the brand too. Emmy?
Thank you, Archana. Thank you so much, Archana, for sharing your story, and that really gave us insight. And especially, I would like you to talk more about, as a mother, you also, advertise or say like your Flinterbox experience. What are your thoughts on, the ethical concerns when it comes to kids advertisement today, especially in India?
Yeah, that's a good question, Emmy. So I think kids advertisements that focus on kids, it's very sensitive in nature. It's sensitive by nature. If you forget about UGC, but you look at you can look at the TVC or any kind of digital ad that you come across on YouTube or any other platform. You see that either they will promote or they will have a mother, a father, or a doctor talking about it. So, and we kind of show it in such a sensitive level. So we make sure that it does not go beyond a particular border. You always have a specific border. There's a borderline there. So the ethical issues, I think ethics, the problem of ethics is like I was talking about Flinterbox. Now I was thinking about the problem of ethics because I'm talking about it without much thought, promoting a specific brand, thinking that might be it's just growing and it might just help the particular brand, but someone else is going to put in money, so that it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't with this particular brand, it is nothing bad about it. Even promoted, even you say a couple of extra points to help brand grow, it isn't doing anyway. It doesn't have an impact on ethics. But if it's something which is related to food, or if it's something which is related to soap or shampoo, which has direct contact with your skin, I think that's where the question of ethics come into play. And user-generated content, specifically when it comes to ethics, play an important role, because if you have seen on Insta feeds on how they promote, how mothers or fathers promote content or brands related to children, they keep talking about these sensitive areas. So if you use this particular soap, it will not have any kind of impact, a negative impact on your kid's skin, however sensitive your kid's skin is. So that those aspects are the ones that you focus on more. So I think there's a kind of responsibility. So we keep talking about responsibility from the side of the brands when it comes to advertising. I think it is even more when UGC is involved. Users are involved in promoting it. This has a lot of advantages from the user's point of view. You get perks, you get money, you are seen, you're being seen on television or social media, you're being promoted on and off. Your face keeps showing and people kind of recognize you, which are the perks of it. But you are getting involved in a very, very responsible medium. You're trying to tell people using a medium, saying that use it, I have used it. So ethics is very, very important. So that is why I don't do it anymore unless I am 100% sure that this is something that I'm doing and I'm sure this is going to be helpful for people. So it is a very subjective term, and I think we have to be very, very responsible users and as brands and promote them. Emmy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Archana. Prakash, would you like to further comment on what Archana was talking about, especially with ethical concerns when it comes to user-generated content?
So, to be honest, from an advertiser's standpoint, I don't think there is a lot of talk about ethics that comes into the mix, because the sole purpose or the singular intent is essentially to generate conversation. Now, teams within the advertising ecosystem are primed and well prepared to tackle something which might be offensive to a certain individual or a certain community, but the ethics don't necessarily serve as guardrails when it comes to the creation of an ad or the creation of a campaign. The enforcement of ethics or monitoring of ethics is largely dependent right now on the platforms on which we are posting these ads. So, for example, there are certain guidelines that a Facebook or an Instagram sets when we are deploying an ad. So, in rewind a couple of months back, you wouldn't know that an influencer or a celebrity is doing a paid promotion. But now the consumer has the right to know that it's a paid promotion or whether or not it's an organic promotion. So, in terms of the right information, ethics are being followed to the T by the brands as well as the advertisers. But when it comes to user-generated content, it's very hard to monitor, because uh, to give you a little more uh, insight on this. I mean, in a society that is as diverse and as large as India, it's very hard to define ethics as, one single rule. What is ethical in an urban setting might seem very far removed and alien to someone's residing in a tier 2 or tier 3 town. So, since we were talking about products that are directed towards kids, for example, right? It is only ethical or it is only decent, for example, to show both parents tending to the child. But when you're creating an ad for a place which is located in some far-flung corner of North India or South India, where people have access uh, to something just like the Facebook Lite app and not to the apps of Snapchat or a WeChat, right? They're still looking at the quintessential picture that you would paint of a family, of a mother tending to her son or daughter, right? And the father being the breadwinner. So at this point in time, it is very, very tough to give an absolute or present an absolute argument of what constitutes ethics in terms of user generated advertising. Like I mentioned at the very start of the discussion, it's not just about the content that's shared. When the content gets shared, it's largely the responsibility of the platforms as well as the listening teams at the advertisers end, who are basically moderating these comments and ensuring that it doesn't offend anyone. But if you are looking to generate brand love, brand loyalty, or advocacy, we cannot start off by laying some ground rules for people to talk, because that just dilutes the entire purpose of a campaign. And let's not forget, at the end of the day, while we are trying to create a movement, it is a movement that is driven by commercial gains, which means that the more people speak, the more it's better for the brand. Going by the old adage, which unfortunately a lot of brands still believe in, is that any PR is good PR, right? So even if you've got a lot of negative comments coming in, for example, you're still top in terms of your mentions, you're still in top of the searches. That's one thing. The other thing is, when it comes to ethics per se from the user standpoint, it's a very gray area again, because For example, someone would go on a news app and comment negatively about Amazon, but someone might come back to Instagram and see an AR filter that's interesting to use and unknowingly use it despite knowing that it has been deployed by Amazon. So, how exactly can you define what constitutes as ethics in terms of brand consumption and brand conversation? So it's highly subjective, like Archana rightly pointed out, and it's something that is dealt with on a case-to-case basis and on a campaign-to-campaign basis. If you see, one of the biggest powers that the users have right now is that they can find holes in your promises very quickly, because there's someone, not just in terms of the watchdogs that are keeping a watch over what brands are saying, but there are consumers who are either on the lookout to spit venom on the brands at the drop of a hat, or they've got a, a good purpose or cause in mind, by virtue of which they are on the lookout of brands who are making false promises, which is why we see a lot of brands tendering apologies these days. That's also something that brands have come to terms with, that if we have to speak to them, we are no longer an authority. We cannot define what's right or wrong. Uh, in the recent past, for example, in the last 2, 3 months, you would have seen a lot of brands making claims of creating fabrics that could fight the coronavirus. Right? You can imagine the kind of, and to be honest, I have been at the receiving end of such uh, uh, tasks and briefs. And it's very hard to actually go and tell people. And to be honest, this is a certain realization or a jolt that has hit even advertisers, because for a change, uh, it's not like it's a PSA that you're doing for floods that have happened in some part of the world or some part of the country. You are also at the receiving end of this pandemic. So, you know, if you're making a false promise to the consumer, you're basically making a false promise not only to them, but also to your own family members. So, there's a lot of argument in terms of what is right and what is wrong to say uh, on social media or in advertising in general, which is an ongoing discussion. Moving on, I think we're going to see and observe a lot of ethics related conversation during the festive season. Uh, India is a country where festivals equal gatherings. And are you going to discourage them from gathering when people actually want to come together? Are you going to create situations where you can show people coming together while maintaining, uh, you know, following social distancing guidelines? Uh, are you going to offend people by saying that, you know, you shouldn't go out to temples, right? Uh, there is a lot of conversation that is still ongoing, like I said, and so circling back to ethics, it's not something that could be defined or could ever be covered in terms of theory, saying that these are the 10 commandments or these are the rules that or tenets that you're supposed to follow when it comes to user generated advertising or user generated content. Uh, the consumer has always been touted as the king or queen, and it's going to continue and it's going to take precedence more than ever. So brands will have to take a backseat in terms of what they are going to say, but ethics are never going to govern what the user is going to say. It's only going to be monitored. It's probably going to be pushed under the blanket, but brands are never going to act upon something wrong that a user has said, because once we get into that sort of a dialogue, you're going to lose a lot more people as followers just as a domino effect. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prakash, for sharing the perspective from the advertisers themselves. And I think you also gave an insight into what could be the future trend of advertising post-pandemic. I think that's very important. We could discuss more. And I have a lot of questions coming on to you from the audience. But before I go ahead, I would like to call Vaibhav. Social media platforms have become a major part of the digital advertising due to its capacity to even reach the larger number of people at a time. And you also briefly mentioned about authenticity, and I would like you to further comment on social media and influencers and authenticity.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So firstly, the entire idea about consumer generated content or consumer generated advertising wouldn't be possible had we not had social media or had we not had the hyper connected web that we have today, right? So absolutely the brands have a bigger space to play into, but at the same time, like both my co-panelists mentioned before, it's a very tricky zone, right? And the question of ethic and question of authenticity are absolutely very interlinked. I'd again circle back to what was the original question was related to ethics related to kids in advertising, right? Kids have been used in ads before. Kids have been pre-internet, post-internet. Kids have been used and are being used in the ads, even currently TV commercials, without having to necessarily reveal my age. My favorite kid commercial would be घर पे मम्मी ने जलेबी बनाई है, right? So, and coming up to right now, where a brand approaches a regular consumer who is not a celebrity, such as again, Archana, please allow me to use your example right now here, is that a brand coming up to a consumer saying that we would like to make an ad with you, or we'd like to make a content with you, and we'd also like to feature your son in it, right? Situation has changed now in a way that Archana as a creator has upper hand in terms of what gets into the ad or what gets into the content, whereas previously this decision came through the brand or came from the brand. This has now changed to consumers having the upper hand in deciding what goes into the content of the brand specific information that's also being spread out across different platforms, not necessarily on social media. Talking specifically about social media, authenticity is in transparency because consumers cannot be fooled anymore. Consumers know it all. So if you try to play a game with them, you're going to be caught up on one platform or the other. So if you try to say something on one platform, assuming that you're safe on all other platforms, no, you're going to get caught by someone somewhere. And very recently we have an example of what's going on. And again, it's not an example from advertising perspective, so to say, but the entire conversation about Sushant Singh Rajput case in India, nothing can hide, even if no matter how hard people try, and that applies truly to the brands as well. If they come with a certain agenda in mind, and if they try to push that agenda even through the push paid platforms and pay a plethora of money to promote that campaign, it's not going to be hidden. The fact's not going to be hidden. And that's the impact of consumer generated advertising in terms of authenticity and ethics, in terms of the power dynamic being now changing in the favor of consumers, whereas Prakash rightly mentioned previously, it was more in the hands of brands and businesses. Now it's more in the hands of consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Archana and Prakash like to comment on that?
No, I think Vaibhav is absolutely right. I mean, when it comes to authentic content, I would say that each and every word or sentence that's written by the user is authentic. We cannot define what authentic is based on the sentiment harbored by the consumer or what he or she has chosen to write. It's all original, it's all authentic, and there is no yardstick by which you could define that this is 80% authentic or 100% authentic. That's a yardstick for brands. That's a yardstick for advertisers, and users are going to continue to have that freedom of expression and freedom of speech when it comes to talking about brands. I wouldn't go so far as to say in current times if they have as much in terms of commenting on current affairs, but they do have the leeway to do so with brands, and we are giving them all the leeway, so to speak. And I think what we can see in terms of brands that have been successful by virtue of user-generated content, in India, Xiaomi is a classic example. Xiaomi has not only developed its social media persona through user-generated content. It has not only promoted its products through user-generated content, it has evolved into creating its products by studying and listening to user-generated content. And what we are going to see in the tech space also in the near future is a shift from tech influencers and tech gurus unboxing your products to actually users unboxing these products live for the people. Because right now, brands are not looking to create a cult or a niche for themselves, but they are looking to create a following amongst each and every person, for the simple reason that we are we are right now at a stage where the community feeling is more important than ever, and nobody wants to be left out as a cluster. So irrespective of what category your brand operates in or what product you are selling, you want people to speak to you no matter what, which means that your language has to be massy, uh, irrespective of where your brand is positioned. Something that brands like Apple, GoPro, and Royal Enfield mastered much before. And they were pretty successful. I mean, look at what they did with the shot on iPhone campaign. They did nothing, they just added one phrase, but intuitively they were giving users the power to showcase their skill. They made themselves into a tool and not a brand for the users to showcase that talent. That has kind of percolated into the ecosystem of every single tech manufacturer. So, if we have to yeah, I mean, just to summarize, authentic content is everything that the user shares. There are no two doubts about it, and I don't think we can have an argument about that. Uh, every single comment has to be respected. I mean, I would urge everyone to actually go and check out the pages of Netflix, Hotstar, Prime, all of these OTT platforms. Nobody is circulating promos anymore. People are getting people to make promos. The classic example would be the launch of Mirzapur season 2. It was just a phrase of MSW2, and it just got people to share photos of the same thing, uh, uh, with the same text on their Insta stories, and people went gaga over it. Someone was sketching the phrase on their heads. Someone went to Mirzapur railway station and clicked a photo of themselves. So you can see that more and more people, and you can never say whether this content is authentic or not. There's a good chance a lot of people photoshopped it, but we've got to consider it authentic because it's not about the authenticity of the asset that has been created by the client, by the customer, sorry. Day-to-day professional hazard, I'm used to saying client. So it's not the authenticity of the asset created by the customer, but the sentiment with which he or she has posted that's supposed to be authentic. And I don't think that can be debated much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for sharing that, Prakash. I have questions from the audience. The question is, like every advertisement strategy, user-generated ads are bound to fade away in terms of impact too. What is your point of view on this statement? Will it go away with COVID-19?
So, well, I'll tell you, user-generated content, firstly, as a term, has come into use not very long ago, but user-generated content has been around for decades together. If I were to give you a simple example, I know a lot of people might not uh, believe what I'm saying, but Amitabh Bachchan is user-generated content. He would have never come into the limelight if India had not gone through the emergency. Uh, when the emergency happened, a lot of Indian youth were unemployed. And that's what fed the scriptwriters of Zanjeer. That's what gave Amitabh Bachchan his limelight, right? When we came into the 90s, it was a period when India in itself, at the start of the 90s, had witnessed a lot of turmoil in terms of what was going on in the country. And there was a need in order to bring in a little humor and respite in people's lives. It wasn't the creation of the ad world that jingles began to rule the roost in the 90s. It was completely driven by users. Users wanted humor, users wanted music. That's what led to the dawn of the pop era. That's why you found a lot of jingles. So the trend in terms of what the user generates as content will keep changing from time to time. Today, it is possibly in the form of comments. Today, it's possibly in the form of an opinion, in the form of a review or a recommendation. Tomorrow, it could be something else. I can give you a simple example of how Google display ads are evolving. From being simple banner ads, now you can actually shout at the banner and let the banner speak to you. We're going to see ads where you could probably test your eyesight sitting at home. Uh, so everything, there are vast teams of thousands and thousands of people who are actually sitting and monitoring what the users want to write about and what users want to say on social media. I mean, if you were to go back to the times of social media platforms, I'm not sure if a lot of the younger audience members even know about this social media platform called Orkut, but nobody used to use their names. Everyone had something very weird and something very lame put out as their handle. The kind of videos that used to come on YouTube versus the kind of videos that come on YouTube today. People are looking largely for things that would either move them, things that would either make them laugh, things that actually portray the truths now. Back in the day, it wasn't about that. Back in the day, it was about how much more interesting can I make my video so that it's share worthy, right? Today, truth is share worthy. Tomorrow, something else will be share worthy. So, user generated content per se is not going to diminish, it's not going anywhere. I mean, don't mean to sound dystopian, but it is a kind of Black Mirror world that we are moving into, or to a certain extent, we are also living in. So, we're going to have a lot more interaction with the user. Users are going to have a lot more mutual interactions. Brands are going to become very native. They've already started becoming native. Let me give you a simple example of this technology called Zapper. You may not see a certain ad on your social media device unless and until you probably speak about it. Social listening. So if you basically just said something on your phone, I mean, it's no secret that your phones are listening to you, right? So, but brands won't deploy an ad, say, for a fridge or a washing machine unless they're basically listening to you saying that you're looking for a washing machine, right? We're going to see a lot of evolution in terms of the ads that you're going to see on TV, because TV is going to be, again, largely driven by internet and social media conversations. Relevant ads are being deployed now. A lot of it will become user generated. A simple example I can give you is of the brand Oreo, right? Oreo has been doing user generated content for years, and Oreo kind of piggybacked on the COVID-19 situation rather smartly. They continued with the same humor, they continued with the same persona. They just didn't say stay home, stay safe. They said stay home, stay playful. All of a sudden, they were having the same conversation that they were having for years. They just changed the kind of user content that was being created. Now you were not dunking an Oreo from a height into a glass like that's about 6 feet under. You were basically doing something playful in terms of art with an Oreo biscuit at home. So yeah, to answer your question, user-generated content is not going anywhere. It's just the very definition of what that content is going to evolve from time to time. Yeah.
Thank you, Prakash. Thank you. I have a question for Archana. This is from the audience. The question is, do you think brands should monitor user-generated content, considering there could be bad experiences associated with a brand or a product? Would that be doable to start with? Archana.
Yeah, so monitoring content definitely takes place from the beginning, because if someone is approaching, that is an advertiser wants user-generated content to promote a particular product, and approaching couple of users for this, it will be based on specific research. I mean, it will be a random selection of people who generate content, who are actually influencers on social media. It would be based on a couple of parameters. So the monitoring happens or starts with that. And of course, the content will be after the content is generated, it will definitely go through a process of approval, etc. And there would be a couple of parameters also. But it would may not be possible to keep monitoring the process after it is generated, if you meant that, because it may not be really practical to do, because there would be, if it an Insta promotion, for example, that the brand wants, and the user has already generated content, a video or anything, and it may not be possible for the advertiser to keep monitoring it for the comment and keep answering, and all that may not be possible. Proper monitoring happens right now. I mean, it does happen. So yes, it is doable.
Thank you, Archana. Yes. Thank you, Archana, for that. This is a question to Vibha, a very important question indeed. How do you think we can then save ourselves from misleading advertising? Because almost every day, almost everyone is promoting something or the other. I think that is a very good question from the audience.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. Very important question. Let me say there's a very simple answer to that. You don't need to know anything about advertising to know whether you're being tricked or not, especially online. All you got to do is read the terms of conditions of the platform that you sign up on, where you see the ads. If you're signing up, agreeing to the terms and conditions of the platform, you're agreeing to the content that will be delivered to you in the form of advertisements. They call it personalized, they call it generated through artificial intelligence and machine learning. At the end of the day, people do call them intrusive, people do have blocking software on their computers to block such content, just purely because of the fact that they do not like to see content, especially on a social media space, which is interrupting their experiences there, right? So more importantly, just being aware, and this idea of media literacy, and which is the theme of this conference as well, is especially challenging in the context of consumer generated advertising, because like both of my co-panelists previously mentioned, the scope is so wide, is such that it's hard to define exactly what is consumer generated advertising. Would you just call user generated advertisement the ads that are being sponsored by the ads? Would you just call them the reviews and ratings? Would you just call them the the first ranking on Google? Would you just call them the banner that you look at on Google display ads? So the thing is, it's not possible for consumers to keep up with this rapid change that's happening in the advertising ecosystem online, right? Was much easier traditionally, because they just had to deal with a couple of vehicles or channels to in terms of their entertainment. But now it has become limitless, and now it's become so seamless that just being aware about the platform and the sort of conversation going on the platform itself would help them in terms of understanding whether or not they're being misled by a specific advertisement or not. So yeah, look at the whole idea about consumer generated content is conversation, and conversation is currency on the internet, right? So if you're following the conversation, and if you know what's being said within the context of that conversation, then you would know whether that fits into the overall. And again, that brings us to the question of ethics, right? So there's nothing ethical, there's nothing right or wrong in terms of ethics related to consumer generated content, because some of it is being sponsored by the brand, the other is not sponsored by the brand, it's organic, right? So if it's organic, brands don't have a say in what goes out. So how would you define, if another consumer is creating content about a brand, how would you call it misleading, because it's not created by the brand itself? If a consumer is being sponsored by a brand or incentivized in certain way, then yes, the question of being misled comes into picture, because there might be an agenda being set by the brand that's been followed in that content, right? The brand, like Archana was saying previously, the brand can monitor the conversation happening or originating from the consumer. However, like I said, it's pretty difficult in terms of identifying whether it's been whether it's the brand is involved or not, or at what level. So just following the overall conversation not just at one channel or not just on one platform, but just being omni-channel and omnipresent will probably give a better idea in terms of whether or not you're being misled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaibhav. Prakash, would you like to comment on that? Because I think that's very important. That is what a lot of youngsters are also looking out for, because there are way too many advertising at the tip of our finger. So would you like to give some advice?
I mean, in a way, it's good. I mean, it keeps me in the business and it keeps my business thriving. But to be honest, in terms of ad delivery, in terms of the volume of ads that are being delivered, we are still a long way from regulating the same. For example, we've seen ethics come into the domain of advertising or the advertising ecosystem from time to time, depending on how user reactions have changed over time. For example, there are a strict set of ethics and guidelines governing healthcare advertising in India. You cannot promote a hospital or you cannot promote any healthcare institution through an emotional benefit. It always has to be promoted through a functional benefit. Naturally, what you've seen is a dip in the number of ads that are delivered to you. Uh, a lot of the products, for example, that we have today are very service oriented, right? Most of the consumption that we have on a day-to-day basis, apart from the goods that we consume, are services through the many apps that we have. So a lot of the ads that you are seeing are either ads of these services or either ads of discounted goods. Now, would you deny the fact that you don't need these goods or you don't need these services? No. So when there is no resistance in terms of the intent for purchase from the user's side, there will not be a regulation or there will be no foot forward from any monitoring authority or from the brands themselves in terms of controlling the amount, controlling the volume of the ads that are delivered. Because the ad space online is a very competitive space. It's not an absolute space that you can own. And if you want to own that absolute space, it comes at a very high cost. Which is why even the publishers who are basically carrying your ads are kind of earmarking more and more spaces for ad delivery. So it's not a one-way street. It's not something that advertisers or brands alone can control. It's something that requires a very movement on a very larger scale. The kind of movement that we saw in terms of banning, let's say, ads for tobacco or ads for alcohol. There hasn't been any conversation in terms of banning ads, just the sheer volume of ads. Because let's say someone who was born in the 80s or the 90s, for them this is something new. It still seems like clutter. But someone who's in their teenage years doesn't see that as a clutter because they are used to this from the very moment they were born. They are used to being bombarded by ads all the time. For them, it's just run of the mill. It's every day. So uh, I don't think there is going to be any directive or any guidelines monitoring the volume of ads. This is a conversation that has been going on for decades, right? At first, the radio was the villain, then the television became the villain, and now social media is the villain. Tomorrow, virtual reality could become the villain. And so this is an unending conversation. And I think ad consumption is something, at least we've got a few tools that allow us uh, to stay away from them. And I think your only solution to that problem right now is using an ad blocker. But beyond that, from a community standpoint or a fraternity standpoint, I'm extremely sorry, but I guess you got to wait a few more years before you see a reduction in terms of the volume of ads delivered to you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you,
Embassy, I'd like to
Prakash.
make a quick point over
Yes.
here, just to piggyback off of what Prakash was just saying. UNESCO, because I know that they are part of this conference panel tomorrow. UNESCO's Gap Mill program, the Media and Information Literacy program, has a specific wing which gives consumers and as well as broadcasters the guidelines on how to approach consumer generated advertising. So the students who are asking this question may want to direct that question to the UNESCO representatives tomorrow, and they may be able to give more. So yeah, such sources which are coming from unbiased organizations may be able to give a more neutral perspective to consumers as well as broadcasters, because like Prakash just mentioned, it's a very uncharted area right now for as far as the brands and consumers are concerned in terms of how to deal with consumer generated advertising, right? So yes, going to such resources will give them at least a head start in terms of thinking in the direction of something that's ethical or unethical. Thank you.
Thank you. Archana, would you like to comment on both the panels' comment?
Yeah, so I think Prakash and Vaibhav, both of them clearly clarified the question. I mean, answered the question. To just add on to what both of them said, I think the strategy right now, the communication strategy right now for most brands, two things. One, to show they're very responsible, and also to show that they're very king. Now, right now, during this period of pandemic, the important thing they have been trying, any brand, take Kellogg's pass the bowl or hashtag pass the bowl, or Ford's parked for safety, Uber's I think was safe for each other, and probably KFC's home kitchen cam. Everybody, a brand is focusing on these two things, being responsible and being caring. And if they're doing that right now, like staying in touch with the customers, I'm sure the brands also know that with suspended video production during the lockdown, the important thing is to make sure that they are in touch with the customers and tell them that we care and we are responsible. I think that's what they're doing right now, and we all see that, and we all like what they're doing also, because that's what we are looking forward to too. So I think right now the kind of the strategy is this, and for example, we also see that so even the testimonials or even the comments that you put down just below a specific user generated content also being recognized. I recently saw something like star of the month for remarks on a specific product. I think it was Myntra, I'm sure which one. So star of the month for the most important, the most relevant content that you made. So it is not even for the user who generated the content, it's for the user, it is for the customer who made a comment on user generated content. See how things have been progressed from the example I gave you from Flinter Box, like Prakash said, asking to generate content according to a couple of rules to this segment. So yes, it's not going to die. I think we are going to have to wait for much developed or varied content changes in user generated content in the days to come. And I think the brands are doing a great job in making sure that the customers are with them, engaged. Emmy?
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think, with the explosion of social media and advertisement at the click of our hand and our fingers, there is, and especially with this pandemic, we have a lot of screen time, right? And we want to take screen break as well. And what it also brought about is, earlier it was fear of missing out, and today it's about the joy of missing out, because we want to take a break from screen. And because Prakash briefly put what could be the upcoming trend when we look at advertising. So is the advertisers looking at the joy of missing out as a new way of advertising? Is this the new trend we're looking at? So I think we're also running out of time, but if you could please wrap it up by giving an insight into what could be the new trend, upcoming trend in the advertising industry. Prakash, yes.
Yeah, I think so. Firstly, I don't think fear of missing out is going to be a guideline for advertisers in terms of content creation or ad creation. Because even if advertisers would want to do that, the brands that have hired them won't let them do that, because you don't want the consumer to switch off from consuming content from your brand or consuming your brand in general. The the trends that I see in terms of advertising is there's going to be a sea change in terms of the persona of the protagonist in every ad. There is going to be a change in terms of the brand sign-offs that we are going to be seeing. Like I mentioned at the very beginning, uh, 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 it's not going to be about the angry young man, or it's not going to be about someone who's empowered as an individual, but it's going to be about someone who's safe. It's going to be about someone who's decent, who's someone who's everyday, someone who's next door. Even if you're driving a BMW, right? You'd probably have people showcasing the protagonist, showcasing humility. Brand sign-offs are not going to be very masochistic or individualistic. They are always going to cater and pander to the community. For all you know, taglines might be dropped altogether uh, because you never know. Thanks to the proliferation of social media, phrases go out of vogue very soon. So things get very dated. I mean, a recent example, I think, which is doing the rounds, especially in ad circles, and I think a lot of you would have probably seen. KFC had to drop its tagline that it's created through all these years. It's no longer finger licking good, it's good. Can it ever go back to finger licking good? I don't think they can, and they shouldn't. That would be a classic brand mistake that they would do, because that would just go on to show that the brand has gone back to its usual self of telling us what we are supposed to do and not engaging in conversations about what we want to do or what we want to consume. Um, uh, I mean, it's very hard for me to tell you what's going to happen 2, 3 years down the line, but I am very excited to see what's going to happen in the next 2 months, especially because the Indian Premier League is coming. And we've had celebrities such as Virat Kohli and other cricketers endorsing products which have which basically speak about adrenaline rush, which speak about teams coming together, etc. So I'm excited to see what sort of language is used in the IPL, because you've got empty stands, you don't have audiences cheering. So that situation is out of the window. You can't uh, show cricketers engaging or conversing with each other, because that would be unreal, right? They are in a biosecure bubble. So these are some of the trends which, to be honest, something that I'm going to get started with in terms of work, possibly next week onwards, because the mandates have just come in. So hopefully you will get to see a lot of fresh stuff during the IPL. And like I mentioned before, the other thing that I'm looking forward to is in terms of how advertising changes during Diwali. Uh, we have several festivals, but Diwali is kind of the mainstay when it comes to advertising, when it comes to brands selling their goods, brands organizing flash sales, etc. And the kind of change we see in the language and tonality at that point in time is kind of going to define how festive communication is going to be in the next few years to come. So let's hope that we see some good advertising. And needless to say, the power is still in the hands of the user. We'll make an ad. If you don't like it, just say you don't like it. We'll make another ad that's to your liking. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prakash. Vibhav, are you as excited as Prakash for the upcoming days? If you could just give us your closing statement as well.
Sorry, my internet's acting up, but I think you asked me to give you a sort of a quick summary as well, right?
Yes.
Great. And you can hear me fine?
I can hear you. Yes. Go on. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I would just very quickly say that brands right now and advertisers right now, like all of us are put in a quiet calm before the next normal hits in or settles in. So brands have two options right now as far as advertising is concerned: sit still, squint into the horizon, and then wait for what's unwrapping in terms of the world in the next couple of months, or take the initiative and do the action in terms of adopting to the new normal and get ready before the new normal sets in. So yes, that's the scenario in terms of how advertising would look like, not in a couple of years, but maybe just in a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Archana?
Yeah, Amy. I think yes. So we are for for the new normal. Because we care. So I'm on both sides, creating content as a user and helping brands create content also. So both the sides, yes, we care is something that we keep telling. Like Prakash said, if we keep creating ads, we help brands create awareness, create the recall value, make sure that people remember. And if you don't like it, we'll keep changing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think with that, we have come to the end of our session. I want to thank all our panels. It's wonderful talking to you. It's a lovely discussion. And I also want to thank our audience for sending your questions. Thank you so much once again. Have a good day. And over to you, Dia.
Thank you, Dr. Embassy, and to all the panelists for that very, very insightful session, highlighting the perennial nature of user-generated content. As mentioned by our panelists, user-generated content has the potential to go well, and it highlights the brand persona of those who echo the brand's message. As the above said, brands are also focusing on engaging with their customers using relatable content like puns and memes, and highlighting the importance of the role of the consumers in creating this content. The current situation has definitely challenged all content creators to take thinking outside the box to a whole new level. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this panel discussion. We will now have a short break. Join us at 10:40 for a very, very interesting session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Anjali. We will be starting soon. The YouTube live is on. Our moderator also will be joining soon, along with the couple of more guests. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning. Yeah. So, should I stay online?
Yes, please stay online. We'll
Yeah.
be starting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Shantraju sir. You're on mute.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, the YouTube live is on. Yes,
Okay.
you are audible. Dr. Anjali and Vishaka have joined. We
Okay.
are about to get Sudipto and Kasun also online. We will just wait a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome, madam. Professor Anjali and Vishaka. Welcome to Christ Media Meet.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Hi, Vishaka. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Dr. Anjali. Nice to meet you too.
Well, Professor Anjali, I'm sorry, Vishaka. A couple of my students who are Kannadigas were asking whether they could contribute to PARI. Can they do that?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, I can
okay.
mention how they can do that if that's what you want over the course of the talk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure their Kannada is not that great, but they're enthusiastic to write. Obviously, someone have to edit what they write.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
I just wanted to ask one thing, which is that how are we going to do this panel? Because, I mean, is it going to be that somebody gets a certain time to speak, or is it around questions, or it would be good to know.
Let me explain to you. I'll introduce you. I'll introduce all of you in one go, and then you will have 5 to 6 minutes to present your thoughts. That will be around 22 minutes. Then, depending on the time, if everybody sticks to 5 to 6 minutes time, we will have time to cross debate or cross discussion. Like Sudipto could answer to you, or you can ask question to Kasun. That's the format, and the last 10 minutes would be for the questions from students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Dr. Shantraju sir, Kasun sir has joined. Sudipto will be, because something important came up, he'll join in about 10 minutes, but we can start with the opening statement. So, Dia.
Welcome back to the next session. We will now have the promo video for our panel. Reid once said, and I quote, "The task of the media in a democracy is not to ease the path of those who govern, but to make life difficult for them by constant vigilance as to how they exercise the power they hold in trust from the people." Welcome to our discussion on amplifying voices, media makers, and democracy. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Shantaraju. Dr. Shantaraju S. is a teacher by profession and a farmer by heart. He is an independent writer and has also worked for documentary films as a cinematographer. He has been a part of Christ Deemed to be University since 2014. Over to you, sir, to take the discussion forward and to introduce our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Dia. Yeah. Quoting Caravan's executive editor's speech from yesterday, there is nothing called objectivity, and even the fair journalism is an outcome of subjective commitment. That's what Mr. Vinod K. Jose said. I agree with the statement. Such committed subjectivity is an assurance that there are still few people, few hearts there, and their hearts in the right place. So we can breathe and still settle our cognition that our future would be on the right path. So we have such journalists, media makers in today's panel who would be sharing their perspectives on the necessity to amplify unheard voices for the sake of practicing democracy. I'm using the word practicing democracy, which I borrowed from B.R. Ambedkar. Um, Firstly, I would like to introduce all of them, and then I request them to share their perspectives for 5 to 6 minutes. Then we can have one more round of discussion, and then floor will be open for the questions. Let me introduce Kasun Ubesiri, who has been a good friend of Christ University in the recent past, attending many webinars and all. Dr. Kasun Ubesiri is a former Sri Lankan journalist and an esteemed member of Griffith University's Key Center for Ethics, Law, Justice, and Governance. He has gained immense recognition for his publications and contributions to news media on armed conflicts and reportage of human rights issues. Dr. Ubesiri is also a research associate at the Australian Research Council, ARC, Center for Excellence in Policing and Security. As a journalist, academic, and an avid photographer, Dr. Ubesiri has spent time in the Sri Lankan conflict zone, interviewing government officials, aid agencies, and civilian community members on numerous occasions. He has always been an advocate of media freedom, an issue very close to his heart. He has a keen interest in issues around media censorship and democratic accountability. Welcome to you, sir. Let me introduce our second panelist, Vishakha Judge. Vishakha Judge is a Bangalore-based reporter at the People's Archive of Rural India, Pari. People's Archive of Rural India is a digital journalism platform in India, reporting the stories of more than 80 crore rural Indians. It is truly an archive of the living past, a journal of the present, and a textbook for the future. Vishaka reports on agricultural distress, labor issues, and livelihood opportunities in rural communities across various parts of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. As part of Pari, she takes an ardent initiative in teaching school children about rural India through the stories that are published in Pari. Vishaka has graduated from ACJ, Chennai, and has previously worked for Reuters, worked as well. Welcome to you, Mr. Vishaka.
Thank you.
Yeah, our third panelist for the day, Dr. Anjali Montario. Dr. Anjali Montario is a professor at the School of Media and Cultural Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, where she teaches documentary and video production and also theoretical approaches to image making practices. She is also involved in documentary production, media teaching, and research. Dr. Anjali also holds a bachelor degree in psychology, a master's degree in economics, and a PhD in sociology. Working alongside Professor K.P. Jaishankar, she has made several documentaries and has won various national and international awards at film festivals. She has also been visiting professor at various universities abroad, including Western Sydney and University of Technology. Welcome to you, madam. Our final guest for the session, Mr. Sudipta Mandal. Sudipta Mandal is an investigative journalist with a passion for voicing various issues, especially in the field of Dalit activism. A Christ alumnus, he has worked with several news organizations such as Dalit Camera, through Untouchable Eyes, The Federal, The Hindustan Times, The Hindu. He has also written for various news platforms such as Al Jazeera, Live Mid, The Print, Times. That's the interesting set of people we have today. We'll start with the first person, Dr. Kasun Ubesiri. Over to you, sir. You have 5 to 6 minutes. Oh, you're on mute. Yeah. Should I start with the second panelist? In the meantime, you can fix the technical issues. Yeah. Vishakha George, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I thought I would, briefly introduce Pari so that in case there are members of the audience who aren't very well acquainted with our work, they'd get to know why it is that we are on this panel to amplify voices. The People's Archive of Rural India is a digital archive. We're a contemporary journal, as you said. And as the name suggests, Pari covers issues out of rural India, where 833 million Indians live, as per the census of 2011. And if numbers are anything to go by, then I suppose these 833 million make up the mainstream of your population. But the mainstream media grossly underrepresents what is happening in rural India. So Pari exists to fill that information gap. It's not just a geographic coverage, though. It's not that we only focus on issues in rural India. I think the larger mandate that governs our journalism is covering inequality. And how we do this is through simple storytelling, right? Where the person who is being interviewed is the driver of the story. So you'll see that when you read our stories or if you watch our videos, there's very little editorializing from the reporter. A person like me whose socio-cultural, economic context is very different from a person I am reporting about in, say, a hamlet in some remote part of India. So when we do not editorialize a lot, when we give people this space and this platform to, talk about their lives, you're giving them a space to be heard, right? And that is how you try to bridge this gap or this huge chasm of information that is absent in our media. It's not complex. It's not like often through a lot of heavy empirical data, but through very simple and powerful storytelling. If I may cite an example, there's a story on the website that's called Biswas and the Bamboos. It's essentially driven by 4 powerful pictures. It's of this man who is on a lonely road, a lonely highway in Tripura. And he has on his rickety cycle that he's pushing 4 bamboos. Bamboos are extremely deceptive. It's a deceptive tree because you think that it's light. But these 4 bamboos in total weigh about 250 kgs. And this man is pushing this over a stretch of 17 kilometers. Now, when he's doing so, he doesn't have the luxury of a break, because if he does take a break, who's going to help him pick up this cycle, right? So this is something he has to do in order to make 300 rupees at the end of the day. He cannot cut the bamboo. He cannot put it in a truck. He cannot opt for alternative means of transportation because bamboos are required to be of a certain length. I'm sure this is something we've passed as, urban Indians several times. You see people with a huge load on their back and you think that this is just a part of India's landscape. You see people riding bullock carts on bicycles. There's nothing much to be made of. But if you stop and if you were to ask somebody like Biswas about his life, he's going to tell you that this is one of 3 jobs that he does in order to make ends meet, right? And that is very telling of how a majority of India lives. Back-breaking work for very little money in order to see that you can make ends meet. So these are the kind of stories that are on Pari. Simple, powerful, effective storytelling that is a good representation of the inequality that exists in our society. Most of the hamlets that we visit are places that have never really seen a news camera. And I don't want to play a blame game here because the news today is about the revenue models are really complicated, and how they get their money and where they get their money from is really a subject for a whole other debate. But you will see that coverage is very stilted towards urban cities, etc. So where is the chance, where is the scope of going to remote parts of this country and really finding out what's going on there? Another thing I want to mention is that Pari is not a news platform. You're unlikely to go onto the website and see breaking news. What you will see are stories like Biswas or of farmers or of migrants that explain the news. So we cover processes. We don't break news. Our stories are reflective of why you have so much going wrong in the news, be it in terms of farmer suicides, be it in terms of the migrant crisis that exploded once the COVID-19 lockdown hit this country. And I think I'll say more over the course of this debate, but perhaps to give you a more pertinent statistic as to why Pari exists is a little study that was conducted in 2015 by a media watchdog called the Center for Media Studies in Delhi. And it was found out that your mainstream national dailies, your big newspapers that are published out of more than one city, so out of more than New Delhi, perhaps in another metro, their front page dedicates about 67% of its space to what is happening in New Delhi. No doubt what happens in New Delhi has a trickle-down effect. It affects the whole of this country. But to say that that much goes into explaining what goes on in the capital with very little attention given to the rest of this country, it reflects a horrible problem with the media. So while 67% goes to New Delhi, it was found out that over the course of 5 years, on average, less than 1% of that front page landscape goes to rural India. And Pari exists to sort of bridge that gap. Even if it's not going to happen in your mainstream papers, we hope that our small but growing digital platform is able to make audiences more aware of rural realities. So I think I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishaka. I think what ought to be done by the mainstream media, that is what something done by, I don't want to call it as alternative media, because again, that demeans the work which we are doing. Yeah, thanks for bringing out such stories which are which really matter, which are non-urban, non-metro. Over to our second person, Dr. Anjali Monterio. Would like to go ahead?
Sure. I thought what I do is maybe sort of look at the terms of the debate that we're talking about. First of all, I must confess I have some discomfort with the term media literacy, because it tends to kind of reek of some kind of hierarchies of knowledge, that there are some people who are literate and there are some people who are not literate. Since I think to be human is to express oneself, one should everybody and to express oneself is to use media. I think everybody is literate and non-literate. For instance, I would consider myself, non-literate in many media spheres, whether it is, the profound and abstract art of indigenous communities, or the subversive ways in which young people are using new technologies to escape surveillance of, state and market in these times. So I think we have to talk about media literacies in the plural, and look at different kinds of media, not just the electronic media, because the kinds of media that are being used by a lot of citizens in this country are not necessarily these media alone. Secondly, of course, even media literacy as far as electronic media production is concerned, need not be tied up with literacy in terms of reading and writing. And I think the DDS, Dalit Women's Collective has shown that, and their wonderful work, is one of the examples of this, where, non-literate women are, really speaking, saying their piece in very interesting ways. Now, to come to the idea of, democracy, democratic responsibilities and citizenship, I think today, given the times, at least in this country, speaking truth to power, to the increasingly concentrated autocratic and exclusionary power of both, the corporations and the state, is something that becomes, I think, a prime responsibility of all citizens. And it's a tricky minefield to be negotiated, because as we know, the media are controlled by and large by them, including the media that seem to be accessible to people. And I think, asking the question today in India, who are citizens, is very important, because we need to understand how millions of citizens are being potentially disenfranchised through the passing of exclusionary laws, through a very unjust law and order machinery, and through the politics of hate. So the question of citizenship, we need to kind of really engage with critically. If one looks at the power of visual storytelling, I think we also need to understand that it can cut in various ways. I mean, if today we see the way in which, at the grassroots level, a certain kind of majoritarian politics is being played out, and where WhatsApp is being used, in very vicious ways, WhatsApp and other social media in very vicious ways to spread prejudice about communities, to troll opposition, to spread hate. So I think in this context also critical media education becomes extremely important. And where one looks at this critical media education as a space where one can both look at the media critically and also confront one's own prejudices about various things. And I think this should be something that's an integral part of school and college education, which unfortunately it is not in most places. Today we see that definitely spaces have grown in terms of access to the media and the means of production. There is at one level a democratization that has taken place there. But at another level, spaces are also shrinking if one looks at the way in which media are being controlled. Whether it is the shutting down of internet in Kashmir or other so-called disturbed areas, or the way in which media conglomerates are monitoring every click of ours in order to sell us things. I mean, we see that democratic spaces are shrinking in various ways. In fact, there's an interesting joke I remember which a journalist colleague from another neighboring country told us, and he said that there was this leader who was, holding forth to a group of journalists, and he's saying, "Oh, we have freedom of expression in our country." And one journalist got up and said, "But sir, what about freedom after expression?" So this is the kind of, situation we face in our country today, where even the Supreme Court is, really we see is not really, dedicated to freedom of expression. Lastly, I'd like to say that communities and people are not an undifferentiated, innocent substratum, and they are shot through with all kinds of relationships of power and resistance. So when we talk about people, when we talk about communities, I think it's very important to understand who gets included and who gets excluded. And a lot of the times, Dalits, queer people, disabled people, all kinds of women, all kinds of other kind of marginal citizens tend to get excluded, and there are people speaking on behalf of them rather than them speaking for themselves. Of course, there are many, many signs of hope, and Vishaka just shared the work of Pari, and there's so many other spaces, whether it's Dalit Camera or the DDS people all over the country, or even young people, using media in so many different subversive ways. So I think we need to look to these signs of hope. We need to strengthen these signs of hope, and we need to participate, in these kinds of processes of using media to put across democratic voices in a situation which is quite fraught and difficult. So I think I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts on how larger saffronization has created a wide gap between those who identify with one color or the sacred cow, which has permeated to our own lives as well. You're talking about something which is a gap created because of religion. And Vishaka was speaking about a gap created because of privilege, access, all that. So, Vishaka, would you have any response to or any questions to Madam?
Not just yet. Not just yet.
Okay. Well, Sudipto. Hi. Welcome, Sudipto. Am I audible? Sudipto?
Audible. Am I?
Yeah. I already introduced you. We are waiting for you. Yeah. Sorry for the technical issue we had. Yeah, go ahead. It's your time. You can speak for 5 to 6 minutes, and then a round of questions.
Well, I was more, hoping to be moderated. So if you have some things, I mean, because this is something that we have been talking about since 2013.
Okay.
So now, and I've been a reporter since 2006 now, and I was posted in the coast of Karnataka, which in a sense is the southern headquarters of the forces that are now threatening democracy and freedom in India. So you tell me which time frame you want me to talk about.
See, I've seen you right from 2006, working with Baba Budangiri issue to Dalit issues to all that. So in terms of politics of exclusion, how mainstream media chooses something not to speak about, or what we ought to respond through other media which we choose, who claim as activists or journalists with the right heart. So would you speak from that perspective?
Okay. I mean, because you followed my work, we've talked often in the past about the fact that every reporter brings a certain gaze into a subject, and I believe I come from the anti-caste tradition, and therefore my gaze is tuned in that way. And when you talk about inclusion, when you talk about different perspectives getting included in the media narrative, from my standpoint, I don't see any real heroes, because as you would, I mean, a lot of people would have you believe right now that there is this finite bad and there's this infinite good which we need to tap into. That finite bad is the government in power right now, and that infinite good is represented by the so-called secular, liberal, I don't know, cosmopolitan, whatever. For me, they are two sides of the same coin, because public spaces, public discourse in India is shaped by upper caste, entitled, forward caste people, irrespective of gender, irrespective of religion. When you see Christians who are setting the agenda, it is upper caste Christians. When you talk about somebody, when you look for somebody to set the agenda for another minority Muslims, you will always find Sayyid Ashrafs. When you talk about feminism, for example, right, you're talking about Brahmin women. When you're talking about queer politics, you're talking about, again, one bunch of people who are very vocal, know English, have global connectivity, and as a result of that, their voices are heard. And unfortunately, this hegemony of the upper caste in every sphere of public discourse has given the impression that this opinion that they represent is the entire non-Sanghi spectrum. And for me as a journalist, that is my frustration, right? What does it translate into, this upper caste gaze, right? In Bangalore, we call it Maida gaze, right? Maida is a kind of thing which does not have any texture. It has no nutrition. It just is amorphous, but it exists everywhere, right? For us, that is how we see upper caste hegemony, right? How does this translate? How does this translate into reportage? What happens is, to give you just 2 or 3 examples, so there is this term that I use often, saying Maida. Okay, everyone says upper caste and all that, but Professor Kancha Ayalaya, for example, many other anti-caste scholars have just used a simple word, which is the Hindu state of mind. And this Hindu state of mind is shared by a cosmopolitan cross-section cutting across even religion, right? The Goan Catholics, for example, are very, very Hindutva in the same way as Savarkar would have imagined them as Hindutva. Everyone should read. Today we are talking about Hindutva. Everyone should read Savarkar and look at the communities which he listed as allies of Hindutva. So how does this translate? This translates, to my frustration, into anti-Hindutva posturing. Whereas for me, the problem is Hinduism. It translates into posturing against AFSPA, because AFSPA is bad. One cop is bad. It doesn't translate into accommodating the actual aspiration of people either in Manipur or people in Kashmir, right? Because of the Hindu state of mind. Okay, even the most radical left person in India, if you ask them about Kashmir, right, they will say, yeah, but it's an Islamist movement, it's an Islamist aspiration for a different nation, right? And my response to that is, man, Jyoti Basu goes to Durga Puja every year until he was alive, and all the Kerala leaders do their Onam at home. Many of them are vegetarian also. Now they pretend to be vegan and because of animal rights, but this is the contradiction of the Indian left progressive this thing. And for me, the frustration is that it translates into superficial positions. It translates into dishonest positions. It translates into discourses that are convenient, right? Like that Kanhaiya Kumar fellow, right? When he comes and steals a slogan from a bunch of people who have shed their blood for that slogan and says, not from India, but in India. Yeah, for you in Bihar, right? Does it apply to the person in Nagaland? Does it apply to the person in Manipur? Does it apply to the person in Kashmir? This is the Hindu state of mind, which has resulted in Hindutva. Hindutva, in fact, this state of mind, in fact, is exactly how Savarkar described the Hindu state of mind, which is that they could be secular also, they could be communal also, they could be progressive also, they could be radical also, they could be Maoist also. But cutting across the board, these are people who have shaped the discourse, which is why for me, the left wing and the right wing are just two wings of the same bird. I will leave that with prospective comments, and maybe you can start.
Thank you, Sudipto. I mean, probably 5 minutes is a crime to speak about all those issues you mentioned. Probably you need a lot of time, but we are aware that we are in the times where the murder of Gandhi is also protagonist on screen. That's the period we are living with, and it justifies why I killed someone, which bypasses constitution.
One Hindu killed another Hindu. One Hindutva person killed another Hindutva person for me.
Yeah.
Because Gandhi is to me the progenitor of the Hindu mind.
Yeah.
Right. So one extremist killed another extremist.
Okay. Yeah. Again, that calls for a different debate altogether. Let's have Kasun from Australia. Yes, Kasun, you are ready?
Yeah, I'm finally online. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. You're audible. Go ahead.
Cool. Look, that's a very difficult performance to back up after Sudeepo's very excellent kind of talk. I was kind of I drifted into it, so I need to come back to what I was going to say. For me, I think it goes back to something that you started, Dr. Santharaj, when you first mentioned this about that space between subjective and objective. And I always talk about this when I talk about democracy and amplifying voice, because we as journalists always use this cliche of giving voice to the voiceless, and we very rarely kind of I think achieve that. But that's because of a number of reasons. So I'll talk about this in a kind of a theoretical idea in one sense, and a project that I'm doing at another. So to start with, for me, democracy is fine, but I even go further. I think it's a fundamental human right for people. So we talk about the freedom of expression as a fundamental human right when we talk about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and so on. But we rarely talk about the right to receive information. So I'm as someone who has made a living out of being a journalist, making content, talking about stuff, and delivering that information. I think there's a huge role for us to play. So my work has always been not necessarily in the media space in particular, but more focused in journalism. So I make a very significant distinction in these two, simply because my reality is I straddle between two places, two fields, to use a Bourdieuian concept. I'm a journalist on the one hand, where I deal with facts and verification and a pragmatic or practical objectivity. So I'll come back to that idea in a moment. And on the other, I'm a communication theorist that deals with the subjectivity, the difficulty of the truth, the power structures, and so on. So it's, for me, it's about it's important to theorize and understand the complexities of this space in an abstract theoretical sense. But what is more important at the end of the day, as journalists, as communicators, is to deliver this knowledge in a more practical way. So and we'll come back to that in a longer, when we start doing the questions. So just in passing, so for me, it's not about absolute objectivities or absolute subjectivity. So it's not a Kantian objectivity, which is impossible in many ways, but it doesn't mean that we throw everything and it's subjective. It's what I think it is. I think there are truths, there are practical truths, there are pragmatic truths. And so I work in a pragmatic, practical field. And I think that's important. So I come back to Sudeepo's kind of argument about, we're talking about the Dalits, we're talking about the structural structures within Indian society. I live in Brisbane, where we are currently, in lockdown, but we're covering I'm partly covering an interesting story with a bunch of refugee asylum seekers. Now, these people fall outside of the spectrum of, you know, Australian society because they're not Australian citizens. They're not here on a valid visa. So it's very easy to kind of silence them. So what's happened over the last 3 months is there's a number of detention centers in Australia where we've essentially put these people. And the information that is coming out, and there's a lot of goodwill that's even with the journalists, but there is a lack of understanding. There's a lack of basic sort of understanding of both the issue on the one hand and the politics of it on the other. And I think these are the places that we need to bridge the gaps when we talk about as educators, as commentators, when we start dealing with this, especially considering that we're talking to a university audience in particular. What we need to deal with is how we actually operationalize these things. How do journalists logically look at these issues and report them? So for example, whatever we say, whatever a very small number of journalists say, constantly the narrative is that these people are illegal migrants. They're not illegal migrants, they're asylum seekers. There's a significant difference. Australia is a signatory to the convention, so they've come here, they've come here legally in that sense. They've come through irregular channels because they've come on a boat, but that doesn't mean that their arrival is illegal. Because if they were illegal, then we can charge them under our penal code. There's no law to charge them under. So there's very, very fundamental errors in our understanding of this. It's easy to push them to a side simply because they're illegals. So if they're illegals and if they're not citizens, they don't deserve our justice. So it's very easy to silence them. So there's a significant kind of conversation going on in this space, and you know, as I'm watching this, you know, different media groups come in and do their stand-up pieces to camera and go through those tropes of conflict and you know and so on. You can almost see that story write itself just before they come in. There's nothing new. There's nothing important. There's nothing engaging. So if we are to actually deliver this, so again, I go back to this idea as journalists, not so much necessarily as a media maker. If we are to understand and amplify voices, we need to understand these issues far more deeply, and as educators, we need to kind of bring that to the forefront. So I don't want to really talk too much about it. I wasn't really going to kind of talk. I was actually expecting a bit more of a conversation as well. So over to you.
Thank you, Professor Kasoon. A simple question for you. You spoke about things which are done systematically, look something like, you know, this is illegal, these are illegal, these are migrants, which is the same phenomenon happening in India as well. A group or a minority group has been identified as illegal or coming from outside, or you're as a pest, something like that. You also reported in Sri Lanka during its turbulent times during the conflict. So, do you think the logical look or the human look was missing from the state towards the minority?
Oh, always. I mean, definitely the state. But it's easy for me to criticize the state. I prefer to actually criticize ourselves as journalists in covering this. I remember sitting in a newsroom as a young journalist, and a colleague who was next to me was because I'm Sinhalese, I'm from the south. I'm the oppressor. So I'm sitting there in this newsroom, very young, very green, and my colleague said, "Oh, we have done something." What he meant was, he was referring to we as the army, right? We as the government, and them as the Tigers, them as the LTT. And it was a very simple dichotomy, very easy dichotomy to which was what the South always saw them as. We were the government, they were the Tigers. At which point my news editor said, "What, do you guys have a army of your own now?" And it got me thinking, right? And that's always stuck with me. And I think the point I'm trying to make is the moment I start looking at, and we all bring prejudices, we all bring our own views, we all bring things to it. And I was quoting Bourdieu earlier, you know, it's the habitus we bring to it. But as a journalist, I always think that we need to start understanding our own biases and then trying to position ourselves as best as we possibly can in a space where we're not the Indian press or the Sri Lankan press or the Australian press or the Sinhala press or the Tamil press. And I think there is a far greater truth, the greater human rights, greater voicing activity that we need to do. Does that make sense? Or did I completely go on a tangent?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Professor Anjali, Sudipto, Vishaka, you have any similar experiences in terms of the look, you know, which is absent in covering or in the journalists?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question again?
I mean, the look which is necessary, or the human look, the logical look which is necessary to cover some stories, whether deciding, you know, they should go, you know, they should pass the gate, they should go to a public forum. So do you think, in your experience also, do you think there is something which is lacking in the mainstream media?
I think the mainstream media today is totally kind of perverse, you know. I mean, in India, if you look at, say, the television news media, they have cooked up a world that, you know, doesn't exist anywhere. And that is the fiction of a Hindutva imagination. And this is what is getting passed off as news, you know. So it's not even, I mean, it doesn't fit any criteria of, you know, objectivity. Forget about objectivity. Even, you know, having a relationship to reality, it's so far-fetched. A lot of the ways in which conspiracies are cooked up, the ways in which people are, you know, targeted. And if it's not that's happening, then it's, you know, some celebrities that are, you know, being, you know, sort of done to death, and literally. I mean, it's really bizarre. If you look at most of particularly the television news, the majority of it is, I can only call it bizarre. And when it comes to the newspapers, I think given the very repressive kind of regime that we live in today, I think most of them are being very cautious. The only spaces that are speaking out are the online spaces, and they too, as we know, are being targeted by the state. So, and of course, the market is not friendly to them either. I think all of them are struggling to stay afloat. So it's not really a very bright scenario. You know, I think I really respect the, you know, online media channels and, you know, spaces that are still trying to speak truth to power. And I think it's very important. And of course, other kinds of spaces where communities get to, not just professional journalists, but communities get to say their piece to a larger audience. I mean, there are really, really very, very few places for those. As Sudipto said, even, you know, when we are talking about, you know, journalists, by and large, journalists belong to a certain caste, they belong to a certain class of society. And even when they are being so-called, you know, rational, secular, and so on, there are very significant exclusions. There are certain gazes, there are points of view that we need to be aware of and be very critical of.
Yeah.
George, do you have, I mean, do you agree with sorry, Vishaka, do you agree with Angela's? Yeah.
No, completely. I mean, and it's so hard to almost tell cause from effect here, because, you know, you have an entire generation now that's growing up believing that the Republic TVs and the Times Nows are bastions of news, when actually it's just histrionics, it's just theatrics, it's peddling a lot of, you know, Bollywood content, as we're seeing right now, for the sake of TRPs. And that puts everybody else at a disadvantage, because when you have the saturation of this kind of shock and awe gross content, you know, out there in cyberspace on the television, how do the guys who are doing meaningful work that needs to be heard, even get heard, right? Like, how can you possibly compete with that kind of nonsense to get somebody's attention? So as somebody who's involved not just in reporting, but in the dissemination of the kind of news that Pari is involved with, I'm constantly thinking of ways in which, as journalists, we need to adapt to different forms of storytelling, adapt to different mediums, because at the end of the day, at least I've grown to believe right now that as wonderful as it may be to write a 3,000 word piece, a really strong investigative 3,000 word piece, is that going to get my message across to masses who are so used to 30-second clips, who are so used to seeing something that's, ludicrous in order to get their attention? What is my job as a journalist to really package useful, informative content? How am I going to do that? How am I going to compete with, somebody who's in the business of infotainment, basically, right? So I agree. I think it's it's a complex problem, and it's one that requires quite a bit of thinking and participation.
Yes, Kasun, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think I absolutely agree with you. I think the starting point though is we've got to this gray mush where nothing matters. Everything, we have no idea what is what. We just have a lot of chatter. We have lost distinction. So this is an idea. I mean, I don't want to get bogged in kind of lesson on theory and evolution of theory, I suppose, but this is what we have done over the last 30, 40 years. We have made it this media or communication, this indistinguishable gray mush, and not realize that there are different parts of that communication process that have different purposes. Now, I'm all for, if you want to listen to, if you want to know all the Bollywood news, that's fine. But to me, that is not journalism. That achieves very little. So what we've done is we've created this idea of infotainment, and that infotainment is dumbing the public capacity to have reasonable debates about important issues. Yeah. And we've taken the capacity out of people, and then we're now going, oh look, these people aren't listening to us. And you're absolutely right. We need to find good ways of telling that story, the stories that matter, the two sides of the story, right? So every time I went into somewhere, and as a very, very young, as a young journalist going to refugee camps, and when I realized that someone's cooked their ration packed food for me, and what do? You quietly eat it. You can't give them money because you insult them. You can't do anything, and all you can do is try to do their story the best you can. And as a 19-year-old starting my job, I sucked at that too. So it's and you start growing. But the point is, the story, there's two sides to it. So one is that human voice that's always about people. It's always about trying to get those voices on the one hand. And the other side is those things that they say must be verified. It must matter, must be truthful. Otherwise, we just end up in this, my opinion, this is my opinion, don't care what you think, it's my opinion kind of world that we've entered into. And that's a twilight zone. That's, post-Trumpist twilight zone that we really need to get out of. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Thank you. Sudipto? Would you like to add to what we were talking about?
No, I just want to throw a spanner in the works. I mean, and propose that this doesn't impress me much. Whatever this anti-Trumpism, this anti-Modiism, it lacks a sense of history, right? I would urge people, for example, when they talk about, the commodification of news and the death of journalism, to just go back a few decades, look at how the Indian press covered Babri in the 90s, right? How did the Indian press cover the Chunduru massacre, the Karamchedu massacre, the Batani Tola massacre? I'm talking about journalism, but I'd like to now actually really talk in broad strokes, because we have to zoom out and look at concepts such as the global north, concepts such as the Aryan invasion, concepts such as the white domination in the world, right? Because what does that result in? It narrows down our choices to a Hillary versus Trump, or a Biden versus Trump, and for me that is not acceptable, or a Rahul versus Modi, right? Look at the history of the Indian press. The oldest publications in the country, the Hindu, for example. There is a reason why the publication is called the Hindu, right? And those reasons are exactly the same reasons which we are today, it's the same reason for Hindutva to grow. I mean, it's the same strain, it is the same consciousness, right? And for me, the sudden, flailing hands and all of that is a little, almost amusing, really, because why is it that we are not able to see structures for what they are, right? And the fact that we really are what we're calling the secular versus communal option is not there. What we call the infotainment versus journalism thing, which we say is today, a big problem. It was always a problem, right? If you look at the mainstream Indian press, if you're talking about culture, how does it cover culture? What has it promoted as culture in the last, how long has the Hindu been around? 150 years? How long has the Times of India been around? What do they promote as culture? That's Brahmin culture, that's Hindu culture, right? What do we even know about a festival that the Muslims celebrate besides the fact that they cut a bakra, right? We don't know anything. And why don't we know anything? It is because of the structure in which we live, which includes in which the press is just a reflection of that structure. That structure includes education systems. That structure includes the politics, right? That structure includes. It's like a gambling, then, right? You can't win against it. You can't win against it because in the end of the day, the choice is between one white man and another white man. At most, it may be between a white man and a white woman. Right? And for me, that entire equation is messed up, right? Which is why I feel that every time there is a media created crisis, right? Or rather there is a liberal crisis, right? World War II was a crisis, colonialism was a crisis. Now the rise of Trump, Duterte, Modi is a crisis. But for me, as a Dalit, right, it has been a constant crisis for 3,000 years. No matter who has come, has collaborated with ruling powers, right? When the Muslims came, they collaborated with the Brahmins. When the Christians came, they collaborated with the Brahmins. Right? Everybody has to deal with that one power structure, and that power structure cannot be questioned because somehow that power structure has good and bad factored in. You don't like the good, take the bad. You don't like the bad, take the good. Who's good? And it's all a matter of perspective, right? Because we only have left people and right people, right? So right is not good for left. So when they have their way, then they move left. And, it's just that the entire, it's just a choice between two halves of the same pie.
Yeah, there is a question to you. Rather a thought which is demanding you to speak on. An imperfect ally is better than no ally.
A what?
An imperfect ally is better than no ally. What's your thought on that? That's a comment by one of our
participants. Right? Yeah, this is okay. So the moment, I mean, this is something that you will see as a feature of the Black Lives Matter movement as well, the Dalit Lives Matter movement. Which is, what does allyship mean, right? What does a white ally look like? What does an upper caste ally look like? And that's a question we are still trying to figure out the answer to, because before we can even consider allyship, we have to first consider non-aggression, right? I mean, yes, the right is lynching us on the streets, but the left is equally hostile towards us, right? So when we talk about, allying with progressive forces among white people, among upper caste people, right? For me, that allyship possibility does not exist because there is not even an admission of guilt, an admission of privilege, an admission of the fact that these are people, despite being left and liberal and progressive and all of that, are still part of that same structure, that same hegemony, right? Now, for me, once that acceptance, once that greater involvement, once one's history, one's privilege, one's own family's participation in this colonization of people's bodies, minds, and, unless that admission, that acknowledgement of their privilege and their role in the oppression happens, we can't even talk about allyship. Allyship is still a distance, miles away from today. So I don't know if, this answers the question, but since that word came up, saying allyship, it's a word that keeps coming up in this discourse, this discourse which is coming from the anti-caste or the anti-race perspective. I hope it answers.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Sorry, is it open for cross questions?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for Sudipto. You've been working since 2006, and if I'm not mistaken, it's been across, cross section of media houses. And to speak to your point about structures and hiring trends and whatnot, have you seen any shift in hiring practices, especially when it comes to hiring, say,
Dalit Adivasi journalists?
Yes, because when I look at various calls for hiring, I see that there is a preference now for candidates who are from such backgrounds. Is this lip service? Does it translate?
Oh, absolutely, it's lip service. Oh, absolutely, it's lip service, right? There are people who know better than most of the editors who are running these publications, who have that many years of experience in journalism, who will not be granted positions of autonomy to shape the direction of publications. They want some, starter kids, okay, who they can mold, right? They want a couple of dolls on the mantelpiece, right? And for me, that is the most irritating aspect of this entire wokeness, this performative wokeness that progressive outlets, I am not making any exceptions. Vishakha, I'm sure you know which publications I'm talking about, right? The so-called secular crowd, right? They want Dalit slaves, they want Adivasi slaves, right? And they want to come across as people who have supposedly mentored and cultivated this talent, right? And they do this almost as a measure, where they're almost like cocking a snook at people who are at their level, who they will not grant that senior position where, like, for example, how many of them are looking for Dalit editors? There are 8 or 9 of us right now in the whole of the world, literally, Dalit journalists who have experience in English media, right? Every second joker you see, at the age of 23 becomes an editor of some online publication, right? Because supposedly you're promoting fresh talent and all that. When was one of these people offered the role of an editor? Right? Because if one of us comes in as an editor into these publications, then we'll show you what journalism is. Then we'll show you where your gaze is wrong. Then we'll show you why everything that Indian journalism has done so far, by our yardstick, doesn't even measure up in the some of the most. It doesn't even qualify under some of the most basic parameters, right? For example, if you look at all these leftist journalists who have done a massive body of put together a massive body of work on, let's say, the agrarian crisis, right? And to me, that question has always remained, saying, boss, I know agrarian crisis, farmer suicide. Can you define a farmer for me in this country? Who is your farmer? For me, that farmer is that Gowda, Reddy, Shetty, Yadav, Jat, Gujjar landlord. He's committing suicide. Wow, good. Right? And these are not my words. Okay. When Malcolm X says, right, house Negro and field Negro, right? The field Negro hopes that when the master's house burns, that there should be wind, right? And the house Negro says that, oh, our house is burning. Right? These are not my words. These are Malcolm X's words. Right? So these are the frames in which we want to once again look at history. It is a radical frame. It is not a frame that makes people comfortable. Right? But it is something that it's an inquiry, it's an honest inquiry that we have to make, not just into current affairs, but into our entire history. And that history includes the history of journalism in India. Right? We have to unlearn several things. I do not believe that we have any standards that we have to live up to. I think if at all there comes a time, say 50, 60 years from now, when there are a bunch of autonomous Dalit Adivasi journalists in South Asia, right? I think it more than telling, it will come in the form of showing, right? I hope that the efforts that are being made in our movement today to increase the numbers of Dalit Adivasi journalists will result in a large enough bunch of people in the next 50 years. And that will demonstrate the problems with the problems of what journalism was before that, right? So I don't know if that answers your question again.
No, next one,
yes. Yeah. Thank you, Sudipto. I mean, if somebody looks at the composition of Indian Parliament and the ministers and their caste origin, anyone can understand the other functionaries and who's controlling it. Anyway, there's a question to Vishaka by one of the participants. Doesn't using the most elite medium of communication, that is digital, that fewer people have access to compared to something like radio or television, limit your audience and reduce impact? Yeah.
What are our alternatives right now? We cannot possibly think of television. We cannot think of print. It's expensive. So right now, I understand that it might seem exclusionary, but we're trying to the best of our capacity to limit that exclusion by reporting in up to, say, 13 languages. And right now, the audience is growing. So as digital connectivity improves, you can only hope that more and more people get access to this content. Because we honestly, there is no alternative to the digital space right now. Print is not an option. Television was never an option. Is that
there's a question to yeah, thank you. There's a question to Anjali, madam. As our democratic rights have made people fight for any cause so firmly, do you think this mass movement can lead to destructive results hampering the ethics and grace of journalism?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, as our democratic rights have made people fight for any cause so firmly, do you think this mass movement can lead to destructive results hampering the ethics and grace of journalism?
I really don't. I don't understand the question in terms of the connection between mass movements and journalism. I think a lot of the time journalism doesn't really give space to alternative voices from movements, and a lot of the time there are exclusions that take place. So I think there is always a frame within which news is kind of framed, and this is something that I think Sudipto was also bringing out. And a lot of the time those frames are exclusionary, even when they apparently give voice to so-called mass movements. I mean, we've seen it in terms of the recent struggles, the anti-CAA struggles. I mean, what was the kind of coverage that journalism gave those kinds of struggles, or a whole lot of other struggles that are taking place in different parts of the country, whether it is in Kashmir or whether it is in Assam, the kinds of issues being faced by various people who are being disenfranchised of citizenship in Assam. I mean, where is the media actually looking at those issues and covering those voices? So I don't think the media ever has sort of been on the side of mass movements, and under the guise of objectivity. I mean, they do tend to cater to I mean, who pays the piper calls the tune, and who is it that owns the media houses? I think at the end of the day, one also has to look at relationships of ownership and control, which also decide the inclusions and exclusions in the media. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think the media is being, being open enough to alternative viewpoints that are coming from various kinds of social movements and struggles that are taking place in this country.
Yeah, there is another question connected to it. Being a filmmaker, being a documentary filmmaker and worked with many films, do you think documentaries have responded to this? This is, they're using the word independent documentary films, not the NGO films.
Yeah. I think to some extent, yes, documentary films have responded to it in various ways. And of course, many of them flawed, many of them problematic. But I do think that, and as somebody who did belong to an institution, I'm retired, but I do consider myself an independent documentary filmmaker, and I've written on independent documentary. And I do feel that there have been some spaces that independent documentary has offered, but I think the reach of independent documentary is really so limited, so small, and I think it tends to reach the kind of people who have access to, the media anyway. I don't know how much it's reaching out to different other kinds of voices, and maybe now with the opening up of spaces, there are some outlets or some online spaces where these voices are to some extent getting heard. But I'm not sure that independent documentary really has had any kind of wider reach in this country.
Okay. There's a question to Kasoon. Dr. Obesiri, since we are talking about unheard voices, how do you think reporting needs to evolve to bring insights on the Rohingya crisis or such crisis?
Sorry, say that again.
How do you think reporting needs to evolve to bring insight on the Rohingya crisis?
Okay. Oh, look. I mean, this is the problem that I was talking about earlier. We've created so in order to answer that, I kind of have to clarify a few positions that I hold, I guess. So I don't believe. I think one of the problems we have is we've stopped talking about the potential of journalism, what it can be and what it should be. And what we have spent the last 30 years, the academe is particularly responsible for this. The newsrooms still have conversations, but newsrooms are getting younger. Newsrooms are stripped of resources, at least in where I live. So those conversations aren't happening, the kind of conversations we had when we were younger. But the academe has stopped talking about those normative values of what it can be and what it should be. And we just keep talking about what it is. And we continue to replicate that, and we kind of try to find patchworks around it. So the Rohingya is one of those classic examples of people that fall through the cracks in this system, because they don't fit any countries. The Bangladeshi national press doesn't really have an interest in them. They pay a little bit of lip service every so often when they get massacred, and there's another wave of Rohingya coming through. There's a little bit of humanitarian sympathy, but then that wanes very quickly. The same is true for the Malaysian and Thai press. Thai press in particular, I mean, doesn't really touch it. The Malaysian, Indonesian press do a little bit, but nothing really significant. And the Australian press in particular, again, we haven't really done anything brilliant. There's a little bit of coverage, but no one covers them. So apart from alternative platforms like Rohingya Vision, who are desperately trying to get their story out, there really isn't any major coverage because of the way we have defined and looked at this space. We have categorized it, and it's about Australian audiences, Australian interests, and Indian interests, and so on. So in that interest, the Rohingyas' interests aren't covered by anyone. And I've been working with the Rohingya community for a very long time, and I see the misconceptions come through. I see the misconceptions on both sides, right? In Sri Lanka, where the Sinhala Buddhist nationalists are taking over again, the Rohingya they are borrowing ideas from the Burmese Buddhist nationalists, and they're seeing Rohingya as Muslims. So we had an attack on a UN safe house, which was just holding a couple of Rohingya who had been rescued off a boat off Colombo. Australia is no different. Australia has been significantly better in some ways, but there is no huge coverage of it. So I think it's because there is these are national interests, these are secular, caste consciousness, or the Hindu interests, or white nationalist interest, or Australian interest, and the press is serving those different interests. So that's not the press I'm talking about. I think we need to break through that. We need to understand those cultures, and we need to break through that and bring those viewpoints. And I don't think it's a single day exercise. I don't think it's a tokenistic exercise either. I think it needs to happen at a fundamental breaking of those structures. Anyway, yeah.
There's a question to Sudipto. How can Savarna voices be How come Savarna voices be able to amplify lower caste voices without drowning them out?
Thank you for asking that question. Uh, so the answer is obviously twofold. Despite what I might have displayed so far as some kind of angst, I do also appreciate, on the other hand, the fact that there are journalists like Sainath who run Pari, Vinod Jose, who's in charge of Caravan, Naresh, who ran Scroll, um, Siddharth, who's running Wire, Danya Rajendran, right? What they have demonstrated, despite, let's even say, certain shortcomings, what they have demonstrated is a see, these are people who have obviously come under a lot of criticism from the anti-caste movement, right? And what they have displayed is a certain willingness to engage with voices from these communities, right? And to, as far as possible, what I have noticed about these editors is that they have commissioned voices from the community, as opposed to what was the case in the past, which is that these would be our voices, or the voices from our kind of communities would be mediated through somebody else, right? I see a great shift. So this is something I would have to grant as a, as concede to the fact that there's been a huge shift in the way stories have been done, at least since the passing of Rohit Vemula, right? The Rohit Vemula was a Dalit PhD scholar in the Hyderabad Central University. Um, um, yeah, and his death, which in a prison, I mean, in a police register would be suicide, but it was called an institutional murder, right? So when Rohit Vemula, the incident happened, I mean, it was what we call the third real major anti-caste wave or movement of in the last 100 years. So that actually created some very significant changes in the way, there was right at that time, there was also a bunch of very good editors, right? So at least, if not in the larger Indian press, in a section of the press, I think there was some very, very serious rethink about how to, like the question says, right? How to cover marginal voices without drowning them out. It's a beautiful question. Thanks for allowing me to use that question to kind of also put this point forward, that there has definitely been a shift in the way some sections of the media, at least, are engaging with the question of caste. Because and the last thing I want to also say is that this is something that going forward, in terms of how do we account for caste in the conversation, right? When people like me talk about this in forums such as this, immediately the response comes as to okay, so let's do some Dalit stories, right? And or let's do some Adivasi stories. For me, that again sends me into this mad outrage mode, because in the subcontinent, Dalit Adivasis make up nearly half or close to 40% of the population, right? It is like going up to a feminist and asking her to do women's stories, right? There are stories in which women's stories are located. There are frameworks in which Dalit stories are located by default, and South Asia is a kind of framework in which every story has a Dalit Adivasi angle. Because when you look at, and I don't say this lightly, right? I'll give you a few examples and I'll close this point. Look at Gilgit-Baltistan, right? What is Gilgit-Baltistan's anger with the Pakistani Pathan, Khan, Punjabi establishment? It is caste. Gilgit-Baltistan is tribal Muslims. What is Kargil, the Kargili population of Muslims? Why is it that they don't share Kashmir's aspiration for self-determination the same way as? Because the leadership of, or the entire Kashmiri aspiration is also, I mean, despite me not having any misgivings about what they desire, just empirically, just factually, it is a fact that it is representative of a certain upper caste Kashmiri desire, right? Which has no resonance in Kargil, who are also Muslim, who are just a few hundred kilometers from there. Why? Because they're tribal, right? In the Tamil struggle, in the LTT movement, right? There were so many assassinations, internal people who were put to sleep, right? because they raised the caste question. Because what was the LTTE? It was primarily a Velalar formation, right? A Velalar caste formation. I mean, that was primarily the leadership of that party, right? And I know personally of cases of LTTE cadre, Tamil cadre, who raised the question of caste and the fact that, hey, what about us untouchables in this entire Elam struggle, right? And that's a question that always gets put down very violently, right? When Gandhi asked Ambedkar, right, oh, let's do it for the nation, let's chase these British out. And he's like, what nation are you talking about, man? We are people with no nation, right? And which is what takes me back to his most foundational text, in my opinion, which is who were the untouchables and how they became untouchables. He talks about the concept of the broken men, right? People who are on the fringes of every civilized, so-called civilized settlement, right? Who service those civilized settlements and yet are not part of those settlements, right? And these broken men and women exist across South Asia, definitely, because this is the spread region of caste. We have often discussed today this entire thing of Hindutva. You will find that there is this one concept in Hindutva called Akhand Bharat, that one contiguous land mass where Hindutva supposedly exists, which stretches all the way to Afghanistan and on the west and into Myanmar and further. You will find, interestingly, that this is also the region where caste is endemic, right? And caste, we know, traces its origins back to the Hindu religion, right? So wherever there has been an influence of this religion, of Brahmanism, for us, Hinduism is what? Brahmanism, right? Brahmanism and Hinduism go hand in hand. So wherever there's been an influence of this religion, there's been caste-like features found in societies over there, irrespective of whether they're Buddhist, Christian, or Muslim, right? So these frameworks will become more evident, I suppose, when there are more people from our kind of communities in journalism, not just in journalism, but also in politics, in filmmaking, in academia, in cinema, So anyway.
Thank you, Sudipto. Final question to Vishaka.
Kasan has something to say.
What is the...
Kasan?
Okay, fine. His mic is mute. Well, Vishaka, what's the reaction
Sorry, I was going to disagree with you on the LTT issue. I think there was the early Tamil struggle is definitely Velala. It's definitely Velala. The thing with Sri Lankan caste system is I've never really understood the Indian caste system, so I'm not an expert on the mapping of it. The Sri Lankan caste system doesn't quite have a Dalit kind of element to it, but it is hierarchical because we're left with bits and pieces of the Hindutva kind of the project. It hasn't quite reached Sri Lanka yet. You mentioned in passing Buddhism. There's a great Pali stanza there in Buddhist scriptures that say you're neither born a Brahmin or an untouchable. You achieve that by your deeds, right? So it's the karma, it's your actions that do it. But the Buddhist temple is caste driven. It's hierarchical. But anyway, the point I was going to make was the record I was going to set straight was the later Tamil hierarchy. So the Prabhakarans, Tamil Chelvams, the Pottu Ammans, they're Karayar. So they're not Vellalas. So so that is why there is a disconnect between the old aristocracy of the Ponnambalams of Sri Lankan politics, who essentially, if you go back to so Sri Lanka is a classic example of this division. So now we look at the Sinhala Tamil split, right? That's the focal point. That's the flashpoint we have. But if you go back to 1920s during the British occupation, the Kandyan aristocracy, the Kandyan Radhala. So there was this question about what type of independence should Sri Lanka get, and the Tamil the Kandyan aristocrats, the Kandyan Radhala said, look, we don't want an independence with the lowland Sinhalese because they're low caste. We are far more connected to the Jaffna Vellala than the lowland Sinhalese. They're low caste. So these the dimensions. So that what it used to be incredibly caste driven is now race driven, right? So this is these deep-seated hatreds that people have. I think we find as I get older, I lose faith in humanity more and more. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we're finding deep-seated ways to hate other people. Anyway, I'm rambling now. All right, I'll leave it to you.
No, but I'm really interested. Then in that case, I would have to like have a offline conversation, because there are some texts I would like to pick up on, because what's happening is, I mean, this is an area of increasing study, because now there are formations coming up, South Asia level formations of journalists who are from marginalized castes, so they sometime around the end of this year, some kind of research is going to start into these areas. And I think for anybody who's interested in understanding Hindutva, understanding Sinhala nationalism, understanding Burmese nationalism, understanding Pakistani Bangladeshi Bangla nationalism, it is very important to understand caste. And that's why I urge, I suppose, in this panel, if we are discussing the rise of the right is something that has to be understood from this context. And this is a great correction that Dr.
You might be interested in there's a book by a woman called Janice Jiggins a long time ago. It looks at Sri Lankan politics. I mean, Sri Lanka doesn't really have a left. I mean, it never had a left in a true sense. But it had a rudimentary left that was beginning to sort of talk about the class consciousness. It was talking about the estate worker rights and so on, irrespective of race boundaries. But the interesting thing was that the observation she makes is the high class people who ended up in the left, by the end of their political life, migrated to their natural place in the order of things. And it's
the natural order has been restored in India many times as well, right? Exactly. You start left and you then end up anyway.
So,
wow.
So I'm sorry to intervene.
No, of course.
Sorry. We could continue this discussion. Yeah. Final question, and then we'll conclude. A question to Vishaka about how people of rural India are reacting to Paris reporting. Yeah.
Okay. So this also ties to a question that was asked earlier, which is, why is the medium digital, not television, not print? I can tell you that people, to my knowledge, it's not like we've had a large amount of reaction from rural India about our reporting, but I can say that people in rural India have benefited from this reporting, because what we're trying to do right now is perhaps reduce the gap of information. So, have some sort of pushback to urban audiences who are privileged, audiences who are privy to content on social media. And when they are acquainted, see, it's not that people are not interested in this news. It just so happens that even growing up, or, even with the kind of content that I consumed, this was not something that you saw. These were not stories that you saw. These were not people whose voices you heard. But when you come in contact with it, it creates some level of pushback, and there is some sensitivity there. And it is these people who want to help. Now, whether the help is short-term or not, help is going in some direction. We've also had more long-term implications where I think a story reported by one of our reporters in UP about Aadhaar and its glitches. I think the person, suffered from leprosy and wasn't able to get her biometrics. So this was something that was cited by the Supreme Court. So people in rural India per se are perhaps happy that maybe there is an opportunity to, not an opportunity as much as this is a platform that is airing grievances, and not just grievances. I mean, to limit Pari's coverage to grievances would be really underselling the work that is happening. There is a cross section of issues that are covered. There's culture, and it's not just the culture that Sudipta was referring to in terms of, like, the ones with the Brahminical gaze. A lot of these stories are driven by people from those communities itself. Pari does make a conscious effort to do that. So reception, I may not be able to say very much in terms of how people are reacting, but I can tell you that there is, the flow of reception from the other way, from the opposite direction, which is how is the urban elite responding to this kind of content. For right now, I think that would be the more truthful answer.
Thank you. I thank each one of you for bringing actual unheard voices. Actually, in this country, at least, the word race has been replaced by many castes, and largely religion of late for political reasons. And probably if we contemplate more on the issues of caste and religion as well, race in the context of other countries, there are many voices could be heard, and our journalism could be much more sensitive in that way. Thank you for being part of this panel. Over to Dia.
I would like to thank the moderator, Dr. Shantaraju, and all the panelists for giving us their insights and opinions on amplifying voices within the democracy and the importance of understanding the voice before amplifying it. We will now break for lunch. We have an exciting panel with some great panelists lined up for when we return. Do join us at 1:25 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
This is great fun. Lots to take in, lots to learn.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity, and it's been an interesting conversation. Too short a conversation, but interesting conversation.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishaka. Thanks, Dr. Kasun. Thanks, Sudipto. Thanks, Shantaraju sir. Thank you, Anjali ma'am. Great discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, Sudipto and Kasun, you could exchange your email IDs so that
Yeah, we
you can
have,
exchange
we
the
have,
text
we
as
have,
well.
we have. Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking to Vishaka as well, because
please.
yeah, send me. I'll send you my email. I'll.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to put my email on the group here as well.
I'll do the same actually. Yeah.
Oh no, I sent it to.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I did the same thing. I sent it privately. Everyone.
There you go.
Someone have, yeah.
Yeah, it would be great if everyone could like put their
Truly,
email IDs so that I can contact you. Excellent.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe.
Bye.
Stay safe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Sudipto, where are you now?
Who's this? Hello?
Sudipto,
am I audible?
Shantaraju. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, hi.
Where are you now? Last time when I met you, you were in Hindustan Times, and that's the last update I have.
Now I'm jobless.
Hey, Sudipto, could you put your email ID down here? Is it on like a thread or something?
I'm not able to get back to the screen on which you could type. And
okay, you can just
when you go into your
there's a chat box.
Yeah, there's a chat box.
Right there, of course. Yeah. Yeah. How's Sainath?
He's good. He's on a panel today later on.
I saw, yeah.
Or rather,
he was
he's a keynote speaker.
So I studied in the Asian College.
Oh, you studied at ACJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one who, I went there hoping to be a radio jockey, because there was this radio specialization over there. And then Sainath happened. And then I said, oh, okay, So
yeah,
Sainath is a mentor figure to a lot of us.
Yeah, because I attended his class. I mean, I got to know about Pari at the time. Pari hadn't even launched, and I was like, this is something I need to keep at the back of my mind, and hopefully one day do work with it.
It's great that you're working with Pari. It's a great place. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will head out. See you guys.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I get?
Yep. So you didn't type your email ID, it seems. Yeah.
Oh, me. Okay, wait. How? Yeah.
You just have to type in the chat box and
no, it's a private channel. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Now I'll get it to everyone. Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, directly can't go to public forum. Yeah. Along with Sainath, Bejawada Wilson is also speaking today.
I know. I saw. He's also quite something. He's a fire.
And Harsh Mandir as well.
Ayo.
We are still live on.
Yeah, they are speaking sensibly. People are listening to issues because of them.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
We are still live, so just.
We're still live. We're embarrassing people. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, Kasum. Bye. Thank you, Dia and Joel. Hope it was sensible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you sir, very much.
Shantaraju sir, we are still live, so we will move the conversation outside.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Sorry, sir. Okay.
Hi, Kinita. We'll start in a bit.
Hi, sure. Sounds good.
Just a disclaimer, we are already live on YouTube, so just making sure you know that.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Hi, Akash. We will be starting in a bit. Just give us 1 more minute, Akash. We will be starting. We are live on YouTube. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Welcome back after the break. Hope all of you had a very refreshing break, and we are here for our next exciting panel discussion. We will now view the promo video for this panel. Stemming from a Marxist pedagogy, critical literacy is an approach that advocates the adoption of critical perspectives towards text. It encourages the readers to become more actively engaged and use their power to construct understanding and not to be used by the text to fulfill the intentions of the author. This approach can also be applied to social media. Welcome to our panel discussion, Critical Literacy Through Social Media. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Kailash Kaushik. Dr. Kailash is an assistant professor with the Department of Media Studies at Christ deemed to be University. His main focus of research is the political economy of media labor. His research interests include critical political economy of media, qualitative methods of communication research, and critical and cultural studies. He is also a basketball player and wishes to play for the NBA one day. Over to you, sir, to take over the session and introduce our panelists.
Thank you so much, Dia. Thank you for the introduction. Hope I am audible to you all. I believe it was Andy Warhol who once said that in the future, everybody will be famous for 15 minutes. And for those of you who do not know me, I gained my 15 minutes of fame yesterday when, unaware of my mic being on, I shouted into a live session saying, "Oh my God, start." And I hope I got some, views on that. But that is exactly something which would trend on social media, and that's what we're going to talk about. And we have three very, very interesting people here with me today. To start off with, we have Akash Banerjee, who is a political satirist, a title which is very much needed today, and I think equally dangerous in the current conditions to be in. But he is the founder and host of Deshbhakt, a series on YouTube. And Akash has been on every kind of journalism, platforms and media platforms through more than a decade in TV journalism. He was anchoring and reporting for channels like Times Now and Headlines Today. And he wrote all of his journalism experience in a book titled Tales from Shining and Sinking India. If you want to know the kind of influence Akash Banerjee has, through his work, I found this very, very interesting comment left on his video by some user called Peace Peace Only Tamil, who actually commented, "Now I should learn Hindi. This guy is so informative." So I think that tells us about Akash Banerjee. Welcome to the panel, Akash. Thank you for being here. Next, we have Kinita Shenoy. Kinita Shenoy is an old friend. We both studied in Manipal Institute of Communication. She is a communications specialist, a former editor-in-chief of Cosmopolitan Sri Lanka. She is also the recipient of a postgraduate fellowship award by the United Nations called the Gender Equity Studies Program, which I think took her to Iceland, and that must have been really fantastic. She has also worked and consulted for United Nations, either for their World Food Program And we, I think, hope Kenita will also talk about her brave fight and stance against one of the largest FMCG companies in the world. Kenita, thank you so much for being here. Glad to have you here. And finally, we have our own Dr. Naresh Rao. Dr. Naresh Rao is an associate professor of media studies in Christ University. Naresh has been teaching and researching for the past 2 decades, and he has a lot of publications, both research and general publications to his name. He recently started focusing research more on social media, politics, elections in social media, and how political campaigns are also utilizing social media into their own strides. Thank you, Dr. Naresh, for being here. And let me tell the guests and the audience about the format. I will let each of you have opening statements. You may take anywhere between 8 to 10 minutes to set up your opening statements. Then we'll have a discussion. And finally, I will source out questions from the audience and see how it goes. So Akash, let me start with you, please.
What about conventions here? Okay, so we are beating conventions here, huh? And you're making me go first. Okay, always a little uncomfortable going first because I am a satirist, and my forte is basically refuting, rebutting, and finding flaws. And a lot of people say that, oh, you're too negative, you're always finding flaws. But then I have to explain to them that satire is the whole art of satire is not to cheerlead, and we anyways have a lot of cheerleaders on news television. What you need actually is a few people who find out what the problem is instead of celebrating even the smallest of things, whether with planes being flown in from another country, built in another country at an exorbitant cost, but we intend to celebrate everything these days. What we need is to ask a few questions rather than celebrating. And the causes of celebration, of course, are getting lesser by the day, as we are seeing. I do not have formal training in journalism. So my understanding is very basic. I like to operate in very, very basic terms. I do not try to complicate things. For me, this whole profession and this whole digital media and this whole critical thinking aspect is actually quite simple. And first and foremost, let me begin with a little bit of good news. And you just broached upon it when you started off. This whole digital generation that we see TikTok, we see Instagram, it's all instant right now. Kya kare? Everything has to be short, crispy, quickie, punchy. And we are seeing what is happening in the television as far as the whole Sushant thing is concerned. It's 75 days and counting, and a lot of critical issues. Of course, you want to do your investigation. Now the CBI is also involved. But what is happening to the critical issues? What is happening to the world #1 status in Corona now that India has got? What is happening to the economy, which is now going to contract? But the positive thing is, day before yesterday, we uploaded the first part of an interview with Ravish Kumar. Now, it so happened by accident that an interview with Ravish Kumar went excessively long. It went to 2 hours. Now, for us, the question was, what do we do with a 2-hour-long interview? And we said, we'll go with it because we liked it, because we didn't think that there was any trash. And the fact that all the questions that were coming in was from the Deshbhakt community, our own community that had put these questions. So the questions were crowdsourced. So on a crowd-funded platform, which we run called the Deshbhakt, we had crowdsourced questions, which resulted in an interview for 2 hours. And we put out the first part of that interview, which is 1 hour long, and it's got about 6 lakh views already. So it gives me a little bit of perspective and a little bit of hope that critical thinking, that educational content, that critique, that in-depth analysis, that probing questions still has some space. Maybe not in the mainstream media, but the digital media, which is becoming the sole bastion of thoughts, of processes. Yes, we have the TikToks of the world. Yes, we have the Instagrams of the world. Yes, we have the muck of Twitter. But the the fact is that there is still space. And my constant grouse, and for all the students listening, my constant grouse has been is that fine, I understand that we are going down a dark alley. Fine, I understand the whole mainstream media is sold out. Fine, I understand print media will eventually get under decline now, additionally now, because the whole corona thing is going to have a severe impact on the media industry. And when 25 to 30% of your ad revenue is coming from the government, and you're depending more on the government at this point of time, you're not going to be critical. So it is digital. Until the time digital is throttled, and we have seen in many governments in the Western nations also that digital is coming under threat. But till that time happens, what are the lessons that we have learned? What are the advancements that we have made? What have the liberal, clear thinking, progressive Indians, have they been able to use digital technology to have critical thinking, to have clinical analysis? I really think that we have fallen short on that. The folks haven't caught up to the digital era. Of course, even in digital now, we are seeing what is happening with Facebook. You had that entire New York. Now, of course, Time has also come out with a massive article of how Facebook really involves itself with various governments, not only the Indian government, but various governments all over the world. So there is going to be an assault on critical thinking, analysis, even on social media, but the space is still very much open. So because I do this, I'm not going to go into too much of theory. And of course, later on, I would be more than happy to take questions, because I really don't believe in this whole format of one person speaking and everybody listening. I would be more than happy to take questions. But my small basic point that I want to make before I cede my time is that critical thinking is there. Critical thinking people are there. Yes, at this point of time, there is the whole opium of nationalism that has blinded many people. But the fact that we have been able to run a crowd-sourced and crowd-funded YouTube channel for the last 2 years shows that there are people who would be even willing to subscribe and put their money where their mouth is. Now, we may not become the largest or the biggest or compete with the mainstream media, but the fact is that when you have these people who are watching this, it acts as a multiplier effect. It impacts people. And eventually, sometimes the mainstream media will have to follow. I'll give you a very small last example before I cede. So the students who are giving NEET and JEE approached me continuously. Sir, please speak for us, speak for us. And I was a little wary. And I was wary is because after what had happened in JNU about now 6.5, 7 months ago, after what happened in Jamia, we had made videos. And I had seen a lot of youngsters not being impacted. Of course, there are youngsters impacted, but the majority of them, I would dare to say, not being impacted. So I told these students, you guys were laughing when your fellow mates, maybe a few batches senior to you, were being bashed up. You didn't raise a voice then. Now it's out onto you. And now you want me to make a video on it. So I said, I am not going to make a video on it. You are going to make a video on it. So I told them, you put me 30 seconds, 1 minute of a content, and you give me all your worries. You put your face on it. You don't give me your name, put your face on it. And they sent me messages by the thousands and videos by the hundreds, and we made a video out of their own comments. But even if you remove my Chutusa example aside, the fact is it's the students continuously pinging everybody, forcing everybody to react. Look at how digital worked. They forced, and they finally at least have managed to wake up the mainstream media, which took their issue up, and made the opposition. The government may still not see it. That's okay. The fact is that the students learned a lesson in civics from class 12 onwards. Ki aapki nahi suni jayegi. Nobody's listening to you. You better learn that lesson. So they learned that lesson, and they use digital to amplify their voice. So there is alertness, there is activity, there is critical thinking. And of course, this is a learning for us also, that students themselves can voice this. So I hope that digital is used more for critical thinking, for learning. There are enough and more YouTube channels that I can tell you that do an excellent job in translating critical thought, critical analysis. I think that needs to increase a whole lot more in the coming years.
Right. Thank you so much, Akash. Thank you for starting off on a really optimistic note, especially about social media. Kinita, you want to start off next? We will start taking questions shortly after. Kinita, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I want to start with saying that, I've been called a few things, much like Akash has as well. I've been called a critic a lot. But I think my question is that really such a bad thing? In South Asia, when someone is called a critic, it's usually just an insult. You think this person is negative, they're always complaining about stuff. But really, I want you to ask yourself, do you think being a critic is a bad thing? Being a critic is simply being critical of the world around you. It's being critical of the information that you're receiving. And of course, you need to question who is calling you a critic. Often the people who are calling you a critic are the people who want you to say soft. They're the people who want you to say complacent. They're the people and the institutions that want you not to question their rhetoric. They want you to fall in line. And I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. This is just the way of the world. So I think the way to best approach critical literacy, it's quite a complex topic, and smarter people than me have gone deeper into it. Maybe Kailash is one of them. But I think the best way to approach it in a very simple way is to just explore and unpack power dynamics. I think that's one of the roots of critical literacy. Beyond media, beyond social media, I think critical literacy across the board. So when we're talking about power dynamics, the easiest way to do this is ask really simple questions. Whether you're looking at social media, whether you're looking at mainstream media, ask yourself questions like, who is creating this narrative? Questions like, who is benefiting from the narrative? Who is winning if you believe that narrative? And who is potentially going to be affected? When you really think about these questions, literally any social media, any post, any video, any TikTok that you consume, not that India is consuming TikToks anymore, but anything that you consume is going to expose some fundamental truths. It's going to expose some fundamental truths about what social or economic systems that narrative is upholding. And there's plenty of examples for that, ranging from climate change to gender issues. So I think critical literacy in social media can help us avoid pitfalls like fake news. It can also help us avoid social evils like gender equality and caste issues. As Akash also mentioned, companies like Facebook have absolutely been involved in race tensions. And there's now there's proof of it as well. They've publicly apologized for their role in Sri Lanka's racial tensions. I'm not sure how many of you know what has been happening in Sri Lanka, but there's been a lot of fraught tensions between the majority Sinhala Buddhist people, obviously not all of them, not everyone is violent, but some fractions, and Muslim people here. Facebook has publicly now apologized in the New York Times and The Guardian for their role in Sri Lanka's racial tensions in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, due to the spread of rumors and racially tinged misinformation on the platform. And one of the reasons that happened was because Facebook was refusing to take down fake news. They were refusing to take down, calls, threats of violence. And so people, got galvanized because they frankly just believe that everything they read on Facebook or WhatsApp is a gospel truth. They believed this stuff and they started rioting. People died. But beyond the larger questions of international corporates and race, let's look at gender. As Kailash just introduced me as well, I work on gender quite a bit for multiple different corporations, different multilaterals, and my passion is really unpacking gender norms and gender roles. Something that happens across the world, I think India is absolutely no exception. Whenever there's a big rape case, mainstream media just jumps on it. They jump on it like flies to cow dung. They'll start going, who is this person? What have they done? And they love this narrative of the rapist as a monster or the rapist as inhuman. But I just don't think that's the case. I think I and other gender academics like me argue that social media is part of the rape culture. Rapists are not born in a vacuum. They're not born as anomalies. They are not born monsters. They come into a society that tolerates behaviors, and they come into a society where things like social media allow these behaviors and tell people it's normal. So if you just quickly Google rape culture, a pyramid will come up, which will really help you understand what that looks like. So that really helps us see the relationship between, say, things that are coming out on social media, pictures shared of women without their consent, things that blame victims, things that try and ask why a victim was out at a certain time. All of this stuff is shared on social media. So while rape is the end of the spectrum, there's a lot of stuff that is shared that really helps these toxic narratives. So my question is, the next time you see something, and I think this case that is going on right now, as Akash also mentioned, is a good reflection of how we look at gender norms. So the next time you see something on social media, my suggestion would be, stop for a second before you share or comment being like, oh my God, just question, who is who is benefiting from this narrative? How does this narrative portray people with less power? How does this narrative help certain gender roles? How does this narrative help the patriarchy? And I think you'll find yourself realizing a lot of sudden, uncomfortable truths. And maybe that will make critics of you as well.
Thank you, Kenita. That's really interesting, and thank you so much for bringing in two important aspects: one of gender, and secondly, bringing in social media not in isolation but in the social totality, and that's how we need to imagine it. Dr. Naresh, let me bring you in. Please, let's see what you say about social media in relation to your research.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity. Let me start with the first thought that came to my mind when I saw this particular title given for this panel discussion. It says critical political literacy and social media. So the social media is linked to political literacy or critical political literacy. Now, like Kailash was mentioning earlier, my interest in social media is very recent, 2017 to be exact. And I started looking at how social media is an enabler, in the sense that politics in our country is something that is in the bloodstream of all of us. I remember, from the 70s. Yeah, I'm pretty old, so I remember from the 70s that during and maybe just before the emergency, newspapers were full of political news, which then could be considered as something that would inform people about what was happening in the country, in this political sphere particularly. And then it also got people engaged in politics. There were lots of movements, lots of agitations, and we all know about how the JP movement, created this huge upsurge of people against the Congress rule, Mrs. Gandhi's rule. And then you had the emergency and the kind of restrictions around emergency, and then you had the change that took place in 1978 after the emergency was lifted and elections were held. So even before social media made its presence in the Indian context, Indians have always been politically very aware, and somehow there is a role that media has played, traditional media has played, in informing, in educating the people about the politics that they need to be aware of. And from newspapers to television channels to radio and now the digital media. But one of the things that has changed over the years is the way that people are now getting information. Earlier, the information was from one source, but now increasingly information is coming to people from various sources, and mostly the digital sources. And the younger generation, which is very much active on social media, derives much of its understanding, its knowledge about politics and other things from social media. So social media becomes a very important means or a mediator for their understanding of the world around them. So this is this is where my research interest comes in, where I'm trying to look at how social media can play a positive role in trying to increase or enable political participation among the young people, especially the first-time voters. And this was in the context of the 2019 general election. So my research commenced a year before that, and try to look at how social media was playing a role, and whether it was positive role, negative role, and whether it was better than the traditional media in trying to engage the young people, especially, and trying to get them to not just participate politically, but also to obviously vote in elections. So that was something that I was curious about, and that's where my interest in social media comes in. Like it was also mentioned, I've also looked at how social media world over has helped politicians to reach people without the mediation of media, the traditional media, obviously. So whether it's newspapers, television, etc., politicians have found in social media the ability to reach directly to the electorates and communicate their thoughts and political message or political propaganda directly to the people. And we saw this happening right from 2004, according to research. 2004, one of the candidates who was trying to get into the democratic race, trying to get to win the democratic nomination to run against the then President Bush, used blogs in order to reach out to a small little group of his followers. From that, then you had 2008 elections in the US, where Obama used Facebook in order to both appeal to voters, but also to fund his elections, which was something very unique at that time. And then you had the 2014 elections, and coming to Indian context, I mean, we had the social media making a big impact in the 2014 elections. But a little before that, in the 2013 Delhi elections, social media had played a small role. But 2014, it played a bigger role because there was a national kind of a context. But more than that was in 2015, again, Delhi elections, which saw Aam Aadmi Party returning to power with a huge majority, 67 out of 70, I think. And it used this social media to convince the typical middle class voters of Delhi to vote for change, change from the Congress and the BJP, which had ruled Delhi successfully for many years. So giving up a chance to change the way Delhi is governed. So social media was very useful in the 2015 elections. And then we all know about the recent 2019 elections, where not just one platform like Facebook, but multiple platforms were used by all political parties. But we all know the advantage or the edge that the BJP had by resorting to use of Facebook, Twitter, and even Instagram to reach out to the population, to the electorate, and especially to the young people, and create different images of the political party, but specifically the prime minister in the run up to the elections. And this may have, we are still not sure, this may have had a huge role to play in the way that BJP was able to come back to power. So I'll stop here, and I think whenever there are questions, I think we can take it forward.
Okay. Before I put forth a few of the points I had taken down, if Akash or Kinita would want to comment on any of the other panelists' views, if you have any, you can. Otherwise, I had a few points which I wanted to discuss.
I'll just very quickly just say one thing, is that it is actually the best thing that researchers can do at this point of time, academic bodies and professors can do at this point of time, as Dr. Rao was mentioning, is that do we know even the way social media is being harnessed for elections? Is it a level playing field? What is the role of the money? What is the role of the muscle? Why is it that international publications are talking about the role of Facebook and democracy in India? It really upsets me, even as a satirist and as a former journalist, is that we are not seeing this sort of deep research happening here. Who are these politicians? How are their rankings speaking up so much? More importantly and more dangerously, is it true that opposition party and people supporting the opposition parties, their Facebook pages were taken down, while people close to the ruling party, even their hate speech was not touched upon. Then it is a very sad commentary about where our democracy is going, is that not only are you allowing hate to propagate, you're actually killing voices who are rising against it. And therefore, social media, till what we used to think yesterday is democratic, could actually be the reverse if they shake hands with the government. And that needs to be researched on.
Right. Sorry. Thank you, Akash. I mean, that's also one of the point which I had noted down. But I wanted to go back to this one phrase which Akash used, which I think would relate to both what Kinita said about gender and certainly the politics, what Dr. Rao mentioned, which is the opium of nationalism, which I think is extremely prevalent in social media nowadays. And there's a need to counter it, because a lot of times this nationalism is toxic or extremely gendered, if I may say. What would you think, what can people do, or how can social media counter this? And some of you might already be doing this. Kinita, you want to start?
I think this is definitely a very tricky subject. I think around the world right now, there's a massive surge of nationalist fervor. And I think that we must be careful in not conflating nationalism with having a sense of pride for your country. We should not confuse nationalism with patriotism. There are very big differences here. When we talk about the kind of nationalism that we're talking about here, we're talking about blind fervor. We're talking about being uncritical about what is happening. We're talking about blindly following your government or blindly following one individual as some sort of godly figure that can do no wrong. What we should be doing is holding, if you really love your country, you want the best for it. You hold people accountable. You ask the right questions. I mean, I'm obsessed with questions. I've said this a few times now, but we need to be asking the right questions. If you truly, truly have national fervor, you will start saying, why aren't we doing better? Where is this money going? What is happening to this expenditure? Where is my taxpayer money going? Why are some people treated better than other people? Why are laws not equal? That's how you really show your love for your country, not by, just waving flags or showing people how many armaments and tanks you have. That's not really the way to show your love for your country. And I think, unfortunately, around the world, a lot of people are feeling disenfranchised, either because, the economies are tanking, because of climate change, for a bunch of reasons. And I think it's very important to listen to people who are feeling disenfranchised, to understand why they feel this way. But the problem is, as you said, Kailash, nationalism is an opiate. It does make people feel better, when other things are going wrong, when the economy is tanking, when your job is in peril, when your personal life is not going so well. It does give you a sense of comfort to think, well, I'm part of something bigger and better, and it's us against them. And that sense of us against them can be very, very, very what's the word for it? It can be very alluring. It can really draw us in when we're not having the greatest time economically. So I think it's important to be critical at times like this. And as you said, the gender component comes in as well. Nationalist movements around the world are notoriously known to be extremely exclusionary of women, minorities, LGBTIQ people. And I think we must question why. We must really try and understand when we talk about nationalism, or we talk about the ideal citizen within this nationalist fervor, what does that ideal citizen look like? Does that ideal citizen look like an able-bodied man that comes from the right religious background, comes from the right caste background, that has money, that lives in a big city? Is that the ideal citizen? Or is the ideal citizen every single one of us, regardless of our lack of opportunities? So I think, again, the best thing to do here is just ask the right questions. I don't have the answers. All I have is questions.
I mean, we all do, Kinita. And let me bring in Akash here. Akash, you do ask a few of the questions which Kinita mentioned. When you are creating content on social media, and in a way you are creating critical information, which is normally challenging what is flooding the society, what kind of audience do you have in mind when you're doing these, satirical pieces? Are they similar to the kind of urban, persona which Kinita mentioned, or are you going beyond? I mean, the very fact that you use Hindi is a whole different step where you're taking it further. What do you think about that? Akash, you're on mute, sorry.
So to be honest, when we started doing political satire, it did not have any maths to it, honestly. You don't want to start off and leave a job and do something of this sort, which is not even recognized in India. I mean, it's very difficult to explain to people that this is satire. This is not personal mocking. This is facts. This is not comedy. This is not stand-up. So satire itself is a new genre in India. We do not have any late-night American television shows like in India. You know, it's irony that in America, every network has a late night television show, right? Which is mocking, which is a questioning. And here we are, the largest democracy in the world. And there is not one national news network or news channel that dares to put a satire show on television. Maybe a few regional channels here and there. Maybe I've heard in Kerala, you have a few regional channels doing that. But imagine such a big democracy, but not one show that can question, a little bit of mock, poke fun. Because I think really the way things are going, the opposition going, the press going, the cartoonists and comedians are the next in line. So that's very, very worrying. And just to take forward what Kanita was saying is that in India, the fervor of nationalism has enveloped women also. So the kind of vile hatred that you get to see is not only limited to men. There are so many women also who will not take any sort of a criticism against the government, who will not take any sort of a criticism and will use the vilest of abuses as well. So there is gender neutrality, there is gender parity coming in, ironically, in this field. I wish it was in some other field, but that is what we get to see here. Just one simple point. As far as nationalism is concerned, who is a patriot? Who is a nationalist? You know, a lot of debates happen over it. The simple answer, and students must know this, nationalism is basically saying my country is the best, I will hear nothing else about it. A patriot will say, I want my country to be the best, and I'm asking questions because I want it to be the best. It's basic, you know, it's not complicated. A nationalist will just say, I am the best, and I will not have any more questions. And there lies the problem, because by saying I'm the best, I'm the best, I will give farmer income double, I will make this a $5 trillion economy, I will make the country as number one. What do you have? You have farmer suicides that are rising. You have an economy that is contracting at this point of time. And by the way, we were going to contract even without Corona. Now there is a very good excuse of Corona. Look at the GDP figures that were tumbling since the last 1 year. Look at the episodes that we've been doing since the last 1 year. The economy was already in shambles. We were already on a ventilator. Then came Corona and kicked us again. So that is what students must learn. That is what journalists and future journalists and people who ask questions should know, is that you have to look beyond the rhetoric, beyond the nationalist rhetoric, and ask those hard fact-based questions. There is no counter to facts, only abuses. But then that's welcome.
Okay. Dr. Naresh, what do you think about this, culmination of nationalism, social media, and politics? How does it play out in that field? And what have you seen in your research?
Okay, let me first start by reacting to Akash Banerjee. And by the way, Akash, I watched your role in the toxic debates that you were part of the show. Now, I'm not sure whether the week that wasn't, that is usually on CNN News 18, can be classified as political political satirism, so, which does take pot shots at some of the stories of the week. Maybe they don't go to the extent where they maybe challenge the godly figure, but other than that, they do look at a lot of different issues. Coming to couple of other things like the Bangalore riots that happened a few weeks back. The Facebook was again blamed. The fact was that this person Naveen, right, who happened to be a nephew of a corporate MLA of that area. He posted something derogatory on Facebook, and within hours, the crowd created this particular situation where rioting took place. Now, I mean, the question is, I mean, should we blame Facebook or should we, blame the person of individuals, right? And the fact that, we still have a situation where many of us are gullible, right? I mean, we take for granted whatever is there on the Facebook and or Twitter, etc. And so maybe there is this situation which warrants critical, literacy in the sense that we need to see that every one of us knows that things that seem true need not be true. I mean, the questioning ability is something that should come in. So anything that whether we read in a newspaper, on social media, wherever, I mean, we need to have the ability to question, and that is something that I think as Indians we do not have, and maybe to do a large extent to do with our education system, where from the school we are asked not to question anything. So maybe that's where the problem lies. But coming to your question of the nationalism that you raised, opium of nationalism, and as both the other panelists had their take on that, I was thinking of the fact that social media and the rise of nationalism has actually gone together. And maybe there is some truth in the fact that social media does enable the nationalist politicians to circumvent the traditional media's filters, etc., in order to reach with their message of nationalism directly to the population, to the masses. And that has helped in bringing to the forefront nationalist governments in lots of Central European countries, to America, to India, to Philippines. I mean, you name it. I mean, it's become a worldwide phenomenon, and it's increasing. I mean, in various countries there is this, and Sri Lanka, obviously. So the thing is that nationalism sells, and as I mean, if you go into the theory of it, we have what we call as framing, right? Framing allows us to understand how politicians try to use the nationalistic frame in order to reduce a complex issue to very simplistic things. Like, for example, how Trump tries to blame everything wrong with the U.S. economy, U.S. The kind of decline of U.S. to immigrants, to the Mexicans, to Muslims. So all kinds of simplistic solutions are given out, and this is something where the social media, unfortunately, has helped them to reach. And like, for example, I was just watching the Republican National Convention, where the Republicans are renominating Trump to run for the November 3rd elections. Now there was a very interesting analysis of that on CNN, and but the problem was what was being said has already reached the people, and what CNN is trying to do is to educate the people that a lot of things that was said were untruths. But the problem is, they've already been uttered, and they have already reached. And Twitter, for example, is something that reaches millions of Americans with the thoughts of President Trump, and that has created this kind of a following for President Trump, which then is very difficult for the mainstream media like CNN, etc., to counter. And I mean, even though they are trying their best, it's very difficult against this kind of a wall that has been created, where like in India, the mainstream media is kept out, and President Trump very rarely talks to the mainstream media, and directly goes on Twitter early in the morning to inform what he's up to.
Right. So that's a very interesting segue. I wanted to connect another thing. Akash, you want to say?
Yeah, just
yes,
a
please.
quick
Yeah.
clarification of what Dr. Rao was saying. Just two quick points. I've had this question come up so many times. What Cyrus does is basically political comedy, and it's very important to explain that stand-up is what the Kamaras of the world do. Political comedy is basically when you're taking pot shots, as Dr. Rao was saying, that you take pot shots. Satire, as we see, and in the classical late night American television, or even the BBC has a show now, is basically a little bit of comedy, a little bit of sarcasm, but it always will carry data and a deeper message. So political satire will always try to make a point. It will always try to convey some information, try to maybe change your point of view, or at least give you certain direction. While what Cyrus does is just comedy. I will dress up as somebody, I will have a few laughs, and we all go back. And that's as much as Indian television can take at this point of time. They will not be able to handle critique, data-driven facts being splashed in that manner. And secondly, I would say to all the students, and again, just to take forward what Dr. Rao was saying, the way social media is behaving at this point of time and the way social media is being controlled by the government. First, we had Facebook. Yesterday, we got an example of Twitter as well, when you had the editor of Sudarshan TV come out and spew bile. I mean, in any other country, it would have resulted in the editor being arrested. What is he worried about? Is that 1% more Muslims this time have managed to crack the UPSC examinations. 1% more, and he's doing an investigative series as to how did these 1% more people manage to crack. On one side, you say integrate, come into the mainstream. As you integrate and come into the mainstream, you're very worried because 1% more people, which is anyways a very minute fraction of the overall people who have qualified, have managed to qualify legally, legitimately, via hard work. Guess what? No action. And Twitter, despite the fact that it is clear hate speech, hasn't taken down that clip. Clearly goes to show where the loyalties of these social media. So social media is not democratic. Social media will have its own issues as well. It's just the cheapest and whatever mode is left at this point of time. But it needs to be researched. It needs to be exposed because that's the only bit that is left.
Kenita, you want to weigh in on this?
No, but I not particularly, but I think that's a fantastic point, and I have to agree. I think the proof is in the pudding. They have plenty of social media companies have admitted to it. We also need to look at ownership and how ownership affects facts, for example, because at the end of the day, if there's no independent media, okay, let me backtrack a little bit. The point that there is no proper independent media, of course, there are a few fantastic organizations in India like Caravan, Scroll, etc., that are doing great independent journalism, but they're small. They're very small. They're very niche. They're very leftist. They're very, 1%. They're the kind of stuff that, people who anyway are looking for that kind of critical literacy and journalism is going to read. But on the larger scale, journalism is not independent. It is owned by advertising money. Who owns the advertising money? People who own these massive corporations. Who is getting tax cuts? The people, the owners. Where are they getting the tax cuts from? The government. Who is currently running the government? So the more that we question things like ownership and messaging, I think it will really, really help us understand why we're being fed certain types of narratives. And so one of the reasons for social media becoming so important is, as Akash mentioned, it's cheap, it's free, right? But at the end of the day, if it's free, where's the monetization coming in? We are being monetized as the audience. We are being monetized, and the people that we're essentially being sold to advertisers. So people who own social media companies, and essentially it's one person because lots of social media falls under one corporate banner right now. They're making money off our engagement. They're making money off our outrage. They're making money off the people that they are shaking hands with behind the scenes. So social media is not free and fair. That's the lie that we were sold, in the early 2000s, and that's a lie that we fell for. But social media is not free. It's not fair. We are the commodities here, and it is absolutely not fair because you are living within this echo chamber where narratives are being pushed upon you, whether you like it or not. So it is our duty to be able to critical and push back.
So I think most of you already, answered the kind of question which I was trying to pose, which was sometime, like Kinita said, back in the 2000s, a lot of my neoliberal friends pitched social media as the marketplace of ideas. You can, get all kinds of ideas, and, there is deliberation which happens, the idealistic public sphere which was imagined. But somewhere during this time in the past 20 years, it has turned into a monopoly of ideas where you find, a specific form of idea being pushed in all these platforms. Would any of you want to comment further on that? So we can do that, and then we can move on to a few questions, a lot of them which have come and which I'll try to pose.
Yeah, can I just add,
Yes.
I just want to take something that Akash just mentioned forward. Okay, he used, he was giving the point about social media and how social media works, and you gave the example of the Sudarshan. Now, I was just thinking, see, social media is also market driven, and the reason why Twitter or Facebook does not want to remove some of these hate speeches, for example, is the fact that there is a market for it, and they don't want to lose that market. So, I think Kailash used the word. I think he said about a free market place of ideas. It's not free market place of ideas anymore. It's market driven, and if they see that there is a huge audience, there's a huge consumer base which consumes social media, which is on the right of the spectrum, political spectrum, and they may not feel the same way as a lot of us feel about these kind of speeches, with these kinds of remarks that get into Twitter or Facebook. They would want to continue that, because that then reaches that huge audience, and that makes sense, because then they can monetize that particular numbers, right? So it's all about business. It's all and why should we be surprised? Because when I think Kinita was mentioning, it's not free or it's not fair. The thought that came to my mind was, if you want social media to be free, then you need to accept the fact that they're going to use your data, your whatever information that they can cull out of your usage of social media for the business purpose, right? So we have to pay. Unless we pay, we'll not get anything which is fair, right? I think that's something that's built to this whole system. So social media cannot be considered as free and fair, because of the fact that we are paying a huge price by being part of the social media.
Akash, you want
Two
to weigh
quick
in?
points. Very important point being raised by Dr. Rao, and I just hope that you do specific classes at the university for this. The first point, of course, just very quickly, and we are perhaps one of the few lucky ones who have been able to galvanize that sort of trust. We had a very rough start. I had to sell my house to start off this whole venture. I haven't recovered that money back, but I always, and not to brag about this or something like this, but I just say that just to give this example how difficult it is. And over the last 2 years, we've put our blood, sweat and tears, had a small team. We are able to make our monthly expenses. We are able to meet our monthly expenses. I haven't been able to recuperate the money that went into setting up the business, but there is, of course, that freedom that comes with it. Of course, there are people who would come and say that, oh, we would like to buy a small stake, etc., etc. And we said, as long as public is willing to pay us, even at this small scale, we would rather be small and independent than be big and dependent or compromised, whatever. So we have told that we will keep growing as much as you will keep supporting us. We will keep growing, but that's a smaller part. The bigger part about this whole business structure, of course, it is predatory. Of course, they are feeding us. But there is this argument that social media makes, and this whole freedom of thought, marketplace of ideas. If social media starts cracking down on hate, very clear legal hate. I'm not talking about, oh, nee, what is the understanding of this? No, I'm talking about clear. Like in today's day and age, the law that we have, if I had printed this, if I had said this at a market square, would I have been jailed or not? The same lines are not being censored, deleted, checked on social media. And I'm very sorry to bring this example, but this is where academicians, this is where educated, learned people will have to step in. This is the problem of, sorry to use the example, pedophilia on the internet. When the internet first came in, it was considered as a safe haven for pedophiles. The issue of child pornography was much, much bigger. Remember, technology will always be misused first and then be used correctly. But there was enough pressure, and the governments went after the platforms that if we find you hosting child pornography, God help you. It wasn't like, oh, but what can we do? People are uploading. No, boss. Just doesn't work. It's the same thing that happened to Facebook when a man armed with a gun, like a video game, goes into a mosque in New Zealand and kills 40 or 50 people dead. And then Facebook had to answer that how can somebody randomly go live in this manner and you can't stop it and your algorithms can't stop it. YouTube has a very good way of that. YouTube, you have to be a member, you have to have a certain number of videos, you have to have a certain number of watch hours, and then you will be allowed to go live manually. They choose. So platforms have to develop in the same way, sooner or later, and I hope it is sooner than later, before the bloodbath becomes really big. This is the same problem. This is illegality that is being allowed on social media. It needs to be stopped. It is nothing new that one is asking for. What is illegal in real life needs to be illegal online, period.
Right. That's a really important point, Akash, and thank you for bringing that up, because it also closely relates with the whole business structure of social media and how it really needs to change and regulation needs to step in. Let me take a few questions. A lot of them have come. I'll try to club one or two and ask. One is definitely about the presence of the digital divide. How do we, knowing that there's a digital divide, especially in a place like South Asia as a whole, how do we ensure that these ideas and these critical learnings that we are trying to put out, how do we bridge in such spaces? Kinita, you can go first, then I'll take from the other panelists.
Again, I think the digital divide it's a massive topic. It's so large. And I think it's very important when we're looking at seeing social media or the internet as our savior. They're not. If anything, the internet has only widened the gap between the haves and the have-nots. It has widened the gap and wealth inequalities. And so that's something that we need to be very critical about when we see the internet as a sort of like, once we all have the internet, everything will be fine. That's not the case. Inequalities that exist in real life are only exacerbated by the internet. So we need to, again, be extremely critical about how we approach it. I think when we talk about the digital divide, of course, we're talking about access, we're talking about literacy, but we are also talking about violence. There are certain types of people that face constant violence on the internet. I saw a recent thing coming out from a few female comedians in India who said that no matter what they posted, they would get a complete slew of comments about their appearances, rape threats, death threats, things like that. And I think that's quite interesting to unpack, because it goes to show that the internet is not equal. It really is not an equal space, and it's not a safe space for everybody. So the digital divide it absolutely begins with wealth inequality and a lack of access, but it also is a much, much larger topic that needs to be addressed. Because it's also, like Akash said, if you're not allowed to do that or say that on the public square, why are you allowed to say that on the internet? I mean, of course, this question comes up because I think rape threats in real life are still very much allowed in South Asia in public spaces as well. So maybe that's not the best analogy, but it shouldn't be. And I think any female public figure can tell you that the kind of constant harassment that you face is a great deterrent for people to not want to get involved in public space, for women to not want to get involved in politics, for women to not get involved in anything from comedy to TV to anything on social media. So I think this digital divide question is really, really interesting, and we need to be quite critical about understanding who are the demographics that are being marginalized by social media and the internet.
Right, that's really interesting, Kinita. Dr. Naresh, what do you feel about digital divide, especially when you're looking at politics and elections and social media affecting it in a geographical space like South Asia, where digital divide is high? How does that work out, and what's the solution for that?
Yeah, I think I mean it's an issue that needs to be addressed in the sense that if someone has to take the issue of political participation seriously, then digital divide has to be bridged in the sense that we have around 600 million people in India who are part of the digital media, but the rest, which is little higher than 600 million, are not. So there is this equal divide, which is like the the urban rural divide kind of similar thing, but need not replicate that. But this comes as a huge barrier when it comes to the fact that those people who are digitally enabled, they have an advantage, right? So that advantage gives them access to quite a few things, including power, which is something that then should not be the case in a democracy like India. So there are lots of initiatives being taken up in order to bridge or to reduce the digital divide, but there is a long way to go, and something that depends on quite a few things. One is obviously the government's intervention in the form of huge investments in order to bring about digitization of the country, which then will allow for many more people to have access to digital media, to the corporates also pitching in order to reduce the cost of the digital access. And then we also need to have the people at large wanting to become part of this digital generation,
Right.
or citizenry, so that they can be equal participants in the whole democratic process.
Right. I have a few questions here, which is I think can be addressed by both Akash and Kinita, and I'm going to again club a few questions, which I think falls under the purview of slacktivism, where any critical learning or critical stance that you're trying to bring into social media is being called slacktivism, and many of them are asking, what are your thoughts on that, Akash?
No idea what slacktivism is. No idea whatsoever.
Okay, all right. I will get back to you, Kinita. Would you want to pitch in on slacktivism?
First of all, I love it when someone says, I don't know what that is, because I think that's so rare. People generally, like, even if they don't know what it is, they feel like they have to have an opinion. So Akash, hats off for you to be like, you know what, I don't know. I love that. But I think slacktivism is a very interesting term. And I think it ties into what I was talking about right in the beginning, where people don't like critics. So you need to be a little bit aware of how people use the term, because often it's used about people who are talking about things on social media. And I think Gen Z is doing a fantastic job about talking about issues, talking about race, talking about gender, talking about caste. And you'll find a lot of older people saying, oh, this person's just a slacktivist, oh, they're just posting on social media. And my question is, so what? What's your problem? Why do you have an issue with this person talking about caste or race or gender on their Instagram or their social media? Good for them, like they're educating people around them, they're talking about things that are important. So what? So I think slacktivism is like intentionally used as a term to belittle or condescend on younger people who are trying to make a difference within their spheres of influence. So I would take the term with a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Oh, that is what it means.
Yes.
In Northern India, I mean, this is a Southern Indian terminology. In Northern India, there is a very clear terminology for this. It's called negative. Why are we being so negative? So earlier it used to be anti-national, go to Pakistan, urban Naxal, Khan Market gang. Now when the facts are stacked so much, then they're saying, okay, you are right. Why are you being so negative? So then I tell them that if you want to be positive, watch news at 9 o'clock. Let me be a little negative only. So yeah.
Or the favorite response to that is, if you have a problem, you can leave the country.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah, I mean, that seems to be a solution for a lot. Okay, I think we are running out of time. So I will just ask to start with Dr. Naresh to just give a closing line or thoughts on the discussion we have had and your general thoughts on social media and critical learning?
Okay, so I'll start with this the term slacktivism. So I also, just like Akash, had absolutely no idea about this term, but for the students, because we are always constantly in touch with the students because of our classroom interactivity. One of the students told me, what slacktivism is, and he wanted to do a small little study on slacktivism, especially political slacktivism. So slacktivism, as I understand, is the whole point which allows people to be on social media, maybe talk about politics and give their opinions, etc., about how the country can be reformed, etc. But when it comes to actually doing something on the ground, they do not walk the talk, in the sense that they don't go and vote in the election. They may not take part in any of the maybe protests and things like that. So that is what I understood is slacktivism, and that is a big issue when it comes to any research, because I may go and do a research and find out that there's so many people who are active on Twitter, and but I'll find out later that a lot of them do not have this understanding that political participation also means voting in elections. So because every vote counts, and because of the fact that they feel that maybe their vote doesn't count or whatever, they would not on that particular day have gone and exercised their franchise. So that's what I understand by political slacktivism, and that is something that is a big issue when it comes to a country like India, because it's more among the younger generation than among the older generation, for the fact that the younger generation has access to social media, at least in the urban areas, and that allows them to be slack.
Right. Kinita, closing statements.
If there's anything particular that people want answers to, I'm happy to answer that as well. I would say one closing.
No. You can continue. We'll see if anything pops up. Yeah, please.
Okay. I would say one thing though is that as an individual, you have a lot more power than you think you do. I think sometimes it can be very overwhelming in the face of, perhaps certain ideologies that make you feel uncomfortable, that make you feel unwanted or worthless or marginalized. I think it's important to remember that we do all have a voice. And I think, as Dr. Rao also pointed out, slacktivism becomes a problem when people are not putting their franchise into effect. So if you are complaining but you're not voting, you're part of the problem. If you say, I don't want to get involved, you're part of the problem. If you're saying, I can afford to look the other way, you're part of the problem, because also that's coming from a place of privilege. If you can afford to say, you know what, I'm not a woman, so I don't care about women's issues, or you can afford to say, I haven't been raped, so I don't want to talk about rapists. If you say, I haven't been, as a minority, I have not faced any racism, you're part of the problem, because frankly, you're so privileged that you're not seeing what is happening to people who have less privilege than you. So I think my closing statement would sort of just say, use social media as a positive tool. Use social media to seek out knowledge, and use social media to be quite critical about the information that you're taking in. It is a fantastic tool, and it is only as good as the people that are managing it, which is not great. And it's only as good as the people who are, imbibing it or the viewers. So don't be a passive recipient of what's happening on social media. Be an active respondent. Make very critical and informed choices about the kind of news that you want to take into account. Make critical informed choices about how you want to interact with accounts. Make critical and informed choices about how you treat people online. I think these small little changes are actionable, and you have a sphere of influence around you, whether you see it or not. You are surrounded by co-workers, colleagues, parents, who trust you or trust your advice or trust your point of view. So when they see you talking about stuff like that, or sharing facts, or sharing, pointing out that something is not accurate, or pointing out that something is not fair, there is a chance that you are, I don't want to say converting, but you are convincing someone around you. So you do have a voice. You are not a passive sponge in this system. So I think use your franchise is what I would say.
Okay, thank you. Akash, closing statements.
I always say the young will save India. I have less expectations and hopes from all the uncles and aunties for sure. Because what has happened is, and this is how technology works, is when they saw social media come in, now they think WhatsApp and Facebook is the word, is the gospel truth. To take them out of that is very, very difficult. So most of the cases, if you hear of people being aware, of questioning, of being critical, it is generally the younger ones asking critical questions to their uncles and aunties. It's not the other ways. It's not the uncles and aunties who are telling kids, what are you watching? See some digital news websites, see independent journalism. It's always the other way. So here's a very interesting anecdote. Now, when we started this YouTube channel, we used to use the usual cuss words, not against somebody, but WTF, etc., etc., the usual. So we got a lot of messages saying, can you please not even use don't use any cuss words. I said, but this is regular conversation. This is how you, I'm trying to be younger than I am. But anyways, this is how the conversation goes. They said, very interesting, huh? They said, the problem is not with us, but we forward your YouTube videos to our family groups and to our uncles and aunties. And if there is even one abuse, we can't do that. So the younger ones are the ones who are questioning more. The younger ones, of course, there is slacktivism. Now I've learned something new. But the fact is, the younger ones are far more probing. Maybe they are exposed to a lot more digital technology. They're not taking everything at face value. For them, digital is not the word or the gospel truth. While, yes, they have to be more alert, they have to be, the problem with the youngsters is they are very, very self-centered. So when we launched this whole initiative that, okay, JEE, students, you do it, you put your face on it. A lot of people also told me, unfortunately, Akash, what will happen is it's affecting them. They're making these videos, but tomorrow, once it does not affect them, they won't care at all. And that is a problem that we have to defeat. So I have a standing principle at the YouTube, on our YouTube channel. If somebody comes with a problem, which is theirs, if somebody wants an idea that wants to be executed, which is their problem, we just delete the article. We just delete it. I didn't start this channel because I was in a very happy situation. I had a corner office. I had a secretary. I was a vice president at India's leading radio channel. I did it because it bothered me how things are going. And of course, the passion. So the youth of India have to be bothered about beyond there. I completely agree with that statement, that it has to go beyond them just because you're not being impacted. So that is very, very important. Having said that, I think I have more hope from the youth. They are the ones who have to be more critical. They are the ones who have to be more thick-skinned, and they have to be the ones to ask the questions. Where is the 5 trillion? Where is the farmer income being doubled? What happened about the second independence that we had got 3 years ago when GST was launched? Why are the states being told to borrow money to fill their own GST lack that the center is not going to give up? The data will speak volumes. All they have to do is look at the data.
Right. All right. I would like to thank all my 3 panelists, Akash, Kenita, and Dr. Naresh. Thank you so much. What we have learned is, one, please participate politically, question, care about issues, and finally, not to forget, if you don't know about something, please do say that you don't know about it. Thank you, Akash, for setting the example, and Kenita and Rao for participating. Thank you for a very good discussion. Dia, over to you.
Thank you so much, panelists and Dr. Kailash, for that very, very informative session. I think all of us have something to take away from this session, all the information that we get. And that's one thing I think that's very important for us. One thing I'm proud of is that Christ offers critical thinking as a course for both the UG and the PG children. So thank you so much for this session. We will now have a short break. Join us back at 2:55 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Great session.
Thank you, Kailash.
Thank you, Naresh, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Do you want to check the sound? How is it? It's fine.
Pradeep, the sound is fine. Hi, Rashmi. Hi, Pablo. Welcome.
Yeah.
Hi, hello.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Rashmi. Just a short caution. We are already live, so whatever you say will go out to all the people who are watching.
All right.
Do you want to check the sound? How is it? It's fine.
So we're waiting for Ambarin and Malia to join, right?
Yes. Hi, Malia. We will be starting in a bit. I just wanted to let you know that we are already live. So whatever we are talking already will be heard by the audience. We're just waiting for Ambreen. Once she joins, we can start.
Okay.
Father Biju, I think we can start with the video. I think Ambaran will join in.
Hello, everyone, and a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Media Meet 2020, an international media conference organized by the Department of Media Studies, Christ deemed to be university. Hope you all are safe and doing great. Meeting virtually and sharing knowledge digitally is the new normal now, but no pandemic can stop us from learning and sharing new ideas. The theme for this edition of Media Meet is media literacy. Our academic collaborators are Griffith University, Queensland, Australia, and Florida State University College of Communication and Information. Supporting partners for Media Meet 2020 are GapMill, Global Alliance for Partnership on Media Information Literacy, and PARI, People's Archive of Rural India. Youth partner is Under 25, Christ University. This panel discussion is titled as What is Real Documentary Realism and Media Literacy? We have a set of esteemed panelists from different organizations with us this afternoon. They are Malia Brooker, Dr. Pablo Coria, Pradeep KP, and Ambreen Al-Qadar. With this, we welcome you all and looking forward for a great panel discussion ahead. Also, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our moderator for today's session, Dr. Rashmi Swani. Dr. Rashmi is an associate professor in cultural studies at Christ, deemed to be university. She has published her research work in various international journals and anthologies and is the editor of South Asian Artists, Film and Video. She specializes in the intersection of cinema and the visual arts, and she has curated Video Vortex 11 and Future Orbits as collaterals at the Kochi Mujeres Biennial. Her two-channel video, Drift City, was shown at Khoj, Delhi as part of Could Be Urbanism segment. She has previously taught at Trinity College, Dublin, School of Arts and Aesthetics in JNU, and the Srishti Institute of Art Design and Technology, Bangalore. She has also headed the Arts Practice and Curatorship programs at India Foundation for the Arts. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Now, with this, I would request you to take over the session and to introduce our panelists.
Okay, thank you, Rohit. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thanks for that very generous and lengthy introduction. A very warm welcome to all our panelists, especially to Malia and Pablo, who have had to wake up very early this morning. It's about 5:30 a.m. for them. So thanks a lot for making that effort. We have a very promising, exciting panel here today, and I'm going to first introduce the speakers, and I will then just frame briefly the context to our discussion. So our first speaker will be Malia Brooker. She's a filmmaker and a media artist, and she's assistant professor of digital media production at Florida State University. She works primarily in the realm of documentary while drawing upon artist moving image, dance films, and other experimental genres. Her films have screened at various film festivals, including the International Film Festival in Rotterdam, Athens International Film and Video Festival, the Sarasota Film Festival, Philadelphia Film Festival, Antimatter Video Art, and Chicago Underground Film Festival. Her most recent film, Batela, looks at the work of Bate Ouvrier, I'm sure I've mispronounced this, the anti-imperialist workers' rights organization in Haiti. Malia has a bachelor's degree in communication studies from the Florida State University and a master's degree in film and media arts from Temple University. I'll introduce all the speakers together, and then we go into their presentations and discussions. The next speaker, or the next panelist, is Pradeep KP, who's one of the founders of Pedestrian Pictures, which is a Bangalore-based film collective. He's a filmmaker actively engaged in documentary making, film screenings, and cultural and political activism. He's also a cinematographer working across fiction and non-fiction, and he also writes for the print media. Pradeep and his colleagues at Pedestrian Pictures have been very actively involved with a wide range of social activism, including Dalit and Adivasi rights, women's rights, sexuality and minority rights, class struggles, issues of environment and displacement, anti-communalism, and others. Among his recent films is Our Gauri, that's the title of the film, a personal tribute to the feisty journalist Gauri Lankesh, who was cold-bloodedly shot down on 5th September 2017 by a bunch of young boys in their 20s under direction from right-wing Hindu groups, and they were instructed to save their religion. Our third panelist is Dr. Pablo Correa, who's assistant professor and director of the program in digital media and communications at the University of St. Joseph in West Hartford, Connecticut. Dr. Correa specializes in digital media and documentary filmmaking with a special focus on the interests of minorities such as Blacks and Hispanics, and also hopes to teach and inspire others through the medium of documentary films. His documentaries highlight racial relations, stories of tension, and also stories of perseverance and success. His documentary about the civil rights movement in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, won the Bronze Award in the student film category in 2015 at the Fort Lauderdale International Film Festival when he was a student at the university there. His film about the civil rights movement in Tallahassee, Florida, was screened at the 2017 Southern Margins Film Festival at Clemson University. And Dr. Correa also works as a web designer and a co-instructor for the Young Filmmakers Workshop, which instructs and empowers the students from the Mississippi Delta High School to tell their own stories through digital media. He's currently working on projects commemorating Emmett Till and documenting the racial reconciliation movement in the Mississippi Delta. For those who may not be familiar with this history, Emmett Till was a 14-year-old African-American boy who was lynched in 1955 by a white woman's husband and her brother for allegedly offending her in a grocery store in Mississippi. Our final speaker, panelist, is Ambreen Alkadar, who I think is yet to join us, but she will shortly be with us. And maybe I will introduce Ambreen when she joins the panel. So just to contextualize the discussion that we hope to have here today, I think the panel has been very appropriately titled "What's Real?" And documentary realism and media literacy. And I think this question of the real and realism is as important in moving image practice as well as moving image theory across fiction and non-fiction as it has been in philosophy. And it's really a question that we haven't been able to answer. The question, the context of what is real and how does one represent reality has been widely debated, not only within documentary studies, but also within what we call fiction cinema. And that division itself is not very productive. And I'm just going to kind of quickly mention that from the very early beginning of cinema, when you have actuality films and the Lumiere brothers, and the way in which documentary developed through the work of John Grierson and Flaherty, we're a very long way away from that. What is our external reality today is really very hard to answer. And these questions have also been addressed by filmmakers who are working within what we call the genre of fiction films, and the whole Italian neorealism, with having real actors or non-actors and so on and so forth. So I hope that this panel will be able to take up some of these questions in asking, how does one actually, bring into representation issues that are of relevance to the world, and how can we do this in a wide range of aesthetic formats? Because one of the assumptions, at least here in India, is that documentary films are boring. This is the assumption between among young people. And it's almost a punishment to have to watch documentary films. But this is, of course, as we know, far from reality. And I think if you're talking of the question of media literacy, it's very important that young people are trained to engage with visual images. And it always surprises me that, people are taught to read and write, and people are taught to understand the, intricacies of painting as a genre. But it's assumed that visual literacy is something that is, they're going to acquire somehow naturally. And so vision is equated with visual literacy. And then we know that the market takes over and all kinds of forces take over and, teach us to see things in a certain way, and creates a certain kind of visuality. So I hope that we can address some of these issues in today's discussion. And I'd like to start by inviting Malia to share her thoughts. If each of you could maybe speak for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we get into a round of discussion, and then there will also be questions from the audience. So we'll have about 15-20 minutes to address those. So Malia, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sani, and thank you to Dr. Krushik for inviting me, and to Christ Deemed to be University for hosting us. It's great to be on the panel because Dr. Correa is a former student of mine, so it's really great to see him and doing such great work. Amberine and I went to film school together, and I am in fact the reason she's late, because I thought we were starting a half hour later, and I told her that. So I'm going to take credit for that at the start of this before she's here. So yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thank you. So I hope I can share my screen. I do have a PowerPoint that I'm going to try to share. And let's see. Are you all seeing my notes or just the slide?
Malia, we can see your notes also.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so I will just go to the regular slideshow. Okay. So I'm going to start with an Errol Morris quote, one of the kind of most famous documentary filmmakers in the US, and he has a lot of good stuff to say about truth and reality in documentary. So this quote, "If I look at a picture alone, it tells me nothing. The picture itself is neither true nor false, it's just a picture." And I think that's an important kind of way I frame when we talk about documentary realism and media literacy. So as a society, we're becoming more and more media literate, but somehow, despite that, despite the fact that we have, deep fake technology that allows actor Jordan Peele to, impersonate President Barack Obama. I'm not sure if you all have seen this video, but this is deep fake video where we can, see a video of a famous person if they have enough video already recorded of them, and the technology is such that an actor can impersonate them to a pretty kind of scary degree here. So despite the deepfake technology, despite a general distrust of news media in the US and many places in the world, many people still hold on to the indexical nature of photographic images as a kind of bearer of truth. And I'll just talk about what indexicality is if that term is not familiar. So when I talk about the indexical nature of the photographic image, I am referring to the term that was coined early in photographic and film history to describe that, kind of incredible phenomenon, if we can put ourselves back in that time, early 1900s, end of the 19th century. What are we seeing here? This capturing of of moving image. And so this phenomenon is the physical relationship between what's in front of the camera and the silver halide crystals on a film strip. So in the same way we have an indexical relationship between a finger and a fingerprint, a strip of celluloid has an indexical relationship to the physical world in front of it when the camera rolls. So that physical imprint of silver halide crystals on celluloid is long past in our digital world, but the concept of indexicality and the ease with which people kind of attribute truth and reality to moving image remain. So I joined a number of protests this summer that were sparked by the killing of George Floyd by police officers, as well as protests that were sparked by local police killings of Tony McDade and Michael Johnson here in Tallahassee. So these men were shot by police officers who were presumably wearing body cameras, and cameras that are supposed to have no human editing, no control over what is captured. It's just footage that is on whenever it's supposed to be on, whenever a cop is interacting with civilians. In George Floyd's case, bystander footage sparked the rage that has fueled our nation these last few months. The footage is so upsetting and so deplorable that action has ensued. And so on the streets of Tallahassee this summer, the crowd of mostly young people, college students, screamed, "Release the tapes." Release the tapes, which is, the use of tapes instead of footage is a really interesting kind of anachronistic term when they mean footage, but that's okay. But then another chant is "Men lie, tapes don't." And that one was really hard for me to kind of get on board with. How can it be that tapes don't lie, or that video footage doesn't lie, when the cops who killed Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Eric Garner weren't charged with murder? How can it be that some people see the video of Eric Garner's death and conclude that he should have just obeyed the law and that nothing would have happened? And the same goes for Jacob Blake, who was just shot on Sunday. Indeed, as filmmaker and film scholar Broderick Fox asserts in the textbook for my documentary production class this summer, the idea of photographs, films, and video frames somehow possessing single absolute meanings has been starkly challenged by the brutal beating of Rodney King at the hands of LA police in 1991. So this was, one of the first examples of police brutality caught on tape in the US. And, as he's saying, the reality, if we think that video footage is true or real and contains reality, this footage and what happened, the acquittal of the cops who did this, shows us that the reality of the photographic image is rigged against the socially disenfranchised. Like videos of police violence, all moving images are embedded within systems that determine the greater truths and proofs possible in their interpretation. So, some students in my documentary class struggle with this deconstruction of the comfortable and reassuring ways that they've thought about their own documentary work. They want to speak truth. They want to show the truth. They want to inspire people through the truth and the reality that they see unfolding and they find important enough to, make films about. So I agree with them. I'm not saying that we should not pursue truth in our own filmmaking and that we should stop filming police violence or asking to see footage of it. We know these things can move mountains. They can incite the most widespread and long-lasting protests in American history, as they did this summer. So we shouldn't stop making documentaries that use documentary realism. In fact, the two stills I'm showing right now are powerful and important films that have used documentary realism, a style of realism in documentary, to great effect. So my point is, as Broderick Fox and many other documentary scholars and makers have realized, that rather than throwing up our hands and declaring the representation of reality and impossibility, we all should seize upon this as an opportunity to break out of our traditional roles as passive viewers, and I'll add to that, as passive makers. So we do need to embrace the complexity. We shouldn't be sitting back and expecting observational footage to capture truth. We shouldn't, claim to be neutral or objective, and we should be, wary of hiding the role of filmmakers in the work that we do, the means of production, when we use realist style. But that doesn't mean that we can't pursue truth in our hearts and in our intentions when we make documentaries. And I hope that my students do that, and I certainly do as well. So
You've
I'll
lost
start.
your sound, Malia, for the last 1 minute, 30 seconds or so. Yeah, it's back.
It's back. Okay. So I'm not sure where you lost me. Basically, I'm saying that, my students feel discouraged a little bit when I break down and deconstruct the ideas of truth and reality in documentary, but that we shouldn't be, rather than throwing up our hands and declaring the representation of reality and impossibility, we should break out of these roles as passive viewers and passive makers. So we need to, be wary of hiding the role of filmmakers who are making the work, the means of production, when we use that style. So I will end with the same way I started. An Errol Morris quote: "Cinema is no more a vehicle for truth than a magazine or a book. It's just another one of those devices that we use to tell stories, a vehicle. But underneath all of it, on the part of the person actually making the films, there can be an interest in truth and in the pursuit of truth that can be captured." So sorry about the tech. That's all I have for the opening presentation. I can talk more about my own work in the panel if that's of interest. And thank you.
Okay, thanks a ton, Malia. I think that was a very good opening to the discussion. I think this is it's a double-edged sword, the fact that we still look at images through the lens of indexicality, which we've left far behind now. But sometimes there are positive benefits to this in the way in which we can use images to actually affect change. And Ambreen has joined us now, but I'll introduce her when we invite her to speak. And I will ask Pradeep to maybe take up from there, and because you make work on fiction as well as non-fiction, and I have seen your non-fiction documentary films, and I'm kind of very interested in your work also as a social and political activist, cultural activist, and how you then use our responses as viewers to the image to tell stories that you think need to be told, and in the hope that they will make a difference. So I'll hand it over to you.
It's always. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So one of the biggest problem for a filmmaker is its viewership itself. But before that, there is a question of how the viewership, the character of the viewership changed in the last 2 decades. Which I started working 99 to till now. How this entire transformation which happened within my country. That's actually primarily, because it has a lot of relationship with media literacy, and actually how the viewership pattern, actually the acceptance of documentary films or any kind of films changed by the viewers, not like an elite urban middle class who's actually interested in art and cinema, but there are much more, in the rural areas to the entire different part of the country. There was, because I was screening from 98 onwards in the villages and other spaces also this kind of films. And to give a brief idea about, the entire impact of social media and the construction of what is real for a common mass within the country is gone through a drastic change in the last 2 decades. So, for example, I'll just quote an example about in the last election, we have seen the Indian right wing who's in power, had almost around we have 9,25,000 these polling booths comes and vote, and every booth consists of around 1,000 people, roughly 1,000, 1,500, 900, like in between. So what happened is that last time we saw somebody called a WhatsApp Pramukh, in Indian language, that's the chief of WhatsApp, in almost around 9,14 booths from the right wing. So the information which is getting transmitted never created any riots or any kind of problem in the country. But this 9,14,000 people who constructed, a different message and constructed a different kind of a communication within those community, within those 1,000 people or like the houses. Every, every 50 houses should at least have one smartphone is actually the slogan of the right wing in India. So that, the communication will actually transmit in that way. So that, and 42% of India, which actually understand, which doesn't get direct news sources, but they will be told by the other. Okay. And they construct their ideas within their mind. So this was actually been the strategy of the right wing for the last few years. And last 2 decades, I'll clearly say, because when I shot, with Rakesh, Final Solution, the first time, the communal riot which happened in communal riot, like a pogrom which happened, which made Modi the Modi. You could see that the documentary films we speak is about very polished, that's why I call it. No, I don't call it non-fiction. I don't call it documentary films. I call it non-fiction films, which is actually there is the first one which I encountered from the right wing was Khuni Panja. It's like bloodied hands, and which was heavily circulated during the riot, which is a non-fiction production by the right wing. And let's not forget what during the productions during the time of Nazi regime, which happened and which has been heavily circulated, where the political structure and the distribution structure of documentary films in India doesn't have such kind of a machinery to reach it to the masses. So there is a kind of a non-fiction which is actually getting circulated within the masses and which is getting very popular in that manner. And secondly, the social media's influence create a different kind of a reality for the people to watch the visuals which the filmmakers like us create. Yes, she told me that my last film was about Gauri, and it was a reaction. It was a friend's reaction to, when my friend got killed, I had to actually react to that, and I want to tell her who she was. And so, there is actually a construct of, the construction of what is real. Because if you criticize anything against Modi, or like, for example, anti-state criticism was several times inherent in several documentaries, not only activist films, but, there is social criticism which existed in several good films also. I call that there are some films which is actually were actually existed in the realm of criticizing the state, taking your political ideology ahead. And I think that every single film is ideologically quite loaded, including Hollywood and Bollywood. So the question here is that, who's a viewer now? A viewer is completely living in a different reality, where you don't have any space to interact with, because it's already been constructed by different kind of social media products to the mainstream propagandist media, I call, because Indian media is completely sold out to the right wing, the news media. So the entire community which is getting created, even the youngsters, is actually with a notion not to indulge with a different ideology also. So there's a complete rejection. So the viewer's character is completely changed, and that's why, like, even the filmmakers' stories also changed in the last 20 years. If you look at the stories which people select to be safe, because today what you are going to be against, you are actually creating any criticism against your prime minister is become a criticism against anti-nation, not against anti-state. So a nationhood, you know, replace the idea of state. That is actually one of the biggest crises. So you are anti-national when you actually criticize anti-state. So the minority in India, okay, so several of our films actually, it has been speaking about different, Congress was earlier in power and now BJP, and all the films were critical to all this kind of, power structures in that manner, whether it's Congress, whether it's, BJP or whatever. But right now the shift is happening for a filmmaker saying that you are anti-national when you are actually creating a film, criticizing the state or telling a story. For example, our last film, Ammi, which is about a mother's search for justice for his son who got disappeared, because of the right wing. Okay, and there is no investigation properly happened. So what happens here is that the entire question of the filmmaker being a citizen of this country itself getting questioned in that manner. So how do you represent, I don't believe in realism or documentary represent reality, but as a democracy, there should be every right to represent different kind of images to the society, and society should have a knowledge, to actually decipher this entire images which has been presented, images and messages which has been presented to that particular, society. So that's where I think that media literacy is quite important in this, because, first of all, this entire larger context of constructing this right-wing social logic within our country right now, the mainstream media to this entire, I say that WhatsApp Pramukhs, to all these people playing the role, which has to be understood in a particular manner by the viewers or of both mainstream and, all mainstream media to cinema to, decipher this thing with certain questions becomes quite important, and media literacy is quite low in this country. So, the question of the filmmaker becomes much more complex in terms of how do I tell the story to these people who actually, how do I tell a convincing story to these people who actually belong to the other side? And the second question is that even like I am an upper caste filmmaker, okay, and India is a very complex society. India has like now actually there is caste was been always there, and India inherently was a Hindu society right from Indian independence, because there is actually CA and all this new citizenship law which has come in this country is actually is an extension of post-independence period, where actually in the during the independence period partition happened in this country, and what happened is that Indian constitution inherently was Hindu in its essence, saying that whoever the Hindu from South Asia can come into this country and have a natural citizenship. Okay, and extension is what we are seeing. So this growth of right wing, creating people, filmmakers like me, who actually speaks about the issues of the minorities of the country, or like the people who is fighting new social movements in this country. It's actually a big crisis, because we get attacked right on the field while screening the film. Today, actually in 2000s, early 2000s, I could actually go and screen a film in the village. I used to do it. Today, if I do certain films in a village, it's actually about, they are going to attack you. You can't screen. The space doesn't exist. You don't have an interactive space or a screening space which exists for a filmmaker. Not only like this entire Netflix or any other kind of platforms, you can say online screening. Right now, we are doing online screenings. But, the question of the state and non-state actors interfering with even filming is much higher. even the state bans you. I have got banned last time when I went to film in a tribal village by the district administrator. So the question is about, it's not the question of reality. It's about like, how do you create a society which is media literate, look at your messages. They can ideologically differ. But the question is that, you live in a society where it's not possible because there is a construction of reality and a perception of what it is. So you are actually primarily itself is rejected as a filmmaker. And I am not really worried about film festivals and other things because I make films for my community. I want to speak to my community. And this is actually a crisis. So the question is actually much larger in the coming years. And I have seen the character of filmmaking in the country also have changed because several of my friends have taken into a comfortable position saying that I'll make certain kind of films. The state is not get threatened. State funding is not get threatened. And it's about making good images. Okay, good images and good language. But I think cinema has a responsibility more than that with the communities. And so I think that these elements are quite important so I think media literacy is something which needed to be addressed in India to actually make good films in India itself. Not good images, good aesthetical images, but good film as a whole. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Deepu. I think you've raised many questions that are certainly going to take more than 1.5 hours to address. But it also takes, you're talking about the spectator, the viewer in some sense, and how is the viewer's understanding of reality changing because of a number of things. One is that we are being constantly exposed to, manufactured facts, right? In this kind of post-truth era, and that's influencing our general kind of consciousness towards visual images. But I want to also think of, in the past, we have had regimes where censorship has been quite strong, right? The emergency. And of course, today we know that we are in probably a worst situation because things are happening underhand and not in an official manner. So I want to think also through, films like, let's say, Kissa Kursi Ka, which is a fiction film, but which is really hitting, the whole political situation very hard. I mean, it's making a very strong comment on it. So one is that the question of aesthetics. When we're dealing with censorship and rejection by viewers, do we need to think through the question of aesthetics in terms of how can we get around these challenges? I mean, you'd have a filmmaker like Patwardhan who will keep fighting the state and, who will wait till his film is screened on national television at prime time. But there are also other ways of getting around some of these things. But the more, this is the important question for me. The interesting question for me is the question of why is it that Indian audiences or viewers you think are more gullible to being influenced by a certain kind of visual narrative? And this has been kind of an old discussion in cinema studies or film theory, where, it's been a kind of apology of Indian films being labeled as, which is the term there is circulates popularly as not yet cinema, right? It's not quite yet a proper film culture because Indian filmmakers cannot make films in the way in which, in a way that meets international standards, which is Hollywood standards. This is, I'm not going to get into that whole long argument.
Look, can I respond to?
One second. But what you're suggesting is very interesting in terms of, you're saying that we are not yet spectators in the real sense of, how we don't know, we don't have the literacy. So you can respond very briefly within a minute, and then we move on to Dr. Pablo Correa and we'll take it off for discussion later.
Okay, I just want to tell that Anand, to all these people about the state censorship, they reacted because that is a different period. Today, his new film is not been censored. All of us have decided that we are not going to go to censor board. because we know that our films won't get censored. Okay, so this is actually, there is a shift in the idea of the state itself. Who state allow, like what should be seen by the public. Okay,
Yeah.
so all of us have decided that. And second thing is that, look, I don't think that everywhere when we construct visual images, there is actually a cultural existence of the filmmaker reflects on the storytelling and in images as well. But there is an international standard, because the international standard is also, like, for example, for me, film festival, I know that some film festival will select my film, some film festival won't. Okay, so it's actually about the way the construction of what is all art is also happened. What is cinema is also happened. So maybe Indian cinema might be different. Maybe look at Latin American cinema might be different. The language might be, the language, the basic rules. I'm also a teacher who teaches cinema. I know that there is this is how you have to construct images, but there can be differences in terms of the universal standards which is constructed by somebody else. It's not constructed by us. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm in agreement. I think we need all kinds of images with all kinds of politics. So I am absolutely in agreement with you there. We move on to Dr. Pablo Correa, who I think might have some answers to some of the questions that have been raised here in terms of, how do we actually get to hear a wider range of stories and voices. So may I invite you, Dr. Pablo Correa, to address our viewers?
Yes, thank you. Can you just give me 1 second? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second to share my screen. All right. So I think you can see my slides. So thank you everyone for coming and for inviting us. Thank you, Dr. Sani, for that great introduction. Thank you, Dr. Kushik, for inviting us, and for everyone at Christ Deemed to Be University. So I'll skip over my introduction since I was so gracefully introduced already. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about documenting truth, telling history through documentaries, and whose truth are we telling, and how do we get to this truth, right? And what is real in films, right? We talk about the indexical quality of pictures, but how do we know what we're looking at is real, right? So, oops. Documentary film that I worked on as a student was called Isidore Mizell Family Legacy. And it was in the Fort Lauderdale International Film Festival. It was able to win a bronze award in the college documentary category. And let me just start by saying I made every single possible mistake that I could make. I was a student just learning. I was out there with, just my camera. I was using external audio. Just, the camera, microphone. I didn't have any lighting. I'm in dark houses and just shooting, with no lighting. I had no tripod. Sometimes I was asking the questions and holding the camera and doing an interview all at the same time. So it's hard for me to even look at now. Like I said, I made every single possible mistake that I could, and somehow I won 3rd place in the documentary film festival. And again, it was not because it was so aesthetically pleasing, right? But the reason why I did win 3rd place was because of the research, right? Of the research that went into it. Plenty of primary sources and secondary sources, and I use it as evidentiary editing, right? So editing that kind of shows proof of what is being said, by the interviewer or the person being interviewed, and this being shown and this being used as proof. So moving, so some of the primary and secondary sources that I used in the film were news articles, images, government files, census or military records, court transcripts, receipts, diaries, school yearbooks, telegrams, and also the fact that it was local, and this was a story about local history, local Fort Lauderdale history, and the film festival was the Fort Lauderdale International Film Festival. So proximity, again, also lends to credibility to the film as well. So these are a couple of examples of clips that I used in the film. And I wanted to use it again as evidence to prove what the interviewers were, the interviewees were saying. So again, because during a documentary film, again, you said that some students, especially in India, think that documentary films are boring. And mostly that's because it's just a talking head, right? So how do we kind of fill up the film and make it a little bit more interesting? So it's traditional that, you know, with every about 8 seconds or 10 seconds or so, you're going to have some sort of B-roll. Otherwise, you're just going to have this long talking head for an hour, and it's just going to be kind of boring. So you want to fill it up with B-roll and support. So some of the B-roll support could be natural photographs that you take yourself, or old photographs, or newspaper articles, or court records, or transcripts, or receipts, or yearbooks, anything that kind of corroborates the story that is being told, that's going to lend to some of the realism of the story. So these are just a couple of clips that I included in the movie. I wanted to talk about this restaurant. I had an idea of this restaurant that's in the local neighborhood where I grew up in. And my advisor told me, okay, well, you want to tell a story about a restaurant? Well, then that restaurant is presumably on a street, and that street is in a town, and that town is in a neighborhood, and that neighborhood, you know, is in a city. So it just started to snowball, right? I really just wanted to talk about this one place, but then he explained to me to go into the history and so I can really create a fuller story. And the story ended up being pretty much a story about the history of Black Fort Lauderdale. Again, we went through, after snowballing, we went through individual parts, like the first Black doctor who delivered the Black babies in the neighborhood when the town was segregated and Blacks were not allowed to go to white hospitals. The first Black physician, the first Black millionaire and businessman. We talked about the historic Black business district through segregation and all of the jazz musicians that played throughout there. So it kind of went through the 1930s, 40s, 50s, all the way until recent times. We even talked about a lynching that took place there, a very famous lynching photograph that is shown often in documentary films about lynchings. And I had no idea that that photograph was taken in this town in Fort Lauderdale, where I grew up. So we went through Martin Luther King protests and riots and people who actually witnessed these riots. We were able to use oral histories as well as primary sources in order to add credibility, right? In order to make this more realistic, right? So we would, I would interview one person, and if they said a story, then I would find others in oral histories that kind of corroborated their story. So I listened to over 50 oral histories from the town elders who all told stories about when they were growing up in this town. And then I started to pick stories that were similar and that also supported some of the other stories that were told by the people that I was interviewing. So, like I said, it ended up being a story about the historic Black business district in Fort Lauderdale, the first Black physicians over here and doctors who faced racism. Dr. Vondi Mizell, who was very instrumental. They talked a lot about the kids during school who were forced to go pick fruit inside of the fields. So I went and looked in the archives and got historical documents from Florida Memory Project, which is a public archive, who had pictures of the locations during the times. So I used this as evidence, again, evidentiary editing, kind of superimposing on the screen what the person is talking about. So it's not just this talking head, it's actually showing proof of what they're saying. So I went and found newspapers. I looked through countless hours of microfilm, and this is not something that you're just gonna find, you know, on your first day, right? It might take hours or even days of just looking through newspapers and microfilm. So I would listen closely to the stories that they were saying, and then I would go actually find this event that took place 60 years ago. So these are newspapers from the 1940s. All these are pictures from the 1940s and 50s of the people. Dr. Mizell, Dr. Sistrunk. This is the doctor who, the restaurant that I wanted to talk about is on the street, and the street is called Sistrunk Boulevard. And this is actually Dr. Sistrunk, who the street was named after. So I went again back and got all of the primary source documents. This is George Burroughs, the first Black electrician who took Broward County basically out of the dark ages when Blacks were still living in wooden houses and with flambeaux and lanterns. He was the first Black electrician who put electricity in all of the houses for the Blacks. I went and got newspaper articles. Again, these are newspaper articles from the 1940s and 50s. And then also I even found the original photographs that were used in the newspaper article. So I was able to show the newspaper article. I was able to show photographs from the times. I was able to find public domain jazz music of the times. This also lended to the credibility and the realisticness of the film. I even went and found military records. This is Dr. Sistrunk, who the street is named after. This is his Army registration papers. I even found court transcripts that corroborated what the interviewees were saying. They even had a restaurant that was owned by Muhammad Ali called Champ Burger, and this is a picture of Muhammad Ali right there. So when the person that I'm interviewing is saying, you know, Muhammad Ali even had a restaurant, I go and I show the picture of Muhammad Ali inside of the neighborhood. Lawsuits that took place. So instead of just hearing someone say, you know, Dr. Mizell sued the North Broward County Hospital, I went and actually found the lawsuit, right? So I can superimpose this on the screen using the kind of Ken Burns style, where he's kind of panning and scanning on the pictures while the interview is being conducted. And what also helped was a family member. So to also, you know, so it's not just me talking and telling the story. We got someone from the family that's telling us the different stories throughout the years that happened to the family. And also he became very successful. He talked about how he was the first, this was when schools were pretty much still segregated. And one of the first schools that was integrated in Broward County, he was the first, one of the only Blacks in that school, and he became the president of a school that was predominantly white, while half of the country, or most of the country, was still segregated, which was a big thing. So this is actual proof of that, right? So he's not just saying it, we can actually see he's the only Black student with a white student body, and he was actually the president, and it says it down here. And then him talking about some of his success. He actually won a Grammy Award for a film or an album that he made with Ray Charles. So I was actually able to find a newspaper article. He didn't even have this newspaper article, and he was so happy that I went and found it because he'd been looking all over for it. So just the amount of research that goes into it to show and to have evidence of what you're talking about. And this is what kind of lends authenticity to the documentary film and what makes it more entertaining at the same time. So we're not just looking at talking heads. And then sometimes when you have absolutely nothing to show, and this is called representational absence, how do you represent what is not there? Right. So again, when I had absolutely nothing else to show, then I actually created some stuff digitally. Right. So this was just digital graphics and animation. This was actually a picture of his yearbook picture, and I just had his head. Right. And he was talking about how he was on TV during this school, like they were practicing journalism. So they were on TV. So I took his head from the yearbook picture, and I superimposed it on a different body. I put a TV there and I made it move around just to kind of fill in some of the spots. So it's not, again, just this long, boring talking head, right? So this brings us back to media and conglomerates and gatekeepers and agenda setters. And if not you, then who, right? If you're not going to tell your story, then nobody's going to tell it, right? This was a story that would have just been still sitting on the shelf had I not had the interest in telling the story and actually going to find the primary source documents and secondary source documents to tell an actual, accurate story that's historically proven and historically documented in newspapers and photographs, but it would have never been told. It would have just sat on the shelf if we're just waiting for the media conglomerates. Again, as he mentioned, they basically so very ideological and basically sold out to the right wing, right? They're never going to tell a story that speaks about the concerns of the marginalized groups, right? So this is what my research entails, empowering marginalized groups to tell their own stories through critical research. And that's basically what I study, critical theory, which really looks at who gets to talk and who has the ability to tell their stories, and is it, being told properly. And we have an epistemology of how do you know what you know, or how do you know what you're doing is even working, right? And our epistemology is we want to take the knowledge away from the powers that be, so to speak, and be able to give it to those that are systematically oppressed. And if they can use this knowledge to free themselves from systematic oppression, then we know that what we're doing is actually working, right? So kind of brings us to this idea of the digital divide, especially with lower socioeconomic groups and high economic groups. And what the digital divide, I know you guys are familiar with it, but right now it's not so much who has access to technology, but it's more so about how people are using technology. And what studies are finding is that lower socioeconomic schools or schools with minorities are only using technology for basic academic skills or remedial programs, kind of drill and practice. They're taking orders from computers, or they're taking orders from the technology. Their technology is actually asking them questions. They have to bubble in the right answer, 5 right answers, and then you get to go to the next page. And if you don't, you have to start all over again, right? And you don't get to go to the next page. So they're kind of like a servant to this technology, as opposed to higher socioeconomic backgrounds. They're actually developing higher thinking order skills. They're making movies, they're doing coding, right? Augmented reality, they're making games, they're making apps. So they're actually commanding the computer and they're telling the technology what to do, right? So there's this master and servant relationship. And what studies are finding is that kids or students or people who traditionally find themselves on the servant side, where they're taking orders from the technology, they don't see themselves in IT fields, right? And they're commonly underrepresented. Women and minorities are underrepresented in IT fields because they just don't have the self-efficacy to use the equipment and to be the master of the equipment. And this is shown again through the gatekeepers and the agenda setters, right? That don't necessarily tell the stories of the marginalized groups. And if they're not telling the stories of the marginalized groups, then that also means that these marginalized groups are not working in these IT fields, right? So we did a filmmakers workshop that I run every year, just about that, actually empowering people to be the masters of technology and to learn the skills to tell their own stories, because again, the media conglomerates aren't going to tell stories that they're, that have the concerns of the marginalized groups in them. So Fannie Lou Hamer's America, we were able to teach underprivileged high school students how to use camera equipment and how to tell their own stories. We provided primary source documentation about Fannie Lou Hamer and life of civil rights in Mississippi, and then asked them to think about how their lives kind of connected with some of these stories and some of their family stories about Fannie Lou Hamer. So this is just a picture of the students actually filming a film. They did 2 films. They actually worked in collaboration with another film group and were able to, just off their first project, get a film that was premiered in Sundance Film Festival, which is kind of a big deal. And this was their first film. They actually was accepted to Sundance Film Festival. They also did another film that was accepted into the Crossroads Film Festival. So they're very proud to see their work and gave them a little bit of confidence that they can do it, right? That they do have the ability to tell their own stories, that they do have the ability to do it in a way that people receive it and that they get notoriety for it and that it's professional. So they're very excited. One of the students had a situation that happened to her the weekend right before one of our classes, and she came in. They were driving around with some of her friends the weekend before, and she was racially profiled. And they got kind of cornered somewhere, and someone else was coming to do God knows what, but they were able to escape. But she came to class and she was so hurt about what happened. She was very distraught that this person had so much authority over her, and that she wasn't able to express herself the way she wanted to. So we told her that this was a great chance for her to tell her story, right? Because the story will probably never be told. So this is just a short clip, about 2.5, 3 minutes of this reenactment that we did at the end of the documentary film. And I just wanted to share that with you, and I'll be available for questions afterwards if you're interested. And I also included in this PowerPoint my website that has clips of the film if anyone's interested in looking at it. So thank you, and I'll show at the end of the film. So we can talk about it later if you choose. Can you guys see that? No? Yeah? Okay.
We have always been taught that we have to suffer as Christ suffered. He was killed and all of the followers was persecuted. But I think in terms of what David had to do, David was a shepherd boy, but he was giving service to his people. But it did come in a time in his life, he had to slay Goliath.
See, we hold on to what we went through. They don't know what we went through. They understand what we tell them. But they didn't have the experience. They only experience what they're going through.
See, it's good for them to know what we had to go through. So, because they don't have to go through it, but they are still facing some things that we didn't have to face.
My hair was shaved, now it's so full. I got it. See, I'm so cool by myself. I don't need to put your picture in me, girl.
Yeah, I got him over here. Yeah, come along.
When my grandma used to work out here, all of this was a parking lot. They literally let the grass grow up through the concrete. I might put this on Snapchat so I can show when I get home. And look how they busted the windows out to their factory.
Yeah, that's cool, but ain't this that same truck we passed when we were blocking around in the old neighborhood?
That truck does look familiar. Well, we need to go. Come on. Hurry up, RJ. Who is this guy?
Y'all got your license? Hey, yes or no, boy?
Oh, who are you? What's it to you? Why does it matter?
Because I want to know how much trouble y'all are in.
Trouble? Are you in trouble just for riding around?
Yeah, just for riding around.
Are you accusing us of anything?
I'm telling you to find somewhere else to ride around.
Okay, I'm done with this conversation. I will not be talked to that way. You can talk to RJ.
Okay, y'all in some real trouble now, though.
17th chapter of Acts. And the 26th verse said, has made in one blood all nations. So that.
So that was just an example of the end of the reenactment that they did. So, well, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Pablo Correa. That was, I think we could talk a lot about the reenactment. I'm thinking of Joshua Oppenheimer's films as well. But we are running out of time, so I'm going to introduce our final panelist, Ambreen Alkadar. She's an Indian-born writer and director, and she's also an assistant professor at the Rochester Institute of Technology, New York, where she teaches film production history and hybrid practices. Ambreen has worked for some of India's leading filmmakers and has extensive experience in the various aspects of film production, including fundraising, production management, and editing. It was during her years of training at the Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, that she discovered her passion for screenwriting and direction. She was later a Fulbright Nehru Leadership Development Fellow at Temple University, USA, where she graduated with a postgraduate degree in fine arts in 2012. Her films have fetched her numerous national and international awards. They've been broadcast on television networks in India and the UK and have been screened at prominent film festivals in India, Korea, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany. Her films have also been screened in many well-known museums and galleries as part of academic and interdisciplinary research. Some of her award-winning films include Ghetto Girl, Four Women and a Room, Who Can Speak of Men, and Elsewhere. Her upcoming film, The Informant, based on her thesis short Aisha, has garnered positive praise and appreciation for her in the film industry and was chosen for the prestigious Athena Film Festival in New York in 2019. Ambreen's films are psychologically and intellectually driven and involve a mix of various genres and technologies. The characters in her films are based on her autobiographical materials, early documentaries, and childhood fantasies. So over to you, Ambreen.
Thank you, Rashmi. That was, I love the last part because I think that is something that, I don't know, maybe the introduction was from the website and you listen to introduction and there are all the places your work goes and things you do, but those lines that kind of distill the essence of what you do was very, thank you. So I've structured my presentation more like a story of how my career has progressed and how I have made choices in terms of techniques. We were discussing a documentary, the appeal of documentary to students and to audiences earlier on with the panelists. And actually, I got fascinated by the form because I went to a film program and I was taught by a professor who just completely captured my imagination. This is Shohini Ghosh, who teaches at the Mass Communication Research Center, and I was a student there. And I still remember she showed Errol Morris. She showed Maya Deren and Errol Morris, and I have that quote from that class where she discussed the idea of realism of form and realism of content. And that sort of unpacked this broad universe for me, where documentary is not restricted to a certain definition of reality. Yes, I understand that we've discussed, the indexical relationship that a documentary image has with the world, but the idea that documentaries can be real even when they do not use realist techniques pushed me into a form of practice, which is sort of, my films are extremely subjective. And I feel that truth is subjective. And in my own work, I have engaged with the idea in different sort of capacities. Now I work my work now has become more sort of narrative. I'm currently working on a sort of a full length narrative, but at the same time, documentary is something that has always even informed my narrative work. It informs in a way that the sense of the believability that I create in the sort of the world building when you're even working with narrative. So I'm going to bring up my website and I want to talk you through some of the things that I have done and how I have moved in making these decisions. This is the first film that I did after in the program where Shohini was my advisor. And I lived in Jamia. I have grown up there. It's a neighborhood that has sort of completely captured the international imagination now after the Citizenship Amendment Act protests led by the women who live there. This was a film made about these three women who would cross-dress, and these were my neighbors in the neighborhood. So I remember having this discussion with Shohini and I had all these big ideas about women and nationalism, and I remember the conversation sitting in that room with her when she was advising me. And then I said, I also want to make this one film where I have these three women who are completely like, it seems like the sense of norms that I have grown up with in this neighborhood, they just throw that into the bin, and they are these extremely independent women. And I was just kind of fantasized. I mean, fantasy also plays a really important role in my work, because I feel that fantasy creates that gap between the reality and the imagination of, this idea that's sort of this future-seeking idea. And it allows you the space to create images that do not exist of your culture. And being Muslim in India, not just now, but historically, there are very stereotypical images that you would see of Muslim women and Muslim lives. So this film was made with extremely low tech. Jamia is a great film program. And the program really instills the idea in you that technology elevates the vision, but the vision and what you have to say through your work is more important. And this was a film where these women are my neighbors, and I'm talking to them about how they live their lives and what they do. I was stunned at the success that this film had. It was reviewed as a revolutionary film about Muslim women at the BFI, the British Film Institute. And it had several international sort of official selections. And that really sort of made me ask myself the question that what is the role that my work is playing in sort of filling the gap in terms of what the audience sees as images of a certain sort of, these Muslims in India, and yet what is my lived reality. And I feel that in my work, the idea that documentary is subjective, and you can tell, I as an artist can tell a subjective personal story, is not going to sort of give you this kind of monumental truth about Muslims in India, but it is going to give you a subjective window, a window which is subjective to the experience of somebody who's Muslim and who is also not only Muslim, but a woman, which again brings with itself the idea of being the margins within the margins. Like, I feel that a lot of times there's this conversation about, let us give voice to the voiceless in documentary. Well, I mean, the voiceless is not a homogenized group in any way either. So how does one really negotiate these kind of differing shades and lines of being minority? And again, my answer to that question always is that I'm going to tell the story of where I stand, where my home is, what my street is, who are my neighbors. I really do not, even I've been working on a film on the CAA and the Shaheen Bagh since January. It's a film about my mother. It's a film because I again feel that my intersection of my life with the Citizenship Amendment Act and how it impacts me is the story that I can tell. I can really not tell the story of how it impacts someone else. And I feel that this is an insight that I developed since I moved to the US in 2015, since I was teaching here. And then just between being here and there, this really fascinating way in which your lens operates, and you start seeing the gaps. I started seeing the gaps because I was far removed from my neighborhood and my family, and I started creating sort of documentary portraits around those people and those places. I have a running list of things here, and I don't want to sort of skip. After this film, this was Who Can Speak of Men, I did another film, For Women and a Room. This was a film commissioned by the Public Service Broadcasting Trust. And this is a film about the falling child sex ratio. it's a completely different, it takes a different tangent and a color. Where I traveled in Punjab, the child sex ratio was it was 2008, I believe, was very bad, and they wanted to make a film about this. I went and I got some very, very sort of dramatic testimonies from these women who were telling me about how, this extremely complicated nexus of technology, women's reproductive rights, and what really happens in this whole landscape where at that time the PCP and DT Act was sort of ban abortions, and there was also this idea of I'm trying to recall because it is an oldish project, sort of a project I did a while ago. But the idea that women, how do women negotiate choice and reproductive rights in an extremely patriarchal culture? I had the testimonies on camera. I mean, I could have edited those, but when I look back at those and because I knew the repercussions of the PCP and DT Act at that time, I chose to dramatize the testimonies. So we did reenactments. Dramatize is not the right word. We did reenactments. And I think this film became the starting point of me really experimenting with a hybrid form with The Ghetto Girl. It's a film that I finished in 2012. It was commissioned after the Butler House encounter. I was walking home just on this street, and there were gunshots. So for me, the work is experiential because it is coming from the experience of walking the street. It is not me zooming into this neighborhood with a camera because let me tell the story of these people. I think there's an inherent problem in doing that. So I'm going to play a clip. It's a short 2-minute trailer, and we'll talk more.
Your screen's not visible, Ambreen. Are you sharing it?
All this while my screen is not visible?
No, all this while it was, but have you, now it is, yeah.
Okay. These are fragments of a lost memory. They come to her in the color and shape of bell bottoms, flared, glitter-like red bell bottoms of the 70s. Her mother in red bell bottoms and the girl making a home movie. She does not know where these memories come from and how they are a part of an erased history.
अमेरिका में हुए आतंकी हमले 9/11 के तर्ज पर एक और हमला होने वाला है और इस बार निशाने पर है भारत.
She emerges from her dream, overlooking a road that leads home.
ये मुसलमान लोग ज्यादा है शुरू से ही A to Z तो इसकी लेकर के हमें लोग टेररिस्ट कहते हैं. हमारा घर तो ऐसे काफी दूर है मतलब.
So there's one more chai wala over here, but again I can't come here.
It's not that I haven't been in trouble because of these visits.
यहाँ तक आपके तस्वीरों का ताल्लुक है तो ये भी आपका एक ज़रूरी काम है इसलिए हम इसमें खिंचवा तो सकते हैं लेकिन इन केस की जैसे कहीं मैं शादी में बैठी हूँ तो वहाँ पर मूवी बन रही है उसमें मैं अवॉइड करना ही ज़्यादा बेहतर समझती हूँ कि ठीक है अगर हम बच जाएं फोटोग्राफी से तो अच्छा है.
So this film was a collage. It really made me ask the question that when one is rooted in the world, it is difficult to tell a story that is all the time accessible or easily understood or follows this kind of typical narrative structure where there's a relationship between cause and effect in each scene, the way traditional narrative is driven. And at the same time, now when I look back at this film, I feel that I will not make a film like this again, where I would use this sort of this extremely, um, um, this voiceover, this use of the home movie. I made this film actually in a classroom with Malia. We went to a Temple film program together. I actually was in classes with her. So it's really wonderful to see her here and be able to share this with all of you. Because when I went back and when I showed this film to my family, and my mother has a beauty salon in this neighborhood, and I had a screening in the beauty salon, I felt extremely uncomfortable because a lot of people were not able to understand what I was trying to say. And I felt that if I'm going to make films for my community and I think I make films about myself or the way I look at the world. And always my hope and my objective is that I'm able to tell a bigger story through a personal lens, that my story is not just my story, but it is reflecting the concerns or the voice of probably some more people like me. I really felt that that's where I did a lot of hard thinking, because I felt that even though the content in the film is something that the way I wanted to shape is what I want to work with, but I really do not think that the form does justice to the people that it sort of engages and reflects with. So that actually marked a shift into a completely, I had never thought that I'll start working with narrative, and my narrative work tends to be more documentary-like, and my documentary work tends to be more narrative. I'm currently working on a film about Muslim families in upstate New York that have seen extreme law enforcement. It started off as a documentary project, and I've been shaping that project into a narrative film. I tend to work on several things at the same time. Again, this is partially because one is invested and lives these issues and these debates. They're not just issues or debates at one level for me. My family lives in Jamia Nagar still, so I have a connection with that place. So I've been working on a film about the CAA. Again, it is a film about the neighborhood and the women who live in the neighborhood. Because I asked myself, I read an article in the New York Times about these heroic women. And the article seemed that they became heroes in this one moment that this New York Times reporter went into the neighborhood and wrote this article. And I felt that there was a certain kind of an entitled approach to reporting these underprivileged people who live in that place is called a ghetto. That place is still segregated. Lynchings for Muslims has become the new everyday reality with what's going on in that country. So I felt that, how about reporting a broader spectrum of what this community deals with rather than just zooming in with this one report? And that's a separate issue. But these women did not become heroes just on that one night. These women became heroes because the neighborhood and the lives that they live in there are heroic lives in the everyday. So the importance of looking at the everyday life became another important part of my work. So, when I was looking at the panel, I was looking at it as a way, okay, this is about documentary realism and media literacy. And where do I fit in here? Because I teach documentary, and when I teach documentary, I talk about ethics, and I make them read essays, so on and so forth. But I thought of sort of structuring my presentation around the idea that there is a gap between reality and representation, and that gap has to be looked at and challenged. Um, uh, and it has to be challenged by practitioners who claim who claim and practice in terms of documentary being a form of truth. The relationship is not seamless. Documentary has a very complicated relationship with truth. That truth shifts, and that truth changes. We know about how the CAA has been reported. Also, sometimes in international media, it has been said that actually it is actually not a bad thing. It is actually not taking away people's rights away. and half the country believes in that. Half the country in India, and I see it even in America now, this whole idea of fake news on WhatsApp groups. So definitely, it has also then taken me back to the position in terms of then what is real and how will we really structure our worlds around truth and the lack of it when all of that is so complicated. So as Malia said, and as Pablo said, I think a careful consideration or a critical awareness with students or filmmakers who are making these films, then what exactly we are doing with our work, and whose story we are telling. Not all stories can be personal stories. I understand that. Not everybody can be telling. I should also not tell some stories, and I have been very aware of that. I have not made several other films that I had started, thinking that that's not my story. And I feel that questioning, that when I take that to my classes, that is true of fiction, and I teach fiction, and sometimes it's like going back in the past a little bit for me, because I've not taught documentary now for about 3 years now. My teaching has focused more on teaching narrative and fiction. But the idea is it applies to both in terms of whose story are you going to tell and why are you going to tell that story, and how do you think it impacts the world? Because I really feel that now we also cannot look away from the question of impact. There was a time when I was a student, there was the idea that you make films for yourself and you really don't care who sees this. I mean, I used to see myself as this artist and this, I don't care who my audience is, to laugh at the question. It has come a full circle, because now I think, who is going to watch my films? What do I really want to say to someone who's actually from the right? I mean, Pradeep brought up the idea of how right wing is operating in India. And I sometimes sit back and ask myself, I want the right wing to watch my films. I want them to understand where I'm coming from. And I feel that those lines have to be crossed over, whether those are through hybrid techniques in our own work or in my own work, or through the act of taking the work into the world, and when one is engaging with the audience in a more in a more real worldly way. But thank you. I was a little bit unstructured.
That's fine. Thanks, Ambreen. I think it was a very moving account, and it reminds us why cinema is so powerful, whether it's documentary or any narrative kind of film, because it's ultimately stories that touch us as human beings, right? I mean, without a society without stories is going to lose its humaneness in some sense. So thank you very much for that. I'm afraid we are woefully out of time. We were supposed to have a discussion amongst ourselves and then open it out for the viewers. So what I'm going to do is, I have a lot to say in response to each one of your presentations. There's a whole question of video forensics and, how do we actually look at the idea of truth value in the moving image, a question of communities and working with communities and so on. But I'm going to give up my privilege, which I don't have since we've run out of time, our biggest master who we obey. And I'm just going to quickly pose to you a couple of questions that have come from the audience. We can't take all of them. They are directed to individual panelists, but I'm going to just quickly read one to I'll read all the questions first, and then you can respond to Malia. There's a question called, what has been the influence of social media on documentary filmmaking? To Pablo, as compared to mainstream media representation, how is it that documentary films can inculcate more ways to represent marginal societies without commodifying the resistance? And to Ambreen, how do you see documentaries in modern India with platforms like Netflix now taking part in the dissemination? Is the small attention span audience moving towards or away from these? I think each of these questions will take a long time to answer. So may I request you to respond in no more than 2 minutes each, please. We start with Malia.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, how social media has influenced documentary. And I think I'm sure that depends on a lot of factors, including, you know, culture and region and that kind of thing. I think the main way I see it affecting is in aesthetics. So we see a lot more. I've never thought I would have to teach students that they need to film, you know, with the landscape aspect ratio as opposed to portrait. So, you know, that kind of thing. Umberini, you might have to teach that as well, and Pablo. Yeah, I think the aesthetic of YouTube and Snapchat and things like that are definitely influencing the aesthetics that we see in documentary. And I think also I yesterday was teaching a class about personal documentary and diary documentary, and the kind of history of that with video, when video became ubiquitous and easily accessible, you know, but for decades those kinds of films were really not so common. But as people are just always filming themselves, and you know, always have the camera on themselves, I think that is definitely going to shift. It's not so strange anymore to see, you know, a very vulnerable personal story where you're filming yourself. So yeah, to keep it short, that's all I'll say. But I think aesthetics and you know, the kind of subjective documentary are very much affected by social media.
Okay, thanks. Pablo, would you like to go next?
Yeah, so just briefly, how do you represent the marginalized voices without commodifying the resistance? Really just being very intentional. Again, research, primary sources, being true to your voice and the marginalized group that you're representing, and kind of pushing back against some of the resistance from the right wing or from the ideological media, and making it your own, and being authentic to the narratives that you're telling. Again, like I said, and pushing back to the media and letting them know that this is your story, and maybe kind of contradicting some of their values, or again, just really standing up for the group that you're trying to represent. So I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Okay, thanks. That was, I mean, I think, you know, there's a whole big conversation there in terms of alternative aesthetics. And I always like to quote Audre Lorde, who says that you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools. And this is how what filmmakers have historically also approached it, through the question of form and aesthetics. And I think it's a very crucial debate discussion to have at this moment, but we don't have the time. So Amreen.
Rashmi, so the question is, how has it impacted? I'm just trying to...
The question is, how do you see documentaries in modern India with platforms like Netflix taking part in dissemination? I think the question is whether Netflix is going to help documentary in some sense.
Yeah, it's interesting that you know, this question is asked, because a few days ago I watched the first couple of episodes of Indian Matchmaking. It's a show that's trending on the top 5, and I am part of this group called Brown Girls Doc Mafia, and I asked if episodes had focus group screenings before it was released on Netflix, because I felt that the show was not reflective of the diversity that India really has in terms of its religious, cultural, ethnic diversity. And that started a long thread on the Brown Girls, discussing precisely this, that is Netflix going to move beyond sort of making what are called docu soap operas. I'm aware of a lot of Indian filmmakers who are pitching very critical content. And those films we are not seeing those films. What we are seeing is a certain kind of a Kal Ho Na Ho or Karan Johar's version of the documentary. Indian Matchmaking has its own, watching that series has its own pleasure. I love the character of Seema Taparia and the way she talks, and the idea that women are, or people are, it's a system. So you really have to understand the system. And the executive producer of the show, Spriti Mundra, did a call on Brown Girls answering some of these questions. And the bottom line was that we will have, I think audience has to demand that they want to see critical content. Netflix is a platform that is completely driven by what people watch. And it's hard to push critical content because, because critical content, is parked either in academia or it's parked in museums or galleries. It does not see that kind of mainstream largely. At the same time, Netflix US, I see a lot of, they have it's trending Black Lives Matter. And sometimes I ask myself, like, will I ever see a reflection of this kind of an interventional approach in India, which is going through a massive sort of upheaval? So in the end, I think audience has a lot of power. If they want to see critical content, they can. But the question is that who the audience is and what they want to watch.
Right. Okay, thanks a lot. I really want to thank all of you. It was lovely talking to you. It feels like I'm talking to some real people after months, because usually I'm in the classroom where all the students' videos turned off. So I started talking to myself these days. So this was wonderful. It was a great discussion. Pradeep, we can't see you. Would you like to reappear on camera to say your final goodbye? I think there are many conversations, and I do, hope that we can stay in touch and carry them forward. It's lovely to be able to talk to people living in different parts of the world, and it is very early for you, so I think you might want to go back to bed now. But this has been a wonderful session. Thank you so much. I think this is all that I really can muster up courage to say right now is thank you, because it's left me with a lot of thoughts and ideas, and more than anything else, the need for action and the need for collaboration in very many different, multiple ways, not choosing one over the other, but choosing all possible ways. And I do hope that Shohini watches this at some point, Amri.
I love I hope she does. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll send her the link. Okay, thank you. And thank you to the audience. I hope it was interesting and productive to all of you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating this session. And with this, we come to the end of this panel discussion. And as stated by Dr. Pablo Coria, that if not you, then who will? If you are not going to tell your story, then who will? So, with this kind of a thought-provoking statements and with such insightful talk, we come to the end of this session. On behalf of the Department of Media Studies, I extend warm thanks to our panelists for giving such wonderful insights. I'm sure that it will add value to the learnings of the students present here. I would again like to thank our moderator, Dr. Rashmi, for moderating the session. And now we will take a short break and be back for the next session on media literacy to counter systemic violence. Participants and audience are requested to join back at 4:55 p.m. Stay tuned, stay safe.
Good evening, Harshminder sir.
Hello.
Good evening, Harshminder sir. There's other Nelson sir is also joining in a bit. And the moderator of this session has also just joined in. I just want to also tell you, we are already live, so the audience will still be seeing.
Okay. So you just needed to check the sound actually, and I'll take this off.
Right.
And you just check the sound. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
So is the sound all right now?
Yes, sir. It is clear, and even the video is really clear.
Video is also okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll go mute.
All right.
And I don't see Sainath.
Sainath, so will be joining by around slightly later. So he said he'll join in a bit. So I mean, even in the poster, everything is going to be made. So it's all.
I don't see. I didn't see his picture on the poster. So
Yeah, we're going to put one more up. So yes, it's coming. This is
okay. Good. So I'll go mute and you can call me when. I mean,
yes.
I'll know when I'm supposed to come in.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible, Kailash?
Yes, Anil sir, you are audible, but
Am
you're
I
not
seen?
visible. Not yet.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Anil sir, we are already live. So once Wilson sir joins, the MC will take over.
Hello? Hello? Yes?
Deswada sir, Wilson sir, we can hear you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, sir. We can. Yeah.
I will be shifting to the other computer.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
it, no charge. So once I finish that, then I will get back to you.
Okay, sir. All
On
right.
same link, I will get back to you now.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. On the same link, I will connect. Hello.
Okay.
We got started. No, make up. But already it is on the live. वो बोल रहे पॉइंट में देना वो भाषण पॉइंट तो दे सकती बट अभी लाइव है ना हाँ निर्मला
Welcome back and a very good evening to one and all. Welcome back to Media Meet 2020, an international media conference organized by the Department of Media Studies, Christ, deemed to be university. Hope you all are safe and doing great. Meeting virtually and sharing knowledge digitally is the new normal now. But no pandemic can stop us from learning and sharing new ideas. The theme for this edition of Media Meet is media literacy. Our academic collaborators are Griffith University, Queensland, Australia, and Florida State University. Supporting partners for Media Meet 2020 are Gapmill and Puri. Youth partner is Under 25 Christ University. Session for discussion today is titled as Media Literacy to Counter Systemic Violence. We have a set of esteemed speakers for the speaker series with us today. Bezwada Wilson, Harsh Mandar, and P. Sainath. We welcome you all and looking forward for an insightful session ahead. Also, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our moderator for today's session, Dr. Anil Joseph Pinto, Registrar of Christ, deemed to be University, Bangalore. Dr. Anil Pinto's research interests includes cultural studies, translation studies, self-translation, Konkani literature, history of higher education policy, and digital culture. A very warm welcome to you, sir. The very first speaker will be Bezwada Wilson, and we will be having his short promo video on screen. After this, we will be having the promo video, and can we have that the AV on screen? All right, due to some technical issues, now I would like to request Dr. Anil Pinto to take over the session. So now it's over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rohit Singh, and good evening to all those who are taking part virtually this beautiful session. For me personally, this is perhaps the most eventful evening this entire lockdown period because of this unique opportunity to listen to three of the most eminent persons in terms of their difference they have made to the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people in this country. And you normally don't get to have people who have made such large difference together listening in one evening. I'm certainly very excited. I'm sure all those who are watching are also excited to listen to them. This evening is, in some sense, evening of those people who have given voice to the voiceless, those who engage with the subaltern, those who engage with the marginalized, a large and important and probably large contingency that most of the mainstream media, mainstream academic institutions, and the middle class generally tends to forget. And it is to listen to those and to get inspired and to see in what ways we can carry on the work that they have done in our own ways. Certainly cannot do it in their ways. Is that we are here this evening. And it's also an evening, I would also want to mention that this particular session aligns with the university's work as well. I'm not sure how many of you are aware that Christ has a Center for Social Action, CSA, which is a student-led initiative started in 1998, primarily engaging with the people in the rural areas, in the slums, from a very consistent engagement point of view. And since 98, thousands of families have benefited, moved up the social ladder, and currently over 10,000 families are directly benefiting from these initiatives, where the universities adopted villages and slums in Karnataka, Telangana, Maharashtra, Kerala, and Chhattisgarh. And I, of course, those students who are watching this, the campus, of course, is closed now, but when it opens, I would really urge you to try and learn more about it and see in what ways you can be part of these initiatives and find a path for yourself in doing something for the society in terms of the other center. As a first speaker of the evening, we have a person from Karnataka itself. Of course, he was born in KGF, grew up and studied in Andhra Pradesh, and of course, his greatest works are in these two states as well, apart from the difference he made to the country. He's often, Mr. Bezwada Wilson, often called the iconic change maker by the Hindu, is one of the national conveners of the Safai Karmachari Andolan, a human rights organization that campaigns for the total eradication of manual scavenging and for the rehabilitation of all scavengers to dignified occupations. The crusader against systematic discrimination that is performed against the Dalit community. He played a crucial role in drafting and executing the Manual Scavenging Act of India, and for his work, he's been recognized and awarded the Raymond Magsaysay Award in 2016 and many other awards under his belt. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Bezwada Wilson. Thank you so much for agreeing to spend your evening with us, and I hope that your work continues with the youngsters who are listening this evening. We would like to listen to you for about 20 minutes, if that's okay with you, and then we will have 10 minutes of Q&A. And the questions will come on YouTube, but there's a team that's going to put them together. They will give it to me, and I will relay those questions to you orally over the Zoom. So over to you, Mr. Bezwada Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Pinto, and it is a good opportunity for me also to talk about the systemic violence, because systemic violence has particularly in Indian society, it got a full sanction, because we got a kind of we feel that we are privileged to discriminate other. We don't feel that we are discriminating somebody, or we don't feel that in such circumstances. And me to speak about the systemic violence, I feel it is good for me to learn many things, and because this is the going past 2 days, and you are also making so many things, and we are all following. Friends has told me that there are the many speakers, and they are giving very nice presentations which are very useful for all the students. And I also feel it is good for me to see, look, the media, because usually I talk more on the society, civil society, or the government, judiciary like. But this is the first time you also taken that media literacy, this thing. On this particular subject, me to say a few words. I am not a media person, but of course I can also claim that in my career in the life started as an occasional news contributor of the Indian Express, Kannada Prabha, and the Telugu Andhra Prabha newspapers in Bangalore. That is a very early. So later I never did, because now I can't write anything. I only speak. My 2-3 points I want to make it. Now there is nothing much to speak. Then after some time, Dr. Anil Pinto, if he intervene and if he start asking some questions, then later we can actually come on the track. Because usually when I start speaking, I'll speak what I feel, because I don't have a particular notes. When we think about the systemic violence in particularly Indian society, we can think about actually how the caste, class, patriarchy, how it is working in the daily life of the citizens of the country. And we practice that every day, in and out. And we have a kind of a notion that we throw on us that I have a privilege to do this. So you don't, in a village or in the city or in anywhere, when you pass some remarks or something, you don't even feel that you are making some derogatory comment. You think that it is this is the way. So like example, very simple thing I will say that to understand, that you call as a bangi. A bangi aa raha hai. The bangi person is coming. And you don't feel anything while you are saying. But for the bangi, or the children of the bangis, they feel that as some kind of the thing like a big volcano has fallen on their head, and the whole lifetime they will be struggling with that. So why these people call me as the bangi? What is their life? And that their self-dignity, self-esteem, and their self-respect, everything will get destroyed or the collapse by just using the one word. It is the simplest small thing I mentioned here. But the derogatory things, the violence, the what happens, that you know very well. And you have the data about that. Statistics we have. How many rapes are happening, how many atrocities are happening, everything. It is not just the physical atrocities in 21st century we are all living. Unfortunately, and it is in a purposely, it is a happening even in the society, that the things. But actually the truth is, even to make them psychologically, how we are destroying. Also, we must consider very clearly it is a violence. So that kind of a understanding we are lacking as Indians. The role of the media in actually here, they make the actually the agenda. Setting agenda of the country, now it has gone to their hand. Why it has gone to the media's hand? Because there is a nexus between the media and the power. So the power always think that let the freedom of the speech there with the media now, because the media is making a dance according to our music. So the music between the power and the dance of the media is both are creating and throwing a kind of a national agenda. They fix the national agenda. I will bring a small, simplest example. Like example, when the people started walking on then the pandemic, when they without any kind of a preparedness, the prime minister when announced the lockdown, just like that coming and stating that, and I want to make the comment also on the exactly on the prime minister, because of him only on the 25th it is started, and he also said that everybody must come at the 5 o'clock to the balcony, which means the Indian prime minister is addressing the people who are actually having the balconies. So this is a balcony prime minister speech as destroyed, and they made the many people to walk on the street after that. So when they started walking, the media has started the first. They highlighted these people are walking, and there are some good. Actually, they have taken that as an mission. They walked along with them to the street where they are going on the road on the national highway up to their village. So when there's as much time as the media started focusing on that, all of a sudden, I don't know, they stopped highlighting that. They completely stopped. The 1 or 2 days. Then after that, the people even still continually starting. But the problem here is, when we ask anyone, we want to arrange the bus or anything to send these people to their villages, as long as the media it is highlighting, The people, the philanthropy, the charity, and everything is coming. When the media stop highlighting this, the people who are supporting are arranging the buses to go also, they felt abhi to itne bada samasya nahi hai. Now it is not a big problem. So whether it is a problem, not problem, is actually as a project, not project, as actually is a telling, as a setting by the media. There the actually the role starts. My very clear. And media, and you have to, there will be somebody will say that you want to condemn the media, you want to support the media. There is nothing condemned, there is nothing supported. Media also play its own politics, and every media has their own politics, and everybody has the right to play their politics. Without the politics, how do we build the nation at the state? So everybody must, actually, we have to play the politics. But what politics we are playing? The media, majority media, corporate, in the hands of the corporate. So they are playing, they're coin everything for the corporate to sustain. And they are not playing the role, or they are not playing the politics of the people, the majority. The people who are actually getting so much of the pain each and every day. No, that is a very small space. To balance, you may have here or there. And another one more thing is, even the society people, now people started talking, I will bring one more example. That one more example is around like a sewage deaths. The media played the vital role to bring the sewage and septic tank deaths as one of the big issues. I don't need to claim that the Safai Karmachari Andolan and the many volunteers and the many Safai Karmachari community people has brought alone, along with the media, because the media has paved the way to actually reach to the many people to create a kind of, but what kind of a thing we have made? What? We never question the system. We say that the people when they die, how the children are crying. And when what it is, there is a breadwinner, there is a big one. How we are using still the breadwinner, nobody is eating bread, and here roti, dal, and the chawal and the rice. But still we have the word breadwinner. The earning member when they die in the sewer or septic tank, we will start using that as one card. So what you are doing by saying that, you are putting a kind of sympathy on the people, and you get some money or something. But we never question how a prime minister can inaugurate 1,000 crores of the parliament vista when still there is a dry latrines existing in the country. No, we don't question that. So that is what I want to say, that this is also violence. This is the violence. We have to be literacy in the sense we have to open eyes. How do you open eyes? You never question why you want a vista. Already you are sitting in the parliament. Nobody is standing and talking in the parliament. We don't require such a big, great buildings where your name will be there. That is the reason. Just example, we have lost almost like 2,400 Safai Karmacharis, their life in the sewer and septic. We have not taken even a single step. But so media also highlight that and highlight this. But when they highlight that in other perspective, when they highlight the sewage and septic tanks, yes, very sympathetic manner to create. But they are not highlighting that as gussa aneki, like an anger. So this is what I want to make. Of course, there are the certain things like Ari, Wire, News Click. They play the people's politics. We can't say that nobody is doing. But the problem here is, how do you going to break this inbuilt character of the systemic violence? It is an inbuilt character in the power structure. Violence is not all of a sudden somebody is emotionally doing. No. A chief minister says that unka maar sakte. We have to take the revenge. So chief minister is the person who has to actually follow or see that the law and order on the track. But the same chief minister coming and saying, we must take the revenge. So where we are? So what I want to say that the violence, the word and the source, that even the thing and the actions. For that, the energy or the spirit is coming from the power structure. The power structure who are sitting almost like a decade in this country, they started making the state as the more violence. And they think that without the violence, we cannot control. And there is a controls now. So before we used to say that license Raj, control Raj. Now actually what we are saying, we have lost all the license, everything we have removed for the business people, corporate. Now the controls for the citizens. So this has become like it. So my submission here is, before I say any word about the Swachh Bharat, how it is, the media, how it has taken and all, that we can take in the question answers, very clearly I want to make it. The inbuilt character of the systemic violence within the power structure, how do we actually break that? We have to break that. If you don't break that, violence will continue. Then we can only report how many incidents, statistics, graph this. So to actually put a full stop for that, we must create a pakka clear opinion of a democratic space we have to create in the media, in the universities, in the society, in the state. I stop here, then we will go for the Dr. Anilji.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting on the systematic nature of violence, how violence is inbuilt into the structures and processes of the society and institutions that govern us and of the institutions that we create. You also highlighted, of course, in terms of media, how it's a media that either brings the issue to the forefront or also to the delegates to the background. And most importantly, the vocabulary as to how language plays a very important role in as part of systemic violence that exists. I'm just checking the questions that are coming in. Of course, this is a question mirroring your opinion. The question is, the media talks about doctors, but rarely Paurakamikas. How did we end up in a place like this?
Say it again, sir. Say it again.
Okay, so the question is, of course, this is mirroring your own what you've said, but highlighting a different contradiction that the media talks about doctors, but rarely about Paurakarmikas. How did we end up in a place like this? And of course, there's one more question which I also will ask you, which is to do with your work. How do you think we as media students can assist in Safai Karmachari Andolan?
Both are most important. First, I will talk about how you can help us, because I start with that. And actually, the students of the media are the good tool. They can make the good documents, and they can see now the trend has gone. The before trend is just you can show one photograph of the dry latrine where the women cleaning. By seeing that itself is the judges is to get the so panic like. But now people are saying that this is all online. So you have to go on a direct telecast from the dry latrine and say that even now she is cleaning like. So you have to put the media like the students who has a good equipment, technology, knowledge. You have to come with an online submission of the report of the existing, because the states already said that there is no scavenging at all. So we have to create such things, one. And second is the pathetic situation we have a habit of highlighting and creating a more and more.
I think last few seconds we lost your voice, Mr.
Okay.
Now you're back. Yeah. Now you're back.
We have a kind of a habit of highlighting that the women carrying the human excreta sometimes, and the rain comes and the human excreta falls on the head down to the nose and like this. So this trend is when the people see also they appreciate maybe. But what is the use? So you must say that how the people will start reacting for that. What are the things? So the media can also play such role. instead of making people more to cry, you have to make the people to agitated. They must see that I cannot allow this in my city. Like you have to make the people to talk. So that role to change, this is the perception building. This is what most important. Because other media, the corporate media, so they want exactly their agenda. But persons like you and the universities, you have no any personal benefit out of this. So you can build that direct the people's perspective. That is the most. Then people's perception, how it can be looked actually. So how do you build that? Then opinions, and you can also propaganda on that. So these really we cannot do as an movement. We have our own limitations on this. This is number one. Number two, regarding the sanitation workers during the COVID and the doctors. Of course, we have the class. That is the reason in the beginning I said that we have in the systemic violence, there is a class, caste, and the patriarchy. And of course, we must also say that there is a communal agenda also in the country now. So due to that, the minorities and their rights were completely, systematically, we are now ignoring their rights. And we think that you have no right to claim here. You are from some other country, like we have just gone out of our this thing actually. We started our own fellow who are there in front of us. And recently I have seen somebody is asking the, what it is called, document. So somebody is asking the document, and somebody, my friend has written a book, and there she mentioned very clearly, I born here in this land or in the mitti. ये मिट्टी पे मेरा पैदाइश है, and same mitti and the same, the mitti matlab the same land I live and the same land I died. So finally she is saying that ये मिट्टी दस्तावेज हमारा, ये soil is the actually evidence for me. In that circumstances, it's so strong. But we ask the people, you have to show the some document like Aadhaar. Without Aadhaar, no nothing, anything. So without Aadhaar, everybody said Niradhar. So this we have to change very systematically. These three: class, caste, patriarchy, and minorities on the minorities. How the systematic violence is. In this, doctors and the Safai Commission. Doctors you highlight always. But whereas when it comes to the Safai Karmcharis, you will shower only flowers. You don't pay the salaries on time. You don't even feel shame for that. You ask everybody to come every day during lockdown also, and you ask everybody to wash the hands every half an hour. There is no water, no restaurants open, no houses are open, every house has closed, and Safai Karmacharis are coming and the hot sun, they are cleaning. And you are asking them to wash their hands every half an hour. No mask, no safety gear. Sometimes you make you. So this, why it happens like this? We have in our mind, there is a hierarchy. Hierarchy is justifies with the caste system. So there you think that Safai Karmacharis, even if they don't have, if they are not using any mask, no problem. Even if they die, it's not a big deal like. So that hierarchy is there in our mind. We don't believe the equality. So the Constitution of India although says that we are all equal, but when it comes to the Safai Karmacharis, no salaries, no safety gear, no working hours, and all this they have faced. And still they are facing. It is not that just once upon a time it has happened. It is happening even today. So these are the things we have to highlight. And here you media also highlight what the photos. When they are working, their problems, no. When somebody in at least 4 or 5 places, I think, across the country, they just showered the some flowers. That they highlighted. Safai Karmacharis, their work was praised by, what is the praise? Without paying the salary and showering the flower is the praise. So that is the most important. Media and the academicians, you have to take that as an important and include is a very simplest thing is in AIMS, the head of the sanitation died with the COVID. Means what? No safety gear, no PPE. And in Chennai and in other states, including Delhi, many Safai Karmacharis are died. And we know now very recently that the COVID virus is also going through the human excreta. It can transmit through human excreta. So the sanitation workers and their life is in great danger and the risk. And it is in a time for the media and the state to take this as an important point to actually protect the life of the Safai.
I'll take you to two other questions. One is, what do you mean when you say that systemic violence is a part of the structure? Can you elaborate on that? And the second question is, what can we as teachers at universities do to keep students away from or shun systemic violence?
See, one is the systemic violence. I say that it is a part of the, actually, the power requires a kind of a hierarchy. Otherwise, they can't enjoy the power. If you say that all are equal, so somebody cannot be treated as like here, they spend so much crores of the rupees to become the parliamentarian or the MLA. So why? So they need that kind of a thing. Systemic violence may I made very clear one point on that is caste discrimination in the country is not a big, you don't think that is a big problem. And untouchability, even today in modern India, we do everyday practice untouchability, but we talk against the reservations. We don't talk about the untouchability. We talk against the reservations. These people coming to the main street, these people are coming to the banks, these people are coming to the universities, and they are quota people, and they don't get the good marks. Even they are coming and sitting along with us. It means what? In our minds, it is a very clear that the scheduled caste people are not as equal as we. They should not enter. Entering through the, maybe through the reservation. So we have to condemn this. So we are so strong in actually to the caste. Caste is there in the minds of the all Indians. We must accept this openly. And we do respect untouchability. We never feel ashamed for that. Every Indian, whoever they are, everybody must. And if there are somebody, they come and tell us, what? Where is the caste now? They are the much more danger. If you, they know very well how the scheduled caste people or others who are sitting in the classroom, how we are making the comments and in the big schools like I want to make that big school like a Doon school also, there is a typical word for the Dalits. So please try to understand. It is not just in one place. IAS Training College, Matsuri, we have the same words. I know very evidences. We must come very openly and say that we are doing something systematic injustice. And we are justifying our inequality practices. And we have no repentance on that. And we just destroy the other human being and their dignity. And we don't feel ashamed for that. We must come caste and the patriarchy. And in all the families, still even now, we have the same kind of a practice. There is no equal treatment for the women, men and women, boys and girls. And we send the girls where, boys where we know. And in your house, if you are sending both at the same, and you can't just come and say that, now everybody is my sister, my brother, both are going into the same school. Your house is not the model for the great country. The country is so big. It is not a small. Don't unnecessarily underestimate the problem by just giving the example of your own family. But I want to challenge, in most of the families, patriarchy even very, very, very strong. Many institutions and universities, patriarchy is very, very strong. And even to come to the numbers, mere numbers. I don't want to say that the numbers are the greatest thing to achieve. Mere number. There is no equal number for the men and women, either in university or in colleges or in parliament or in assembly or anywhere else. The numbers are still very, 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 very low But still we think that reservations for them, we think that 33%. Why? So much why? They must get the 50%. If you believe the equality, you must support the women must get the 50%. Exactly. Not even a less than 1% because they are equal in the percentage. Some states they are more, 51%. So equal representation in the where the power. When it is not happening, we must say that there is a systemic violence. It is a violence. We have purposely, we just kept away. We don't take that. We have all agendas in the parliament to take it forward. But when it comes to the women's reservation, we don't know. And when it comes to the atrocities, no, that is okay on the Dalit. Then rape on the Dalit women, we don't take. And the women, somebody has necked and taken removed, the police has removed, has taken out all the clothes of the women. Nothing happened. And the government may give the award for such people. The state is becoming a more violent than any before. So these are the things, this violence, everybody as Indian citizens who believe that democracy, we must condemn. The state cannot be so violent. The state is not somebody's. And states are running within their mindset of the caste and the patriarchy. And we must condemn very clearly. We must tell each and every chief minister and the prime minister very clearly where they are going wrong. That the role the media has to.
I think we are reached the time that is available to us. So I would request you to permit us to wind this session, the short session with you. And I hope that the students will have a chance to listen to you over and over again. But more importantly, try and see in what ways they can take ahead the work that you have done, things you've built in the years to come, in their own small or big ways. Yeah, thank you so much. And we now, I hand the session back to Ronit. Ronit, yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, thank you so much, sir, for such insightful talk, and I'm sure that it will add value to the learning of the students present here. And so with this, moving ahead, we have our next speaker on board, Harsh Mandar. We welcome you, sir, to Media Meet 2020. Before we start with the session, we will have a promo video. So can we have the AV, please? So we all welcome you, sir, on board. Now would request Dr. Anil Pinto to take over the session. It's over to you now, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ronit. And welcome, Mr. Harsh Mandar, for this interaction, for this little insightful session with the students and media faculty. Permit me to introduce you to the audience. Of course, the cliche is that you need no introduction, but it's also important that we put you in a perspective. A former IAS officer who quit after the Gujarat riots, Mr. Harsh Mandar is a writer, researcher, columnist, social activist who works with survivors of mass violence and hunger as well as homeless persons and street children. He is the director of the Center for Equity Studies, a research organization based in New Delhi. He also served as Special Commissioner of the Supreme Court of India in the Right to Food campaign and was a member of the National Advisory Council of the Government of India. He is founder chairperson of the State Health Resource Center, Chhattisgarh, where he served as IAS officer earlier, which established the Mithanin Community Health Program, the forerunner of the ASHA program, and the chairperson of the INSENSE, the Inclusion and Empowerment of People with Several Mental Disorders. He is winner of the Rajiv Gandhi National Sadbhavana Award for Peace Work. We are very delighted to have you with us. And as I said, the same thing about Mr. Bezwara Wilson, that I hope that this session will inspire the young minds and the media teachers who are attending this session to see in what ways they can continue the work that you do. Over to you for your thoughts on media literacy to counter systemic violence.
Thank you, Dr. Pinto, and thank you, Rohit. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you. It's also a pleasure to speak after Bezwara Wilson, who I am very fond of and have great regard for. So friends, we are living in extremely fraught times. India has never been as divided as it is today since our partition. In fact, in 1947, we saw one partition on the land of this country. Rivers of blood flowed. 1 million people died in the violence of partition. And about 14 million people were displaced and uprooted from their homes. My own family was one of them. My parents grew up in Rawalpindi and were among the millions who were displaced. Today we're seeing a very different kind of partition. And this is what I call a partition of the hearts. An ideological war is underway. And at the core of it is what, is this extremely divisive alternative idea for India. At the core of this battle is indeed one question, and that is the question of belonging. To whom does this country belong? And to whom does the country belongs to whom? It is that battle, and it's not a new battle. It's as old as at least the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi of our freedom struggle, which was over 100 years ago, when he returned from South Africa. And central to the idea of the India that we would create after the British left was that this would be an India which would belong equally to people of every faith, every caste, every gender, every language. It was an idea of a humane and inclusive nation which welcomed everybody as equal citizens, regardless of which God they worship, or if they worship no God. And it is that central idea which is being contested even today. In fact, we've reached a very decisive phase of that battle, because there was, right from this 100 years ago, when Gandhiji came, there was the formation around that same time of the Hindu Mahasabha, and in 1925 there was the constitution of the RSS, and they have a different idea for India, and they've retained and they sustain that idea, and that is the idea of a country that is a country of the Hindus, and actually of the caste Hindus. They are to whom this country belongs. And other people who live in this country, particularly Muslims and Christians, and Dalits and Adivasis will be allowed to live here, but live here only as second-class citizens. That is, the core of the contestation. Which kind of India do we believe in? And as I say, India has never been as divided because we are seeing, a very sharp division between these two ideas. And a great deal is carried by the leadership uh, of Mr. Modi over the last 6 years. But I must say, and I must underline that it is not as if this decline has happened only over the last 6 years. This battle has been going on for a long time. And the Congress party in its leadership has continuously, over the decades, uh, in many different ways, betrayed the values of the freedom struggle, which were its legacy. And it is those betrayals which have actually paved the way substantially for the rise and the rise of this alternative vision for India. But in these last 6 years, as I say, this battle has reached a very decisive phase, and we're seeing uh, a huge, a huge division in this country. And what is quite clear is there's actually an open war against India's Muslims. There's a speech for which I made in Jamia to the students on 16 December, the day after the police entered the libraries and beat up students very badly. And there was great anguish in the university. The students had gathered in thousands, and they called me to come and speak to them. And spontaneously, I spoke to them. A speech which today, incidentally, in many charge sheets, the government describes it as a speech which, in the facade of peace, is actually promoting hate. But what I said in that speech is something that I need to repeat here. I said that we are fighting not against a particular law or even against a particular government. We're fighting for this idea of India, and we're fighting for what we promised ourselves in the Constitution. And I said also, this war against India's Muslims, it's extraordinary because uh, uh, our Muslim brothers and sisters are continuously being asked to prove their loyalty and love for this country. And what I said in that speech was that, for the rest of us who are not Muslim, in 1947 we had only one country to choose, which was India. India's Muslims were the only ones who had actually a choice whether they wanted to go to Pakistan, which was built on the idea of religion, or whether they chose to live in India, which is based on the idea of equal respect for every faith. And they chose India. So they are actually Indian by choice. The rest of us are Indian by chance. And therefore, uh, there is no reason to continuously challenge them in the way that is being done. This, war that is being waged against a segment of our own people, there are many aspects to it. There's a political aspect, and I will talk about the role of the media in all of this. There's a political aspect, one of political marginalization, to demonstrate that that you see, political scientists had always held that it was not possible for a party which was openly hostile to India's minorities, particularly to India's Muslims, to come to power alone, because Muslims form a considerable part of the population in many constituencies. But what this project did was actually to unite everybody, and I'm sad to say even across caste, but also across religion, against what was perceived as a common enemy. So in the 2019 elections, the BJP got 37.6% of the vote. 36% of it was from Hindus, and even every third Dalit voted for the BJP. And so this political marginalization was, in a sense, constructing an imaginary enemy within and uniting everybody else against it. there was a social project, apart from the political, there's a social project of division, a social project of hate. And this project had one part which was actual active violence of the kind that we saw with repeated incidents of lynching. But the other was of runaway open hate speech. And they're purveyors of this, there's one part, one major purveyor of this runaway hate speech was political leaders. NDTV has been, tracking what they call VIP hate speech by senior political leaders. And they found in the first 4 years, they found a 500% increase in VIP hate speech. By the time the anti-CA protests came, they said they saw a 700% increase. And there was, the impunity with which, right from the very top, hateful things are said for which actually go completely against the law. Then we've seen the social media and its purveying of this same kind of hate. But what is most troubling is the role of the media in this project of hate, because we're seeing the media fully participating, significant segments of the media fully and significantly participating in adding to and participating in enhancing the story of hate. Biswara Wilson said the power of the media to reach a good idea, an idea of caring, an idea of solidarity is there, but also its power to reach out hate. And we've seen many examples of it. I think the most recent and the most troubling of them is the Tablighi Jamaat story. So we are in the middle of India goes in for the biggest lockdown in the world, and the biggest lockdown actually in human history. And within a week of it, when many questions were beginning to be asked about what the government was doing, etc., the way it is true that the Tablighi Jamaat was, held a meeting in the middle of March, and it maybe should not have done it, but it held it with permission. But at that time, number of other religious meetings were also being held. And to be fair, that was a time when the government in Madhya Pradesh was being toppled and people were gathering, and Parliament was in session as well. And a little before that, we had Donald Trump visiting here, etc., etc. So, but the way Tablighi Jamaat alone was focused upon, and within about a week, it just, the media played it up so many times. Even something like the Times of India, I mean, one report was saying, I think there were 12,000 stories by the Times of India on the Tablighi Jamaat. And what it succeeded in doing was demonizing the entire Muslim community in the eyes of the popular imagination. And it is now that the recent judgment of the High Court actually acknowledges it very late. But what it has done is to actually, what it did was to somehow manufacture the Indian Muslim as somehow carriers and super spreaders of this virus, with no basis whatsoever. And in ordinary people's lives, we find that Muslims were, people were not willing to buy vegetables from them. People were turning them away from hospitals. The kind of discrimination and hate they faced. In lynching, again, we find, we had this series of lynchings. And what really troubled me hugely was our silence, our collective silence. Martin Luther King had, somewhere said that in the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silences of our friends. Why did, as one lynching after the other happened, why did we collectively remain silent? And that is why I decided that at some point that we had to find a way of breaking this silence. And I made a call for what we called Karwane Mohabbat, or a caravan of love. And I said that we would fight this hate, You cannot fight hate with hate, darkness with darkness. So instead, we will fight hate with love. And for this, I said we made a promise that we'll go to every home where anyone has been lynched, but we'd go as we would go to a loved one, to our family member, and we'd say 4 things. The first is that we want you to know that you're not alone. There are many people who care and share in your pain. The second is to seek forgiveness for what we have become as a country. And the third is that we'll stand with you as you fight for justice and rebuild your lives. But the fourth is very important in the context that we are speaking. The fourth was that we will tell your story. We will not allow silence to surround your suffering. And I worked with survivors of hate violence for a long time as a IS officer and afterwards. And I found that the first thing that a victim really needs is acknowledgement. At least you accept that they have suffered. And then, of course, the next steps of remorse and reparation and justice. But first, there has to be an acknowledgement, and their telling of the story is really important. And we found that there is not even an acknowledgement of most of the cases of lynching and what people have undergone. In fact, they have been portrayed as the perpetrators of violence in all of these. And therefore, we started and we created a small media team. The Karwan-e-Mohabbat actually has has a website. It was all voluntary, but it came together because a lot of people felt, and we've been telling stories of people who've suffered violence, but also stories of Hindus and Muslims, Christians, people of different faiths who are living together still in the middle of all of this with love and faith. I think I've run out of time, and there was much else I wanted to say. I'll just end. What has happened to the media? Uh, there was a program a couple of years ago in the press club, remembering 25 years of the Babri Masjid demolition. And reporter and after reporter was describing how on the one hand, they were breaking down the mosque, but on the other hand, they were beating up journalists because they said journalists will tell the story and we won't allow them. Uh, and 25 years have passed. Nobody has to beat up journalists. They're not telling the story. They're not standing on the side of the person who's the victim of hate and violence. They're demonizing them. They're participating in their demonization. What has happened to us? What has happened to the media? What has happened to us as a people is one question. What has happened to the media? And it's, and the role that it has of telling the truth, of speaking truth to power, but at the same time, as an instrument for reinforcing social harmony and the idea of fraternity. And unless the media reflects its betrayal of India as a secular democratic republic, is so profound that history will find it hard to forgive them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harshmanda, for that very fatherly and loving talk on such a burning and a very disturbing issue. I'm sure it's gone to the hearts. One question is, will change in the way we train our media students make a difference or not?
No, I think that training is extremely important. I think that increasingly, not just in the media, I find even in human rights work, for instance, in the way we train doctors, I think we need to encourage young people to care. And we have to encourage them to be engaged, to care, to feel responsible, to recognize, this idea of detached and impartiality. I don't think there's anything, when you're saying you're being impartial in a highly unequal situation, you're actually taking sides with the powerful. And therefore there has to be a clear ethical foundation to your job as a truth teller, because what is truth depends on where you're standing and with whom you're standing, understanding that truth. In a lot of these television debates that we see, people talk about, oh, we're just being neutral. And so Republic TV does, I don't think Republic TV can even claim to be neutral, but even the better channels, uh, what has happened is a certain kind of equivalence. So they get somebody who who believes in hate mongering, etc. And then you have someone who, and often in a smaller minority. I mean, I've come a lot on these debates, and you find that you have suddenly been made into this, one viewpoint which is which is to be defended. And I find it hard to be. I mean, I refuse to be aggressive in those conversations in any case. But the point that I'm trying to make is, suppose we did a different thing. Suppose we said, okay, let's have a debate on women's rights. So we'll have some people who say that women are second class and should accept, just be at home and don't have the right to participate in the economy and do it. And we'll have two people who believe in women's rights, and we'll have a conversation. Or let's have another discussion on caste untouchability. Some people who believe untouchability is good, and some people who believe it is bad, and let's just have a conversation. It doesn't work that way. I think there's something that we have agreed upon in our constitution. There's certain values that are central, and I think that the idea of equal citizenship, the idea of equal citizenship for people of different religions, different castes, and different genders uh, is central to the idea of India. And it is not an equivalence to just give the legitimacy of an equal alternative view of thinking. So I do think that that we have to reinvent for young people how they imagine their duty as journalists. And I think that they have to take sides uh, with the weak and the disadvantaged. And they have to have respect, they have to have empathy, they have to have curiosity, you have to be interested, and they have to have the courage to tell the truth to power.
There are a couple of other questions. I will read four of the questions, and you can weave them together. You can cherry pick from the questions, or take the most important questions given the constraint of time. One question is, which is what you mentioned in your response. Should we hold the hate mongers in television debates accountable? How do we hold them accountable? And what is that we can do as students and teachers of media? The other is, what can we do, or how can we make media more compassionate, and how can it make it build harmony? And of course, the next is about your view on what's happening in the Supreme Court with regard to Prashant Bhushan's contempt case in the light of your own speech at Jamia Millia. And how do we report a communal riot in a socially responsible way? These are some of the questions that are coming in.
All extremely good questions. I wish we had much more time to answer them. So let me, I think the first two I more or less did respond to. So let me go into the third and the fourth question. The third, yes, in fact, the very speech that I gave in Jamia Millia was then presented to the Supreme Court. They cut off versions of it, because towards the end, I make this following observation. I was speaking to the students and I said, where in the end is this battle going to be fought and won? So I said, I don't see it being fought in Parliament, because we're not seeing opposition political parties showing the moral courage to take a stand on questions of equal citizenship as promised in the Constitution. I don't see it even being resolved in the Supreme Court, because I've been disappointed with the way the Supreme Court has responded to questions concerning minorities in recent years. I said it will be resolved on the streets through peaceful, non-violent resistance of the kind that Mahatma Gandhi taught us. But I ended by saying that most of all, it's going to be won in a fourth place. And what is that place? That place is in my heart and in your heart. whether we've allowed hate to colonize our hearts, or whether and fear to colonize our hearts, or whether we fought against them and and filled it with what I call radical love. So this was a speech which by normally cannot be called as either contemptuous or hate mongering, but it has been described as both, and many criminal charges have been filed. The Supreme Court has also been moved, saying that I committed contempt, and a case is also going on against me. It's still going on in the Supreme Court. And I responded precisely in the same way, saying that I stand exactly by what I said. I think Prashant has done a great service to all of us by holding out and saying that the Supreme, you don't respect. I mean, I respect my parents. That doesn't mean that I will never argue with them, and that I'll never point out when I feel that they've done something wrong. In fact, if I truly love them and respect them, that is when I will feel compelled to reach out and tell them where I feel things haven't gone right. And I've gone back again and again to the Supreme Court. I went on the migrant workers during the pandemic. I went on the detention centers in Assam. I've gone on questions of the homeless and so on and so forth. I was the Supreme Court Commissioner for 12 years in the right to food. So we believe in the institutions, but we have to hold them accountable. And if the institution believes that by asking difficult questions, we are holding them in contempt, I think they are holding themselves in contempt. And Gandhiji had said in another place where he was talked about disaffection with the state. He said affection cannot be manufactured or ordered. Affection has to be won. Respect has to be won. So that's where I stand on Prashant's case. And lastly, you said about responsible reporting in communal violence. Firstly, of course, is fairness, is having, because I have seen and also handled, as I handled the 1984 riots. I handled a series of riots during the Babri Masjid movement, and I left the civil service after Gujarat because I was just too anguished. I worked with the survivors, and I've also studied them. See, firstly, we don't see, they're not riots, most of all. Riots meaning two communities equally fighting each other. Most of them are in the nature of pogroms, where it is largely attacks with the support of the state on the minority communities. And yet the story is never told in that way. And we need to tell the story fairly and well. But there's one other thing that I feel that I'd like to also say. In my work with so many cases of communal violence, even in Gujarat, the one thing that, the cruelty was so extreme, the brutality was so extreme, that it's beyond even imagination. But what kept healing me was that I found also so many stories of kindness. And of, I can challenge anyone now that I can take you to Gujarat, and for every case of killing and brutality and sexual violence, I'll find 3 stories of Hindus who also saved lives at great risk. And we need, as responsible reporting, I think we also need to be alert to tell the stories of goodness and kindness. Priya Ramani just yesterday or day before wrote a story about the Tablighi Jamaat. And she wrote the story about somebody from Djibouti who, a Tablighi man. He was kept locked up for 60 days for no crime whatsoever in a small prison, and right through the month of Ramzan. And what he says when he was leaving was that I still love, all of this happened wrong, but I still love India. And what he remembered was that, during the Ramzan months, the jailer was concerned about me, and he used to bring me dates so that I could break my fast. And so I think that we need to be alert to acts of kindness in the worst of times in our reporting. That is also part of our responsibility.
I will have to wind this second session as well. Thank you so much, Harshmanda, for your time. And of course, very, very touching and heartwarming way in which you speak and communicate what you have to communicate. Just to, of course, once the campus reopens, all of you are coming to Bangalore. And I must say that we just witnessed one so-called riot just recently, and of course, there are many dimensions to it. And of course, there's a little call for him to look at those stories of love and human kindness, which I've been reading it very closely, but haven't been reported in the media. That so far it's all been about other angles of political and drugs and all those, but there is no angles of human compassion there. But as he said, all riots throw up stories, and I'm sure places you come from will have some stories, and I think that's a call for you to look for those stories among the stories that the mainstream media tells.
But also to tell the story of what really happened. I think both of them.
Right, right. Thank you. So, and as I said, I hope we will have more chance to. Of course, you've been somebody who's just landing up wherever people have been calling you, but I hope that we will have more opportunities to listen to you either virtually or in person at the campus. Yeah. Thank you so much. And we need to move to Mr. Sainath, but there's a little time since this is a long 5 o'clock to. It's going to be a long session, so there's a little break. So we will start with the Sainath break, and I will ask Mr. Ronit to take over.
Thank you so much, sir, for such thought-provoking insights and advices. As the way you said that we need to become that light in order to fight the darkness. So absolutely, thank you so much. It is really going to help the students who are all in attendance today. So with this, we will have a quick short break, and then we will meet back again at 6:25. In the speaker series, next up, we will be having P. Sainath on board with us, who will continue the discussion on speaker series. And also, just as a reminder, that the session is the last session of the second day of Media Meet. Therefore, don't miss that out. So just take a short break and join us back at 6:25. Stay tuned. Stay safe.
Yeah, and if I may add, please do get up from your chairs and go around, say hi to anybody at home, and come back before you sit. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Dr. Pinto?
Yes, I'm in.
Sainath is joined. Sainath, sir, you're just on mute. Sainath, sir, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Very clear. Thank you.
Just a second. Just a second.
Welcome back, everyone. A very great good evening to one and all present here. I know that the level of excitement is going beyond the sky. So let me do the announcement. Next in the speaker series, we are having P. Sainath on board with us. He will be continuing the session of speaker series. But before we begin, we have a promo video to show. So can we have the AV on screen, please? We all welcome you, sir. And with this, I would now request to Dr. Anil Pinto to take over the session. Now it's over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ronin. So we are in the last session of the second day of the 3-day media meet, which is focused on media literacy. And certainly at a time when the media is probably consumed at its pinnacle in the known history to us, especially the social and the mass media. I welcome on behalf of the institution and all the organizers, and of course, Pari is one of the collaborators in this media meet. I welcome Mr. P. Sainath. As I said this a little earlier, that this is one of the most eventful evenings during this lockdown for me personally, to be listening to Mr. P. Sainath and the others. Let me introduce, with the permission of the speaker, Mr. P. Sainath. Mr. Sainath is a journalist extraordinaire who has made his life mission to cover the rural affairs, social and economic inequality, and poverty, and stir the nation's conscience. In 2011, he started the People's Archives of Rural India, PARI, while working as the rural affairs editor with The Hindu, which he later quit in 2014 to mainstream all his efforts into PARI. PARI's aim to cover those parts of India that are neglected by corporate media and bring them to the notice of the public. In 1996, Mr. P. Sainath published the most famous work of his, Everybody Loves a Good Drought, based on the field reporting he had done in some of the poorest of the poor villages of India. The book earned him the prestigious Raymond Magsaysay Award in 2007. He is the winner of the Amnesty International's Global Award for Human Rights Journalism in its inaugural year of 2000. We are delighted and pleased to have you, Mr. P. Sainath, with us, and in the midst of the media students and media teachers. I'm just looking how many are watching live now. About 385 are watching live from different institutions apart from Christ University itself. Over to you. The organizers have given you about maybe 40-45 minutes for you to address them, and then another 20 minutes or half an hour to interaction. Over to you, Mr. P. Sainath.
Thank you very much. Let's begin by looking at where we are within the media, within journalism, the state of the media, the state and the media, a media that increasingly identifies with the state and the state we're in as a society and as a nation. It doesn't require much explanation or elaboration that the public have never needed us more than they do today. Never have the public in our living memory needed journalists and journalism so desperately as in the time of the coronavirus pandemic and the lockdown that it occasioned. To know who we are as a media, just consider this. At the very moment that the nation, the public, need journalists and journalism the most, the biggest media houses of this country have sacked, retrenched over 1,200 journalists and media workers. At the very time, the public needs more journalism, not less. Not that the media were covering the migrants earlier, they never did. I'll give you, those of you who are journalism students and journalism research students, I'll give you mass comm researchers, I'll give you a little exercise. Try it. The media that you follow, subscribe to, the big channels that you watch, go back and find me. Please find me in the last 10 years. Yeah. How many lead editorials there have been on migrant laborers? How many panel discussions there were on television of the tens of millions of people who left the villages to come to the cities between 2001 and 2011 census. Indeed, the 2011 census showed us the biggest urban-rural growth differential the greatest movement of people, greater than the recorded by the census after the partition. Please show me where those panel discussions took place. Please show me a focused half-hour program on any television channel on the migrant laborers coming to the cities. When they left the cities, we covered it. Oh yeah, sure. We were losing cheap labor. We were losing free labor. We were losing services dear to us, and that occasioned a certain outburst of middle-class compassion. Yeah. We never asked, we asked the question, why are they leaving? And by the way, they're on their way back because there are no options. Many of them will return. We never asked the question, why did they leave their homes and villages in the first place? Some of us for 20 years were trying to tell the story of the agrarian crisis that occasioned those migrations. Between 91 census and 2011 census, India lost 15 million full-time farmers, most of them falling into the ranks of agricultural laborers, others migrating to the cities. That was what created your migrant laborer classes in such numbers. In April and May, this country actually witnessed the greatest movement of human beings in recorded history. Anywhere between 20-30 million, more than 10 million moved, between 10 and 15 million moved on the trains alone, on the Shramik trains. Okay. In the first 27 days of May, 9.1 million people moved on trains. We never asked the government of India, how is it that you are telling us that 10 million people have moved by train when on March 31st, you told the Supreme Court of India that not a single migrant is on the streets or highway. Okay, the Solicitor General goes on record in the Supreme Court, not a single person is on the streets. Yeah. And then you're passing curfew, and then you're admitting that 1 crore of workers have shown up at the food camps. Where was the media in all this? What were they doing? They were sacking journalists, gutting. It's not that they were covering them well earlier, but they gutted any possibility of covering that seriously at all. First lesson, what you're learning here, media and journalism are not quite the same thing. One is a business, the other is a calling. How big a business is it? 20 years ago, we used to have debates, 20, 30 years ago. I've been in this profession now 40 years. 20, 30 years ago, there used to be major debates. Are the media pro-big business? That seems such a completely redundant and useless debate. The media are not pro-big business. The media are big business. There are media companies in this country which have rates of profit, which would be the envy of the top 30 in that Sensex. Yeah. There are media, the richest Indian in the world, and now the 5th richest man in the world, Mukesh Bhai, is also the biggest owner of media in your country. Yeah. In the media, for the last 25 years under liberalization and globalization, we celebrated inequality. We didn't question it. We celebrated inequality, and I'll come in a bit to the kind of inequality that you have. So you have, as of March 2019, a media industry, and by the way, in India, it's the media and entertainment industry. Yes, they are one industry, as the coverage of the Sushant Singh Rajput suicide shows you at once. The media and entertainment industry in March 2009 stood valued at, conservatively, 2 trillion rupees. That's trillion with a TR, okay? Not million, not billion. 2 trillion rupees, maybe at that time, $36 billion, something like that. So you're talking about a gigantic edifice, which is actually concentrated in very few hands. There was no diversity. It had been stamped out increasingly for 20 years. It's still more diverse than the media in countries like the United States. Yes, it is, mainly because we have so many languages, but ownership has become very concentrated. And it's interesting that the publications and channels who make the highest profits, who have gigantic cash reserves, are the ones throwing out journalists in the largest numbers. The Hindustan Times gets rid of 180 journalists. The Anand Vikatan Group, 175 at a single stroke. The Times imposes pay cuts across the board. They're so concealed about it. All these champions of freedom of expression and freedom of the press never tell their readers, hey, we sacked 100 journalists this morning. They don't tell them that. Yeah. Where is that honesty and integrity in your reporting, that you don't tell your readers that we just killed half our staff last night, right? So you have, on the one hand, corporate media, which is the dominant media of this country, throwing out 1,200 journalists and saying this is the first round, there will be more bloodshed. On the other hand, there are extraordinary attacks on the freedom of expression, on journalists, not on media houses, but on journalists trying to do their job by the state and by extra or non-state actors who the state is quite comfortable with and maybe even encouraged occasionally by the state. Just between lockdown March 25 and May 30, 60 journalists, at least 60, I mean, people keep putting the counts and the count keeps increases. 60 journalists till May 30th were facing arrests, FIRs, cases, show cause notices, some charged under extraordinary laws, not just sedition, okay? I mean, that's become old hat now, but under the Diseases Act, under the Epidemic Diseases Act. You're talking about a law of the 1896, 1897, amended slightly in 1956, but pretty much in a sense the same. The Disaster Act of 2005, Disaster Management Act of 2005, you're having journalists of portals in Tamil Nadu arrested and carted off to the police station for reporting that the local hospital, the nurses and doctors did not have proper protective equipment. And mind you, the source of that story was the doctors and nurses and ward boys and ward girls of that hospital. Yeah. But 3 of them were, charge sheeted and one was arrested. Others kind of completely fraudulent arrests, I mean, completely false charges. Apart from, this is totally aside from what's happening in Kashmir, where journalists and journalism are facing a situation none of us in our lifetime have ever experienced, not even during the emergency. So you have this, on the one hand, the onslaught and attack by media owners in trimming journalists' salaries by half, in throwing them out in hundreds, if not thousands. On the other hand, the state attacking journalists with cases, FIRs, arrests, show cause notices, charged under absurd circumstances. So journalism right now is between a rock and a hard place. Now, what is good journalism? How do we understand or measure what good journalism is? We all are, when we speak, when we write, we measure bad journalism, right? We're talking about, okay, you guys, girls and boys, you ought to be good people, you got to be idealistic people, you got to be this. But what is good journalism? Good journalism is that which you determine what is good journalism by seeing how it engages with the great processes of its time. Who were the great Indian journalists in the 20th century? Bhagat Singh, Gandhi, Ambedkar. These were people who engaged with the great processes of the time. Bhagat Singh with fighting imperialism, and Gandhi with leading the masses towards independence from British rule. Ambedkar fighting the greatest battle for dignity, human dignity ever, a battle that still continues. All of them were engaging with the great processes of their time. What are the great processes of our time? The agrarian crisis, the collapse of millions, tens of millions of rural livelihoods, the exit of 15 million farmers in 20 years from full-time farming, which is at least 180 days a year. That's an average of losing 2,000 farmers every day exiting the profession. The agrarian crisis, the fall in the farm population, the devastation of rural livelihoods, the pandemic, the lockdown, the ravaging of livelihoods that's now going on. We'll look at that. Yeah. Look at what has COVID-19 actually done for you. It has done something for you. COVID-19 has presented us with the perfect, complete, and thorough autopsy of the society we are. A perfect, complete, and thorough autopsy of neoliberal economics, of capitalism itself. The corpse is on the table now, and every bone, artery, vein, organ is on view. That it was there before, but this time we can't turn away. We don't have the option of looking away. We're forced to look at the corpse. We're forced to look at that total autopsy. Consider what it tells us about ourselves as a society. And please don't try discussing and analyzing the media within its own ecosystem. The media are also part of your society. It's a curious two-way thing. To understand your society, you must understand your media. And to understand your media, you have to understand your society. Who owns the media? Whose agenda do they fulfill? Whose work do they do? Consider what kind of a society it tells us we are when there is over 100 million tons of food grain called surplus stocks in the government of India's buffer stock. At the same time, that the largest number of Indians are hungrier than they have ever been in half a century. In half a century, Indians have not been so hungry as they are now. And there are huge falls in consumption, which you can see visibly. Okay? Yet you have 100 million tons of food grain stocked away, and a minuscule amount, not amounting to even 10 million or 15 million, distributed under that 5 kgs per individual, that to not all the population, about 30% are excluded. They don't have ration cards and stuff. They don't come under the National Food Security Act. Yeah. So we are sitting on this gigantic pile of food grain. And what are we going to do with that food grain? The only act of significance that the cabinet, the decision of significance that the cabinet took came on April 20th, when it gave permission, reported in the press, not discussed, no editorials, nothing. It gave permission for conversion of millions of tons of food grain. No, I'm saying millions because there is no cap. It doesn't say 5 million or 3 million or 10, there's no cap. But you can convert millions of tons of rice, specifically rice, into ethanol to make hand sanitizer. Okay. in a country where 67% of people don't have proper access to water, in areas where 150, despite a good monsoon, about 100 districts are already entering their water scarcity cycle or already entered it in April, May. You're going to destroy food to create ethanol for hand sanitizer. Of course, ethanol has other uses, which blending of fuel, which will keep the car owning classes happy. By the way, that's particularly going to hit the eastern and southern states because this conversion comes from rice. Where is the debate on this? This is a great process of our time that the government says, I've got 100 million tons of rice. I'm not going to flood the market with it. I'm not going to distort market prices, which would collapse if you released a lot of grain onto it. You know what's going to happen? What happened in 2002? The government of India ended up exporting cheaper varieties of grain that Indian poor eat. The Indian poor eat those poorer varieties of grain. But export to whom? Who in Europe or US is going to eat that poor grain? You know who? Cattle. It goes as cattle feed. That's what happened in 2002 and caused outrage. But it has happened again. The media, and it is about to happen again. There is no debate of why we should not release 100 million tons, half that onto the market, or let people have food grain free, which they desperately need. We're not willing to look at it. That's who we are as a society now. Yeah. You look at once the public distribution system came into being to moderate market prices. Today, it's being used to hold up the market price by not releasing that grain out. And they're giving that grain to NGOs at market prices to distribute to poor people. This is who we are. But we have a media that is completely captured by the state and by the current government that will simply not say anything to them. You see, most of India's 120 odd billionaires are people who are called rent-thick billionaires. Their money comes from what? Their money comes from exploiting public resources that are given out to them, whether it's mining or, whatever projects, or whether it's coal or anything else, or oil and natural gas. All your billionaires are your richest billionaires are in this rent-thick class. They make their earnings from public resources. They happen to be the owners of your media. They are not going to challenge the government, which is in a position to control, remove, withdraw those contracts. If you think that I, as an owner of a multi-billion-dollar empire, dependent on government contracts and access to public resources, if you think I'm going to let my newspapers and channels attack the government or criticize it even mildly, it means you're not thinking. Okay? That's not going to happen. What has happened to your media in the last 3 decades is a rapid corporatization of the media. Guys, it's not about 1 or 2 loutish television anchors. We have plenty of those. I grant you that. And they are pretty obnoxious. But the problems of your media are structural. The problems of your journalism are structural. Yeah. They're about ownership. They're about vested interest. They're about journalism as an industry, not as a calling. They're about journalism as a revenue stream. So in the midst of all these great processes of our time, what is the great process that you see on your television now? The discussion over the suicide of Sushant Singh Rajput. Okay, that is the great process you're looking at. The ILO, the International Labour Organization, tells us that 1.6 billion of the world's 3.3 billion workers are out of work. That's the ILO tells us there has been a 60% decline in the income of workers across the world, but in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, the decline is much worse. In the Indian countryside, not the ILO, but I'm just trying to tell you that it would be 20% higher than that, the kind of collapse of income we have seen in the Indian countryside. The United Nations tells us that half the world's population is struggling with hunger. And you know where the largest population of hungry people in the world are located. These are things journalists ought to be looking at. These are things the media need to be grappling with. The UNICEF, the Children's Fund, UN Children's Fund, Children's and Education Fund, tells us that by the end of the year, you're going to see about 6,000 babies die every day by the end of the year from preventable causes. We're not concerned about that. Yeah. The FAO tells us that agriculture is taking a gigantic hit. As if you look at the People's Archive of Rural India, you'll see the kind of hit that agriculture is taking. Yet, yesterday's editorial in the Indian Express, the half a dozen TV programs that I've looked at tell me agriculture offers the one bright spot in the Indian economy. The numbers are looking so good. Oh, what do you say? Oh yeah, the numbers will look very good because in the Kharif crop, you turned out a lot of, you turned out a very good harvest. Sorry, in the Rabi crop, you turned out a very good harvest, except that it's lying unsold, especially cash crops. Millions of tons of sugarcane, millions of pounds of cotton in just Maharashtra alone are lying unsold. Where now the food security of the very farmers who grew those crops, which gave you the great numbers, and people say agriculture offers a great hope, the food security of the farmers themselves is seriously eroded. And then the governments, like the one in Telangana, for instance, encourage them to repeat the same cash crops in the Kharif season as well. So you're going to, by November, have a gigantic set of unsold crops. The distress, not farmers is one, the distress of farm laborers, of the primarily Dalits and Adivasis, is going to be something terrible. It already is. It's going to deteriorate further. I want to again emphasize repeatedly that this is the way it's going to be when journalism is treated as a revenue stream and not as a calling. Why do we have these panel discussions rather than serious reporting? Because Talk TV, Chat TV is a very successful revenue model. It doesn't require you to send out cameramen and camera persons and reporters to a spot to spend weeks there to look at the agrarian crisis, when you can have 5 morons on a platform in the studio yelling at each other, which is what they're paid to do. And what does it do? You give them 3,000 to 5,000 rupees each, and you have filled an hour of programming or more on 25,000 rupees, whereas it would cost you lakhs of rupees to send people out into the countryside and really look at what's happening. The result of that is that we watched the migrants leave the cities. We didn't look at what was happening to the other livelihoods. Except for a few publications, we are still not looking at what's happened to livelihoods. We're not looking at what's happened to livelihoods of other than just the migrants. Please consider that the migrants are going back to villages where in the last 30 years, we destroyed millions of livelihoods. They're going back in search of livelihoods that no longer exist, with the result that they're going to be pushed back to the cities as cheap labor. Nowhere in the media have we seen a serious debate over the most regressive labor laws passed by ordinance in the history of this country, where 5 states have decided that workers have to work 12 hours a day, not 8, destroying the gold standard of labor worldwide, which is the 8-hour day. What's more, states like Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh have decided that you will work those extra 4 hours pro rata, no overtime for working 4 hours, no overtime for working 12 hours. It's a kind of declaration of bonded labor by ordinance. Where is the media discussing it? It cannot discuss it because the interest of the Malik reigns supreme. Interest of the Malik reigns supreme in this thing. So when you are looking at, again, when you're looking at the media, when you're look at the structural issues of the media, if you're trying to understand that, if you're trying to understand what has gone wrong, I think the agricultural crisis that is going to come at the very moment, by the way, in the very 2 weeks that our pundits were telling us on the television panels, and the editorial writers are telling us in the Times and Express, that agriculture holds out the hope. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of farmers are coming out and protesting on the streets despite COVID-19, despite their fear of the virus. In Maharashtra, tens of thousands of farmers in the last few weeks, dairy farmers, have come out and poured milk on the streets of Mumbai, poured milk on the streets of their own districts. Why? Yeah, if agriculture is doing so well, it's doing so well for the wrong people. I live in Mumbai, where we pay every morning 50 to 60 rupees per liter, 48 rupees to 60 rupees per liter, depending on cow's milk or buffalo milk. Before the pandemic, before the lockdown, the dairy farmer was getting 30 rupees out of that 48. Today, we are still paying 48 to 60 rupees, but the dairy farmer is getting 17 rupees. Income has collapsed by 50%. It has literally collapsed by 50%, bringing them out onto the streets. The same is going to happen with many other cash crop farmers. You know, a good news, what is good journalism? Another way of looking at good journalism, it's a society in conversation and argument with itself. A good newspaper is a nation in argument with itself. Good journalism is a nation or a community in debate and argument with itself. Where are you seeing that debate and argument? You can't, because I argue that the media have a structural compulsion to lie, by which I mean corporate-owned media. They have a structural compulsion to lie. Why is that? The Indian media from late 1990s shifted their wealth holdings from tangible assets, buildings, properties, real estate. They went more and more into the stock market and converted a lot of their wealth into notional things like notional wealth of shares, debentures, whatever stuff else that you want to maintain. Now, what happened in 2008 when the Wall Street collapsed? Our markets took a very big hit too. Obviously, we are totally interlocked with them. When that happened, the media could not tell you the truth about what was happening on the markets, because if they had to talk the markets up, they had to heat the markets up, because billions of dollars worth of their own shares, billions of dollars worth of rupees worth of their own shares wouldn't be worth the paper those shares were printed on if you told the truth about what was happening in Dalal Street. You had a structural compulsion to lie. Also, in the period from 2000 onwards, we started systems of private treaties with corporations, which meant that that corporation gets favorable coverage. Your reporters were banned from finding anything negative with that company or corporation. And then in 2009, we came to the situation of paid news, now well known as a term across the country. Paid news was not an aberration. It was not about a corrupt journalist or two. It was and is a very large industry. It grew in response to the Wall Street collapse, where people lost money on the market and needed to make it up by off-the-book transactions, which came to be called paid news. Yeah. So you have also, please, do one more exercise. I asked you to do this exercise of looking at where these issues which are so confronting us today, how well they were covered in the last 10 years. Here's another exercise. Please get onto the net. Take the major media companies, yeah, look at the major media companies and try finding out who are the people sitting on the boards of the top media companies. You will find an Irishman who doesn't know a word of Hindi sitting on the board of one of the largest Hindi newspapers in the planet. You will find the CEOs of the richest companies in the country sitting on the boards of directors of these big corporate media. Some of them are owners of that media. On their boards, you will find people who are in the governing forums of the World Economics Forum. On their boards, you will find the heads of top private banks. You will find ex-chairmen of the public sector units who are now with private corporations as advisors. You will find the CEOs of advertising companies. The point is that the media don't exist to function and produce good journalism for you. Like any profit-seeking organization, any corporation in the world, the bottom line is the bottom line. Profit-seeking is what they're about. And they make that money for several people in several ways, not just because the media are interconnected in so many ways to different industries. So many. I started making a list once in 2010 of how many industries our media owners are involved in. The list went beyond 200 effortlessly. From aviation to whatever, you name it. They have such extended vested interests that's going to reflect in the newspapers. It's going to reflect in television. That's one set of things. The other things are these social issues. Look at let me say this, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you know what? You can bloody well face the truth sometimes. Yeah. The media are the most exclusionist institution of Indian democracy. Even the judiciary, which has no reservations, which does not have quotas, still you had a Dalit Chief Justice of India. You've had 2 Dalit presidents of India. Yeah, the political system, there was no reservation, but you've had 2 presidents of India, including, in my opinion, the best president of India ever, Dr. K.R. Narayanan, who was a Dalit. In my opinion, the finest president of India in our history. And now you have another. You've had Dalit governors, Dalit vice chancellors, many Dalit ministers, chief ministers. Try finding one Dalit chief sub-editor in a major newspaper. Try finding one Dalit anchor in a major channel. They're good enough to be presidents of India, but not good enough to be chief sub-editors or chief reporters in the media, right? It is a casteist media. Face this reality, okay? I'm telling you that the problems are structural. It's not good guys and bad bad apples. It is systemic, structural exclusion that the media practice. That's why many young Dalits and Adivasis prefer going to the public service exams where they feel that they will not be discriminated against and where there is some law, protection under law. It's very difficult to persuade them to take a career in the media seriously because they expect to be excluded, and they're quite right. That is the truth. We are a very exclusionist institution. That's the social side. Third, this country is undergoing a serious social regression. Okay, the nature of fundamentalism, obscurantism, religious obscurantism. I have been shouting to anyone who will listen for the past 10 years, long before Mr. Modi or Mr. Shah or anyone. I have been saying that long before them, what was developing as the ruling coalition of classes in this country was an alliance of socio-religious fundamentalists on the one hand and economic market fundamentalists on the other hand. Okay, so, and incidentally, the bed this happy union cohabits is called the corporate media. There are people who belong to all three of these camps. Many of the biggest politicians are giant media owners. Look at the Badals in Punjab. Look at the Marans in Tamil Nadu. You name the state, you'll see the fate. Right? So you've had a non-technological convergence. I'm sure all you journalism students are learning about convergence. Here's a non-technological convergence. Giant business houses become huge media owners. Giant media houses become huge businesses. Major political figures enter both, and major business and journalism figures enter parliament. It's a very happy triangle. Right? Now, what are the things that we can do? Why did I give you such a painful picture? Because I'm telling you that if you begin by lying to yourself, you know, if all was well in the media, why do they need you? If all was well in our journalism, why do I need you? We need you. We need you young people. We need young journalists who maybe aren't yet infected with that virus of cynicism that has, and you know, of profit seeking that has completely imbued the corporate media. I've been teaching journalism for more than 30 years. And I look at how many students begin with so much idealism and have it beaten out of their heads after 5 years in the corporate media. Here is your struggle. The struggle is, how do I sell my labor, which is what you should do, without selling my soul? How do we sell our labor without selling our soul? That's a struggle. And by the way, I hope it's a struggle you will have and recognize all your careers, all your lives. That often at the crunch point, it boils down to that. How do I preserve my soul while selling my labor? Yeah. How many journalists now in the paid news scandal told me, how many journalists are now telling me, ringing me up and telling me their salaries have been slashed, they're being asked to do this and this and this. They have no options. You need to think about how you are going to swim in this horrible pond. You need to think about, maybe we call it guerrilla journalism. When they burn one forest, you run to the next. Yeah. But you need to bring a different set of values to journalism. You need to bring those, and you know, we're talking about all this in the month of August, the month of Indian independence and freedom. Have a look. In 24 months from now, the Indian media, the Indian press will be 200 years old, because that was when Raja Ram Mohan Roy in 1822 founded his newspaper. By the way, it was not a Bengali newspaper. Sorry for my Bengali friends, but it was Miratul Akbar in Persian, which was then the language of the elite and the Mughal court. But from day one, Ram Mohan Roy's journalism was about the social issues, was about sati, about widow remarriage, about infant deaths. And that was the tradition you had all the way through the engagement with journalism of Bhagat Singh, of Gandhi, of Ambedkar. Let me take a moment to tell you something about the inspiring example of a journalist. Yeah, he was a journalist, and not many people know it. We all know of him as a martyr, as a political activist, as a fearless young man, as you know, as a symbol of our freedom struggle. Yes, Bhagat Singh was all those, my dears. Bhagat Singh was a professional journalist. He wrote in innumerable journals, and please let me tell you one more thing. The man wrote in 4 languages. He wrote in 4 languages, in Punjabi, in Urdu, in Hindi, in English. He even wrote a couple of articles in Bengali when he was underground in Kolkata. And in jail, he was learning Persian to be able to write in that language. Here is a person who wrote who wrote hundreds of thousands of words in 4 languages by the time he was hanged at age 23. I began journalism at age 23. And I don't think in the last 40 years, I've come anywhere close to that kind of output, to that kind of vision of what journalism is and can be, of who you can be, of what journalism is meant to do. He constantly critiques journalism in his writings. He talks about communalism in infecting journalism as early as the 1920s. He's already talking about it. You have this unbelievable example of a guy who has addressed people in, he has in Veer Pratap, then in Kirti, then in Arjun, then in a number of magazines that no longer exist, we don't know. But that was the richness of Indian journalism. Yeah, there were also very nasty people then. There were also very loutish journalists then. There were journalists who were simply the cronies and toadies of the British imperialism, the way you have television anchors and editors today who are the cronies and toadies of the government in power. Right? By the way, the situation of journalism in India is so bad that even this government recognizes it, is defensive about it, and has set up an index monitoring committee, of which, by the way, for my sins, I am a member. What is the concern of this committee? It is concerned that India's rank in Press Freedom Index of an organization in Paris called Reporters Sans Frontières has fallen to its lowest ever at rank 142. Every year in the past 4 years, we have sunk 2 ranks. We have sunk 2 ranks because of the situation I described at the beginning of this talk. At the very beginning, I told you 60 journalists, huge numbers of FIRs, gigantic charges. It's probably twice that number now. That was a figure for May 30th. Now, but they are really worried about what an overseas agency has to say in our rankings. Like we want to be up in the, we think it's as simple as how do we improve our ease of business rankings? Let's improve our freedom of press rankings. That's not going to happen. You can't do both. You can't extend yourself into great repression of the press on the one hand, of the media, and improve your rankings, right? So that's absurd. That's the situation where you are at. That's the state of the media. That's where the state and the media are together. That's where that's the state we live in. In conclusion, there are many, there are many media experiments, including the People's Archive of Rural India, that try building a different media, that try building, we don't boast that we are competing with any of these big guys. They're behemoths. But you know what we can do? We can do journalism that engages with the great processes of our time. we can do journalism that talks to the 69% and lets the 69% of of India's population, gives them a window and a voice. Or we don't become their voice. We carry their voice to you. The average Indian national daily, do you know how much news comes from rural India on its front page every day? 5-year average, 0.67% of the front page of a national daily in this country is given to rural news, according to the Center for Media Studies of Delhi, Dr. N. Bhaskara Rao's CMS, which itself is now 30 years old. The figures for television are not much better. What India does have and will have, if you get into the media with your eyes open wide and your ears listening to people, we have hundreds of excellent, extraordinarily talented journalists who can do that reporting of what's happening in the countryside. I'm given a lot of flattering credit for the reporting of the agrarian crisis. I was always conscious that there were other journalists who could do it as well as I did, but were not allowed by their media to do so. In 2006, at the height of the agrarian crisis, at the height of the farmers' suicides in Vidarbha, young journalists in Times of India, including my students, former students, begged the management of the Times, let us cover, a newspaper from Chennai is covering the agrarian crisis in Vidarbha more than we in Times of India, Mumbai are. They got a memo from the management. Dying farmers in Vidarbha do not buy the Times of India and its products. The elites of Sobo, South Mumbai, do. That was it. A year later, Mr. Vineet Jain told the New Yorker, 2 years later, Mr. Vineet Jain told the New Yorker, or 3 years later, we are not in the newspaper business, we are in the advertising business. Right? They are telling you who they are. Many of them are now into the online education, into universities. The sheer cruelty of our debate over online education ignores. I want all of you on this program to know how privileged you are. In Karnataka, which is the mother of India's Silicon Valley, do you know what percentage of rural households have computers? 2%. That's less than Uttar Pradesh. Rural Karnataka, 2%. Where are the figures from? So, in key indicators of social consumption in education, Government of India National Sample Survey, June 2018. 8% of rural Kannadigas, of rural Karnataka people have access to the internet. 6.6% of those surveyed actually used the internet in the 30 days preceding the survey. Yeah. But in this period, the value of a Baiju has almost doubled. Yeah. In last 12 months, from 5.5 billion to 10.5 billion. Now, no newspapers are going to criticize or question or examine this phenomenon because those sort of companies are amongst the biggest advertisers today, right? So we're talking about profit. We're talking about that. You can be different. We can be different. There are lots of things that can be done, including fighting for diversity in media by law. Many countries have laws of diversity in the media. You cannot be the sole owner of the only newspaper in town, the only portal in town, the only film theaters in town, the only television station in town, which, by the way, is the situation that will rapidly develop in this country. So you need to fight monopoly. You need to fight for diversity in media. As journalists within the beast, within the belly of the beast, you have to push the envelope. As I said, like guerrilla journalism, you slip in where you can and know that there is 170 years of history of Indian journalism, which talks about people fighting greater odds than that which we face, and who came through and delivered to their masses. The greatness of Indian journalism was the organic connection between the journalist and the illiterate masses. That was the greatness of Indian journalism. When Bal Gangadhar Tilak was sentenced to 6 years in Mandalay prison for sedition, it was not the elites. It was not the elites of Mumbai who came to his rescue. Uh, it was the textile mill workers of Mumbai who came out onto the streets. 22 were shot dead in the protests against the arrest of. They could not read what Tilak said, but they came out to defend his right to say it because they understood that he was trying to speak for them. Great journalism is tomorrow when you go out there and connect with people. In the People's Archive of Rural India, which I invite you to participate in, our journalism is about the everyday lives of everyday people. We believe that is having an influence even on the mainstream corporate media. We know from the number of people who try reproducing us or ripping off on our stories that you can have an impact on it. You can't without, it doesn't mean that you can transform anything in that way alone. You have to go the legal route, the protest route, the mass movement route. You have to go through all those, but it can be done. It's a terrible situation. It can be changed. That depends on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sainath. You built a very, very difficult situation where probably listeners thought, those who were watching thought, it's not a place to go in at all. And of course, then you ended with a ray of hope. There are plenty of questions, but we do not have time. So I will take one or two or three questions. One question is, you are familiar with the media education. You yourself have been a media teacher, media educator in a formal sense. What can the colleges and universities teaching media change in their way of curriculum or pedagogy or other ways so that it produces journalists that can make a difference, professional journalists that can come out of it? That is one. Second is, what can the media students do themselves to self-train themselves beyond the structural, curricular, other ways in which they're trained within the colleges and institutions?
The second question is what can they do beyond where they are? Okay, but the first question is what you can do in the pedagogy, what you can do in the teaching, is what can be done in all teaching, which is you need to connect the students with society. What has Pari been doing with students from Christ University, for instance, or others? We ask them to engage with and talk to migrant laborers in Bengaluru, right? We need them, and you know by now what an impact it has on them when they come back and realize that the gardener in their locality has a story. And what a story. That the domestic maid in their own house has a story, and what a story. The first thing is to get students to engage with their society, not to have a bubble education. Do not create a bubble education. Bust that bubble. They have to engage with ordinary people, with everyday people. That's one. The second is, I think that we have to restore to great journalism the art of storytelling. Yeah? And if I can give my own example, in '83, I went out on a tour of, I was still a very new raw journalist, 3 years in journalism, '83. I went on a tour of 10 drought districts, of 9 states affected by drought. I was a conventionally trained journalist. Okay, very conventional. I didn't go to journalism school, but I joined a news agency, UNI. I started there, and that was a very conventional training. And I had fabulous editors. I mean, such creatures still existed at that time before they went extinct in the 90s. Yeah. Um, yeah, the editor died in the late 80s, and there has never been a resurrection. The I, with all that training, I was completely helpless. When I wrote about the situation, I was a conventionally trained journalist, giving the last word to authority. District collector said, Prime Minister said. That's what, you send a reporter to the countryside. First thing he does, he goes and calls on the district collector and asks him, tell us about the agrarian crisis. The district collector of, say, Mandya district, maybe somebody from Rajasthan who came to the district 3 months ago, and doesn't know his ass from his elbow. But you treat him as the final authoritative source. That's conventional journalism. For us, when I was I did practice that conventional journalism, and it left me utterly dissatisfied with my output. I didn't collect the prizes that I won for it because I was so ashamed. Yeah. I promised I would go back and do it differently. This time, I let people tell the story. I treated the farmer of 45 years who has tilled the soil, she or he is an expert on the agrarian crisis, not the collector. You have to redistribute the weightage and value system. Who is a source? What is an important source? What is a key source? You have to junk a lot of journalism myths and shibboleths about balance, what balance really means, what objectivity really means. There's a whole different class of pedagogy that we have to enter. The second part of your question was about
the students train. For example, the university is a system, so it will only give them what it wants to give them. Yeah. Colleges, universities, curriculum. So is there a way they can self-train themselves while doing whatever is required to be done?
Yes. During the freedom struggle, there were probably more pamphlets and campus magazines than there are today. Of a nature that wasn't about Mood Indigo or the cultural festival, but about what was happening to people in the countryside, what was happening in the drought, what was happening in the famine. There was a lot more of that. Yeah, I think that, and you'll find, by the way, a lot of the dispossessed journalists of Uttar Pradesh, those who've lost their jobs, those who've been victimized by the government, state government and central government. Many of them have tried starting little collectives online. They tried to start little collectives and make themselves indispensable to the public of their area by giving them a news they badly need and trying to get that support from the public to keep themselves running and functioning. That's one. Second is what you can do on your campuses in terms of bringing a new life and direction to your magazines, to your newspapers, to your websites, that there is very serious contemporary reporting. Yeah, that people actually don't write essays. They do reporting, reportage. They capture the story. They reach and engage with people whose stories they bring to you. I do not, for instance, ever claim to speak for the poor. I claim the poor are speaking. Do you want to listen? That's my claim. Yeah, they are speaking. They've got voices. They're not dumb. Yeah, and when they speak one day, they will make the deaf hear and they will make the blind see, as Bhagat Singh said. So there are many things you can do. And from where you are, you can write in the major newspapers, bang away at it until you maybe as letters to the editor. That's how many of the great journalists of the past did, including Mark Twain entered by writing fake letters to the editor under all sorts of assumed names. He talks about that in his biography. So you can engage with the mainstream press. You can engage with your campus press and give it a totally different orientation, including your website. You can engage with people, the society, the public. Yeah. You can build little collectives and say, okay, we are going to look at climate change issues in this state. You can do things. You can. Is it going to be easy? It's not. And I want to address one little thing that you said about a bleak picture. You know, good journalism gives you a true picture. It doesn't give you false optimism, right? It should give you, it should incite and inspire you to do things, but it shouldn't tell you lies about the reality. I'm often asked that question differently. When I speak, I'm often asked in a different way and a different sense from which you have posed it to me. I would say very clearly that it's a different sense. I'm asked, it's all so gloomy. Can you tell us something optimistic? You know, there is a thing called fake optimism and there is a thing called cynical pessimism. Both are two sides of the same coin. Journalists are required not to be pessimists. They are required not to be cynics. They are required to be skeptics. There's a huge difference. And by the way, our pedagogy should teach people that there's a difference between skepticism and cynicism. Skepticism produces inquiry, doubt, information, knowledge. Cynicism produces cynicism. Yeah. Fake optimism is like that guy who fell from the 50th story of a building, and each floor he passed on the way down, he said, so far, so good. He wasn't available for comment after landing. Okay. The fake the cynical pessimist is one who says, the fake optimist is one who says, economy is growing at 9%, GDP is growing, agriculture offers the ray of hope. You know what? It's a way of saying, I don't need to do anything. I have no responsibility. Things are wonderful. The cynical pessimist is a guy who is saying, things will never change. They're going to be horrible. Why should I do anything? Both of them end up endorsing the idea that I have no personal responsibility. My answer to that point is, between fake optimism and cynical pessimism lies a territory called hope. I live there. Join me.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I'm not sure, you've already spoken about it, but I'm just trying to think whether you want to say a little more about how to be a professional journalist while selling your labor to the media that we have come to live with.
Yeah, I think the first thing is that we ought to disabuse the use of this word professional. It's been redefined in each era. People have redefined it according to who's controlling the media. Today, the professional journalist is a definition given by corporate media, by corporations. Now, if you are a journalist, for instance, today, trying to talk about displacement or farmer suicides in Mandya, 50 minutes from where you are seated in Bengaluru, or about CAA, or about hunger, or about the fact that online education is excluding, 90% of poor children in the Karnataka countryside, you are promptly dubbed as an activist, right? On the other hand, if you remain in the newsroom 30 years, polishing a chair or a stool with the seat of your trousers and producing yard after yard of news from corporate press releases, You're a professional. You do that for 30 years, you're a veteran professional. For me, I think that that is a complete fraudulent, fake definition. That guy sitting there is an activist for the corporate world. That's who he is. He's not a journalist. In my eyes, he can never be a journalist. Okay? He will never, ever be a journalist. Is he? Now, was Gandhi a journalist? Ambedkar and Gandhi are the only two journalists I know of in the world who produced over 100 volumes of collected works of writing. Okay, I'd say they were journalists. Well, what do you think that Gandhi was always a Mahatma? He had to worry about where the ink came from, where the newsprint came from. He had to worry about coming to the press and finding it all locked up and electricity cut off or whatever by the British. Ambedkar had to contend with such hostility, unrelenting hostility from all sides, including many in the freedom struggle. Right? Do you think it didn't require a kind of professional courage to keep at it? All these people were journalists who earned a living from it also. Okay, they founded magazines and newspapers. So you do have that kind of a history that you can take from. You can actually do that. And sorry, the last bit of you had a corollary to your question, which.
Yeah. So how do you remain a professional in the media that we live in today? Yeah. For example, they have to sell the labor, as you said, to the media. Then how do you remain a professional journalist as you sell your labor and keep your soul? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that is, if I had a ready-made answer, I'd patent it and sell it to you guys. But I'm saying that's done by inspiration. I look at those journalists I look at the journalists who underground reported the Bengal famine long before the Statesman Calcutta picked it up, long before. There was a thriving underground press. They did it. I think that it's a constant, I told you at the very beginning, this is a constant struggle, and I'm not sorry for you because it makes you rethink your moral position. And yes, journalism is not just about a revenue stream. There is a moral element to journalism. What made a Bhagat Singh great? What made an Ambedkar a great journalist or a Gandhi? What were their magazines and newspapers? Nothing. Highest circulation of print order 5,000. Yeah. But when they spoke, a subcontinent listened. Right? When they spoke, their enemies, the imperialist press represented by the Times of India and others of its ilk, had to reproduce them and bash them. But it had to quote them. It had to say this. It had no option. What made the difference was the moral authority of their journalism. Yeah, the moral. Now, am I saying that you're going to succeed in this battle? I hope you do. Maybe there are times we will let our guard down. Maybe there are times we are weak and we fail. But there should never be a time when we don't stop trying. So you're always trying to do that. I lived 14 years, 13 years as a freelancer because it was a trade-off between security and freedom. I had the security, I had offers from the major publications and channels of this country of a job who were wanting to give me a job because of the kind of attention my work was getting. I also knew I take that job, I'll be pretty well off and very comfortable and very famous. I don't have any profile on terrorism in this country. I stay away from panel discussions because I consider them idiocy, the kind of stuff that's done. But I realized they're taking me because I did something good in journalism. But the moment I'm with them, that journalism comes to an end. So I needed to work out a way that I could participate in them, use their space without surrendering my soul to them. I did that as a freelancer. But I would not advise a new student emerging from a school to be a freelancer. I want you to go through that grind. I need you to know the discipline of working in an organization if you can. And eventually, you will find yourself freelancing and doing other things like that. But that struggle, it's never going to end in the course of your career.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that enthusiastic energy that you spread around all of us, trying to help us understand the context of the media in which we live, the media industry, the media in the corporate, the media in the state, and some of the ways in which we can be professional journalists, build ourselves professional journalists in the new, not the professional otherwise, but professional ways in the more meaningful sense of trying to uphold the true moral values of what journalists should be, somebody on whom the public depends and public needs. On that note, I would like to thank you for your time, and especially for on the behalf of the institution for allowing Pari to partner, and of course mentoring our own students in many ways, as you said, who are transformed. And thank you so much. And I hand the session and thank all the I don't know what's the count now, but it was close to about 500 when I looked last. Thanking all those media enthusiasts, teachers, and students for participating and listening to Mr. P. Sainath. I hope that there are, in some ways, and this is something that to a little extent we have tried in Christ University, is that every single teacher should also write to the media, not just write to the newspapers, because we owe to the public, because we are knowledge keepers for the public and not for ourselves. On that note, I hand it back to Ronit Singh.
Well, with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Sainath sir. Like the way the session got covered with Raja Ram Mohan Roy to Bhagat Singh and how he wrote in 4 different languages, and also how the 4th pillar of our Indian democracy, yeah, 5 languages, I'm very sorry. Yeah, so and how the 4th pillar of our democracy is functioning. And along with that, you quoted that we celebrate inequality since the liberalization, and you gave us every minute details uh, about the topic, and the session was really great indeed. And thank you for making this a great evening for all of us. Not just a great evening, but also an evening with full of learning for all of us. And with this, along with Sainath sir, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our moderator for the session, Dr. Neil Joseph Pinto, for being so generous and moderating the session. Thank you, sir. And now with this session, we come to the end of the second day of Media Meet. Heartfelt thanks to all our panelists for joining us today, and the department is looking forward to collaborate with you in the near future. Hopefully, after this pandemic ends, we will be able to meet in person instead of this digital world. And now coming to the end of a well-spent second day of Media Meet, if you all enjoyed and taking back some wonderful learnings, then don't forget that this is just the midway we have covered, and tomorrow 9 a.m. onwards, we have plethora of sessions and panelists for you. Just to give you the essence of the day 3, we have panel discussions lined up on the topic of video games, media literacy, and social changes, cinema and representation. Should media literacy be a human right, by UNESCO and GAPMIL speakers, and many renowned speakers like Shagun Shah, Bharadwaj Rangan, Sherry Hope Kalwar, and to name a few. So don't miss out the discussion to be held tomorrow from 9 a.m. onwards, and the renowned speakers and their true sense on various topics with the contemporary relevance. Having said that, on behalf of Christ deemed to be University and the entire Department of Media Studies, I would I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude and special thanks to all our speakers for making the Media Meet Day 2 a success. And I would like to give a special shout out to all our academic collaborators, Griffith University, Queensland, Australia, and Florida State University, College of Communication and Information. Supporting partners for Media Meet 2020 are Gap Mill and Pari, People's Archive of Rural India. Youth partner is under 25. So with this, we come to the end and would like to thank the audience for being so lovely and interactive. As I was able to see, the YouTube comment section was filled up with lots and lots of comments. So well done, guys. And so see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Till then, stay safe and have a great good evening. We will be playing the promo video and following will be the national anthem. And then we can end the second day of Media Meet 2020. Thank you so much.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे